competitive lobby in years.
Good nade like this before.
Hold it.
Off an emergency parachute. That should be good enough. The spray coming out. That's one. That's two there.
Oh my. And no trades to come through. The Groza. It's sharp. It's 3 for B2. So slightly doesn't let a single shot here. Onto Axel driving 5, and he hits the flick headshot with a mini. That's a little bit better for Irrelevant. Great spotted. Top floor. They've seen him. He gets the knock on the Savvy. Does he get the second? He does. Onto the Bam Bam. It is the third night of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. We are into the final day for the group stage, down to just Group A versus B2. Very heavily stacked lobbies, of course, for Group C. Some of those teams may be watching on Russell to see whether or not they can make it into the top 8 and get into the grand finals directly. We'll go to the tournament explainer. I'll let you run through some of it. Russell, of course, into the third day now, but still might have some people only just coming in and not quite sure what's happening.
Yeah, look, if you're just here, it's very reminiscent to how PGC does it, except not exactly the same. Essentially, throughout this group stage, the top 8 teams is going to go straight through to the grand finals, and if you come bottom 16, well, you've got a chance in last chance qualifier as well. And you actually put something into everyone's mind, I think, who's viewing at home, is that the Group C teams, which we'll talk about throughout the day, well, they can't play anymore. And so they are, some of them are guaranteed last chance, but a lot of them can't play anymore, so yes, they're going to be watching on anxiously to see what happens.
Obviously, as you can see, last chance qualifies for those that cannot make top 8, which would be the 16 teams. We'll have 2 days of that, and then the grand finals, where there'll be a massive 4 days of play. Let's go to the prize pool and see what these teams, these 24 teams, are playing for. It's $100,000 USD. So while there's no PGC pathways or prize money or PGS or anything like that, it is just pure cash, and certainly on the higher end when it comes to these kind of regional tournaments. 20,000 first and all the way down to last place, still get something.
Yeah, nothing to joke about. Nothing to joke about at all.
Nope, certainly a big chunk of cash. Of course, we're already pretty much done almost with the group stage. Today will be the last day. And so for a lot of the teams, they will be able to go directly to the grand finals and get themselves basically guaranteed money, right? When you think about the top 16 of that prize pool. Let's go to the highlights from yesterday, from last night's action for what was a very fun night in Group B and C. And of course, it was Group C's final chance to collect a lot of points. Day trade there immediately, you can see on probably the wrong end of a highlight. They actually did start to really turn it around, ended up on 66 points by the end of the night. But a lot of fun, especially on Erangel. We had lots of chaos in these kind of phase 2 circle shifts, a lot of rotational kills, and a lot of fighting early on in these matches.
We had so many twist endings as well. I feel like last night, I mean, we've had some fantastic action during the 2023 season, but last night I feel like we started off with a bang. Yeah, I wasn't here for the first night, but there was so many twist endings last night. It was absolutely insane, and so many of them you thought were actually going to come to fruition as well, like the one in that Sharky compound, I believe it's called, where he turned around with the sawed-off shotgun and almost got it done. It was absolutely fantastic, and yeah, RXC here, known, I guess, for their early fighting, and this was a little bit later on in the night, but they definitely got it done.
Yeah, they certainly did. In terms of the actual night itself, on an individual leaderboard, Purple Mood actually came out in that top spot, 61 points. Buram then on 60. Obviously, those particular points go to the overall standing, so the on the night leaderboard, well, it doesn't really matter too much, but it does mean the Purple Mood, Bob Buram, they will very likely be going to the grand final. Day Trade really brought it back, Russell, on night 2, a 3rd place, a 4th place, a 2nd place with 14 kills in the final game of the night, keeps them kind of in contention as we have a look and a glance at the leaderboard. For those at the top 3, Buram, Purple Mood, and Savage Man Esports, all very likely that they will stay within the top 8 by the end of tonight. It would take something crazy to displace them. You have to then go down past T5 EXO. They play tonight, they'll basically stay in the top 8, which means, Russell, there's only 3 spots. Spot 6, 7, and 8, all occupied by Group C teams. Day Trade from the future and New Generation Esports, those spots are basically up for grabs because they can't get any more points.
Yeah, and we're thinking the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 75 to 80, maybe even lower, depending on how equal this lobby really is tonight. But then you have to look to the right side of the leaderboard, look towards your Cerberuses, your FW, who have proven to be quite nuts in previous tournaments, and you have to think, what are they going to do? How are they going to climb this leaderboard and get into that top 8? Because it's a monumental task, but I mean, the caliber of Cerberus, you can see they're doing it.
Yep, certainly so. For those down the very bottom of that right-hand side of the graphic, your FW Esports, your Cerberus, for example, they have got a mountain to climb. But you go and get, say, a 60 to 70 point night, and you very well can still make it to the grand final. Let's go to the top 5 kill leaders so far throughout the tournament. No surprise, all 5 of these players are from Group C because, well, they've played the most games. They played all of their games, in fact. So Edie leads the way, 28 kills for him from Buram. Can, his teammate, as well, on 24 in third place. What's interesting, though, is Flash, Russell, 20 kills. Yeah. That seems okay. That seems nice. He got half of those kills in the final game last night. I mean, that is how much, obviously, Daytrade were able to bring it back yesterday, and obviously how much of a struggle they had over the first 2 days.
Yeah, half of those kills were last night in that one game, but they're also almost half of his points, his team's points as well. I think they have like 46 or something, and he's got 20 of them. So that's carrying.
Yeah, certainly is. Let's go to the groups again for those who missed the first 2 days of action. Not quite sure who's in what group. So quickly, Group C, they're done. They're out of the, well, not the tournament or anything, but they're just done for tonight. Daytrade obviously brought it back. They're still very much in the equation. They'll probably be watching tonight to see if they can hold on to that top 8 spot. Purple Mood, Buram, of course, doing really good things along with Savage Men Esports. All 3 of those teams, I imagine, should be able to hold on to the top 8. For the rest of them, well, they're either out or very likely to go out. In fact, Rap, Ziak Esport, and 4-Man Bow from Group C are 100% going to last chance calls. And it also means we highlight Group A, Russell, as they come back in tonight.
Yeah, so Theerathon 5 and EXO, they're pretty much guaranteed from Group A. They did excellently on the first night, but now you have to look towards PMA, NOSH, QConfirm, and a couple of these teams, like I think ArkAngel Gaming, and they're probably not going to get much done tonight, but that's the group that's coming back into tonight. So they were watching last night. They know a few of the strategies and things that went down last night, and I guess it's just up to them whether or not they want to make any changes in strategy.
Yeah, I'd say Unicorn Cyber probably another one there, and Group B, they make their return. They got to play last night. So for Group A, they did have the night off. I'm not sure if that's going to be like an ultra positive net gain for them. We don't probably put too much stock into that, to be completely honest. One of the teams from Group A that we do want to highlight for our kind of not head-to-head matchup, but just kind of highlighting a team or two from each respective group. EXO Clan, amazing on night 1, Russell. Now, I know you weren't here for it, but they finished second place, 66 points, only the 4 behind Theerathon 5. And a big factor for that was their new pickup in High Command, who actually ended up 2nd overall for kills with 15 overall, which is a massive testament for a team that I think when you go back to the PUBG Challenger Rumble at the back end of last year, one of the biggest issues was probably firepower for EXO Clan. They finished 6th for kills, despite the fact that they actually tied 2nd for placement points. So you bring in someone like Hiker, he's able to get kills, you get a bit of that extra firepower, and then you combine that with already a decent amount of placement points. So that's why they finished 2nd on night 1.
I feel like this is a dream OS team it was destined to happen eventually. You have the IGL experience and insight, and then you have 3 of OS's best fraggers who aren't currently competing in North America, and they're all good friends as well. They've known each other for ages, so I feel like this was destined to happen. I just hope I get to see more Hikerman tonight, because I didn't really get to see it on night 1, at least firsthand.
Yeah, I will say though, as the entire team all playing quite well, all playing their roles, and clearly had the dream night on night 1. They don't have to really do much tonight though, so really no onus on them to match their night 1 performance. Basically go out, have fun, get your 20 to 30 points, and you will very much make yourself go to the grand finals in that top 8 position. We'll go to the next team, and we've got ArkAngel Predator, I believe, for this particular head-to-head graphic. Or actually, we've got FW Esports. So a little bit of a mess up there, but that's okay. And to be fair, a team that I think we probably want to talk about, but maybe not for the right reasons, Russell. They did struggle, unfortunately, yesterday. A team that I think has got incredible firepower. They did so well back in the Thailand series. We've already spoken at lengths about the fact that they missed out basically on PGC by 1 point because they missed 1 game. This is a team that is incredibly strong, but they couldn't quite get going yesterday.
Yeah, 2nd in the Thai series. So you would have some expectations for them going into this, especially for someone like Raze, who was consistently top fragging his team in multiple previous events. So I really want to see what they can do, mostly because these are names I'm not entirely familiar with apart from 6ax. So I want to see how I guess, aggressive. What's them at their peak form, essentially? That's my only goal right now for FW, but they're among Cerberus in the bottom of that leaderboard, and so they're going to be playing with pressure, and I just hope that doesn't impact their gameplay.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Cerberus there, because I think very clear between those two teams where you've got these kind of juggernauts from their respective regions and both kind of struggling on day number one in a group as well, mind you, that I think was going to be very, very stacked coming into it. So yeah, look, unfortunate for them, unfortunate for Cerberus, but very keen to see how they can maybe bounce back tonight, because I'll be honest, there's probably two teams down that bottom that can bring it back. It's FW Esports and it's obviously Cerberus. Now we'll obviously go and have a look at the maps for tonight, same as always. We'll start off with Erangel for our first two games, then we kind of get into that shuffle, Takeover, Vikendi, Miramar. We start to have some fun throughout the middle portion of the night.
Yeah, and I'll say it again and again, over and over. The most pressure when it comes to the rotation of maps in PUBG right now is probably the pressure outside of actually playing them. You have to put in the hours to practice and to learn Tego and Vikendi especially, and then when you actually get into the comp day, it just flows nicely. I don't think any team's going to be overthinking it. I'll continue to say that because I guess that's always a question you might have in the back of your mind, but I think these guys know exactly what they're doing when it comes to rotating through these maps.
Yeah, pretty much. We've spoken at this for at length throughout the first couple of nights. And, and the good thing as well is that the more we obviously have this kind of set map rotation, the more the players get used to it and they're able to obviously get more experience, more time on it. I think what we're getting from Tego and Vikendi, though, is that sort of fast-paced action, a lot of rotational fights. We don't quite get that on Miramar. I spoke about it and just before going into the Miramar games last night with you, Russell, and lo and behold, it played out pretty much as expected and as we typically get from Miramar. That kind of slow pacing play style. Everyone just has so much to be able to play off, so many nooks and crannies and ridges and buildings. Miramar's very slow pace, which probably at that point in the night, most teams probably don't mind because they've already been fighting so much throughout the first four matches. In terms of what we kind of want to see from tonight, though, Russell, we've got, again, reiterating, probably 3 spots is what I'm thinking are available. And obviously, there's only so many teams that are going to be able to occupy those final 3 spots in the top 8. You think about your FW Esports, your Cerberus. If they dominate the lobby, they could find a way to obviously push themselves in there. But I think there's a couple of other teams that, in terms of the standings, can very much fight for it. You've got Expendables, you've got Fury, you've got Armory Gaming, you've got Unicorn Cyber, you've got QConfirm, you've got ArkAngel Predator, and then I'll throw in Cerberus and FW. No disrespect to PMA and New House. I just don't know if those are teams that are capable of having like a 70-point night, for instance. So that's a lot of teams that need to basically fit into about 3 slots.
And you've also got to consider what team in that forefront bracket who doesn't want a decent competitor going into the next stage, or they want to knock them back out to last chance qualifier. Are we going to see teams taking advantage of low point values for teams that haven't played? I guess that's one of the advantages you get if you're coming back in. Now you know who your target is. So it's something we're going to have to see. That's what I'm hoping for. Of course, we hope for good action. We hope for twists. We hope for craziness. But I kind of want to see potentially one of these higher up teams try and mess with a competitor. And I mean, we're going to get some action out of it regardless. So hopefully that happens.
Well, the action is beginning shortly as we head into Erangel for our first game of the night for what will be the final night of the group stage here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. Strap yourself in. It's certainly going to be a fun 6 matches tonight. And again, reiterating, you know, those 3 spots, that's including day trade, Russell. I'm including day trade in that. It's day trade, FTF, New Generation. Those are the 3 teams from Group C that occupy those spots. Day trade's on 66 points. That's kind of the main benchmark that we have, but we're already anticipating it should be well beyond that by the end of tonight. But something to keep in mind was that day trade in the final game last night. Had they won against Miramar, they would have gone to 73 points. And I think that 73-point figure would have looked a lot nicer for them to have a chance of staying in the top 8.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic for them. And that's one of those things you look back on and go, well, what if we had won that game? But Day Trade's the team that also got 1 point in 4 games the other night, right? So maybe you look back on those a lot more harshly than just the last game of last night. But yeah, imagine they were 73 points. I wonder how that would have shaken up the leaderboard a little bit. Probably wouldn't have done too much because that's, again, kind of the cutoff point we're anticipating. But yeah, going into Erangel, I don't know. I just want to see some action, man. Let's just get into it.
Yeah, the other part of the equation too, and I don't want to touch on it too much because I feel like sometimes it gets overhyped, overharped. The old drop a hot drop scenario. Now, if you get towards your Miramars, and the good thing in this instance is there's probably less to lose. Like, if you ever think about wanting to camp rotates or, you know, screw with another team, hot drop them, whatever, you feel like it's do or die time, these are the parts of a tournament you can do it. Because worst case scenario, you go to last chance calls anyway. It's not like you're eliminated from the tournament. If you get to a point where it's last game of the night and there's a team in 8th and you're in 9th, there can be that thought in the back of your mind. Or maybe if it's even further than that, 10th or 11th, and you feel like you really need to eliminate that other team. So we'll keep an eye on that as the night does go on. The one instance, though, when you've got group stages, you can't really go and drop a day trade, for example. They're not in here. Theerathon Five on our screens. They did top the lobby back on night number 1. They were certainly the most complete team I think we've actually seen at the tournament thus far. They had 70 points in that Group A versus C matchup. No one actually betted that. In fact, no one from last night betted EXO Clan's 66 points either. So on a per-night basis, T5 and EXO still hold the mantle for most points gained on a night throughout the group stage.
A Milta power zone to start us off. And you can, I mean, in the back of your mind, you're thinking maybe this shifts a lot more aggressively towards the water. Maybe it goes towards Milta power. Either way, these zones are very telegraphed, very simply played out. You only have so many entrances and not really many exits, I suppose. But first of all, we've got a little Milta hot drop between PMA and FW. And I suppose if FW want to mount this comeback, winning this hot drop is one way to get it done.
Yeah, I agree. I love these Milta finishes. They're always so much fun. One of the more intriguing locations on Erangel, which at times, as much as I love the map, you know, there's more sort of Gatka Fields finishes can be a little bit stale. Milta just creates that chaos, right? Almost the kind of chaos that even Phase 1 can bring that you would typically see from like a Phase 2 circle shift. That's hard shifting away from where everyone has basically rotated for Phase 1. NOSH going to be in a good position around Milta. Obviously, we've got this kind of battle towards Milta itself with FW Esports and PMA, which I guess for these two teams respectively, you kind of have to now make this decision. Do you extend this fight or do you go for prior buildings for Phase 1? The only issue is this circle, it's not like it's a guarantee to be a Milta power, like a mini Milta power kind of positioning that you want to take for P1. Could go over towards the lumber mill, could go over towards prison. It's really difficult to say. So you might just feel like, hey, let's fight this out. Let's loot up. Let's take our time.
Well, I think for PMA, you have to look up that hill towards the north, and you got to think, okay, that's probably our route through the zone. But before we get into that, is he going to go around the door with that shotty? I hope so. Brought out the flash, trying to get it done. I think a bit too... Never mind. I was going to say overconfident, but he gets it done. Lun had absolutely no chance. One shot versus multiple from the M4. That'll do it. And this is the thing for PMA as well. Losing this many players, you have such a good entry point into the zone going up that hill. Do you really want to lose players and give that up? You can play up that hill, get to the garages, the flat tops up there, go towards lumber like you said, and with only 3 players now, it probably is starting to sink into their mind. Do we really want to commit to this, or do we want to back off? And for FW as well, they kind of have a really easy route into the zone as well, because they've got really good access to all of the compounds that are near Mini Milta, all the one, you know, the doubles, the yellows, all of them. They've got access to every single one, bar NOSH and whatever compound NOSH chooses to take. And so FW are probably thinking we should back off of this now as well, but looks like they're still both committing.
Yeah, FW, we obviously highlighted them to start tonight, a team that needs the points, as many as possible. And if you think about it, if they can go and have like a 60-point night, it will put them in the position to make top 8. And they're a team that's certainly capable of doing that. One of the top teams from Thailand. And arguably would have been quite disappointed that they couldn't quite get the job done and go to PGC. PMA, after losing Lun, ideal, of course, for PMA. They had an okay night, number 1. 26 points gained, which is not too bad, but clearly down a player early and against the team that's wanting a bit of redemption for their performance last night. And they've also just kind of lost sight of each other. Yep. As we go and have a look at Armory Gaming over towards the yellows. Nice little split for them just towards the western side of Milta Power. And near the cliffs, as they spot Insight driving on by for EXO Clan. It's been not the best of times for Insight so far this tournament. Died first more than any of his teammates. They probably expect that from him as Dynasty. Well, yeah, put the Mozzie on him. He will get and claim that first kill. Again, it's really role dependent though, and he's the one that wants to kind of scout out, see if he can find these positions. And for him, unfortunately, he meets the Armory Gaming waiting, and that's a really good start for AG. Up to 39 points, one of the teams to keep an eye on for their race into the top 8.
That is one of the only rotate paths into this zone that you can kind of see clearly, because as you're driving down that road, you have all the information you really need. Most of those teams sneakily hiding on the rocks or in those crates that are halfway down that road. And Insight, the sacrificial job as the IGL, he kind of had to do it to get the info. He volunteered to go first because everyone else on his team is going to be much more valuable in a frag and roll regardless. And unfortunately, it doesn't pay off. And probably the worst case scenario as well for EXO, because they lose him. Yeah, they gain info, but that Armory's there. But if they had gone together, maybe they could have taken Armory's spot, which is obviously something they would have wanted to do, given the direction that Insight's going. So now they've lost one, and they don't have the spot that they want. So kind of worst case scenario.
Yeah, not the best of starts, but I will say EXO Clan can kind of be a little bit more aggressive with these rotates and these plays, considering they've got 66 points already. Russell, look at that leaderboard. It stands out like a sore thumb, T5 and EXO, how high they are. Same number of games played as all those other teams in purple from 11 to 24. They have the same amount of games played. That is just how significant the gap is. And they will be very comfortable in placing into the top 8 by the end of tonight. No doubt about it. So EXO Clan have basically no worries at all. Ninja 2K, well, it looks like he's back in for the Expendables. In fact, I've heard a couple of roster changes for tonight. If I recall, I think Himas is also back in for Cerberus, as Hyung Long was, I think, making a debut from the academy. So good to see Ninja 2K, of course, for the Expendables. They like to rotate the 6-man roster. No, well, he's got capable. EXO, not the start to the night they would have liked or envisioned. Nikita will go down as well for free. And while they are in a position that they don't need to get many points tonight, you do want to take some form going into the grand finals, although you will have to wait before playing said grand finals anyway. So you can still have some fun tonight, but ideally you do want to play as best as you can.
Play as best as you can and get the practice in, really. That's what you want. You don't want to be throwing away games, because the more games you throw away, the less information and practice you're going to get. Looks like Akita was maybe caught sleeping there. A 4-man car rolled up on his position. Couldn't get any backup from Hiker and his teammate in the compound, so I guess he tried to run away. But 4 men in a car with 3 of the guns shooting at you, it's a recipe for disaster. And now QConfirm have Prison Hill. A very solid spot to rotate from, although that said, if you do have to go south, most of the other teams are going to be in and around that lumberyard position, so it can be quite hard to fight from. But if they manage to succeed in all their fights, then that's one of those games that's going to end up being like a 20-kill win for QConfirm, especially if it keeps shifting towards mini-milter power. But we don't know yet. EXO could be a likely target for them as well. They know that they're 2 down if they've been watching that kill feed. So if it does shift towards EXO's compound, they could opt to go for a breach, maybe a 2-2.
Ooh, Algin bots.
Ooh, that was kind of clean. Yeah,
and Unicorn Cyber, one of the teams too, again, in that logjam. 35 points, 14th at the moment. That's a big pickup for AAP. 2 of those kills going to Algin. Over to Himas, the Starman for Cerberus, and makes his introduction to the Asia Super Cup. An easy knockdown onto T1706 for new House Esports. Vietnam on Vietnam here. And it's a 2-kill start for Cerberus. Sneak attack sends it in. Theerathon Five's already at the compound. Not sure if they had this information. Patton Pong playing frontman and does his job perfectly by getting that knock. Nade out towards Flood, and he's already able to com as well to player locations against Fury for the rest of his team if they want to make their way over to this. Underarm nade to get the elimination to the sneak attack. Doesn't quite connect, but more to keep Flood at bay. Thrown in his direction as Rossiter Jr. makes his way over. That nade even landing on the head of Flood. And Fury, well, this send hasn't quite worked out for them. And they even have an anchor still left behind too, so not all 4 members here. This is a disaster start.
Oh, I love this from Theerathon 5. This is just such good initiative. As soon as they knock one, whether it was them baiting or whether they didn't have info on the low side, sneak attack got knocked, and this is Hatsawat doing exactly what he needs to do with the dragon off, getting on the backside, but maybe it was too late. It was so quick. Never mind, it ain't too late. He's still here and he's causing trouble. Flood will get the trade. Cal goes down in the meantime, though. This is all shambles for Fury off the back of one simple knock on a breach to a compound.
1 up. That's all that's left for Fury, and for Theerathon 5, they should be able to salvage this. Flood's knocked anyway, up close. Obviously, you've still got Luke 12 alive. He can maybe be a bit of a nuisance, but Theerathon 5 have done the job in stopping that crash, that send from Fury. Luke's just going to get out of dodge. He will not look to fight anymore. Theerathon 5 will get all of their revives. Flood will die. Fury's got nothing from it, and unlike EXO Clan, Fury need the points. Russell, they'll only have 5 more games after this. There's a massive logjam of teams, and they may get, overlapped by a couple of the likes of AAP, QConfirm, Cerberus. They'll all be looking to overtake Fury at the end of this game now, as Rossiter Jr. puts an end to Flood.
Yeah, not like T5 was just going to sit back and let that crash happen or let them get that res. They owned the compound, but it didn't even matter. They extended out. They do exactly what they had to do. They had them dead to rights. I don't know, again, whether it was a bait or not, but either way, the circle has shifted very, very, very far south, which is why you're seeing a lot of chaos on your screen. AAP camping this road by the crates. And yeah, if you're EXO, you do get info that they're here, but you're also kind of forced to drive right next to them. QConfirm's up here as well, trying to get something done. There's probably so much action up here that a lot of teams are going to want to try to get involved, especially the ones who need the points. Maybe like Arctix as well, who's very down low on that leaderboard. They need to try to get something done.
Well, we need to switch back to Alec because he's about to pick up a double kill with the nade. ArkAngel Predator, a team that is a top fragging team from PUBG Challenger Rumble. He wasn't able to connect with that nade up close. Nan hasn't got an angle from down below. Alec is wanting to maybe fall back from this location, hence the defensive smokes that he can fall back from, but Algenbot's knocked by Petra. And for AAP, they can be aggressive, but it can also lead to being their downfall sometimes. They don't always get the most placement points, even though they're a top-heavy fragging team at PCR, up to 4 kills now. And it's probably something that let them down yesterday. They averaged 6.5 kills at PCR level, while only 3 kills averaged yesterday. So a big reason why they weren't able to probably perform as top level as they certainly can. 4 kills to start here and showing more what they're made of. Nan, don't count him out just yet. Backside of the crate, 20 alive. He can certainly get another knockdown. Cheeks in, he did TK Petra, but a lot of that damage did come from Nan, and there are reinforcements arriving for ArkAngel Predator. Cheeks in the back of the UAZ. Numbers still with AAP, but Opon's back, the anchor. He makes his presence known. Nicely done from Evil Patrick, and they've won this fight, that's for sure. Algenbots and Evil Patrick should be able to deal with Opon's if he wants to stick around, but I think the best thing he can do for QC is get out of dodge, because AAP have won this one.
Oh yeah. Not a convincing victory, I'll give them that, but they absolutely put in the work to get it done. In a spot like this, I feel like they have so many angles where they can rip a team like QC apart as soon as they enter into their line of sight, but it was dodgy, it was messy. They keep 4 alive though. Nice shots. They have info on that QC player, so they can chase him down, but first they've got to worry about Thanadol, and of course it's Thanadol causing trouble for AAP right now. A bit of a problem, stuck inside those crates for AAP, but they still have the man advantage, and there aren't many teams or players around them just yet that can get things done. I am Pete, trying to get something done. Panic shooting through the door, outside, through the window. Doesn't matter. He's gone down.
Algenbots has just been knocked. Is there just one up for AP? 2. Okay, well, right now, Theerathon just got a knock on Evil Patrick. As soon as we moved away from this, he just kept fighting knock after knock. Opon's from the tree line as well. And Hatzawat's just made his way in for Theerathon 5. ArkAngel Predator are just scrambling. Theerathon has wiped them single-handedly. I know Patton Pong came in and basically got 1, but Thanatol did the vast majority of that work. That's why this guy's just insane for Theerathon 5. 7 kills. Despite an amazing start to this game for ArkAngel Predator, he has just played spoiled to their party at the crates. He clears them all out. AAP themselves are now out.
This zone is rough for all the teams on the north who were fighting so hard on Lumber Mill, so hard on that southern coast or that eastern coast road. Yeah, all that work is maybe for nothing, because look at that. TE, do you even regroup here, or do you just keep being greedy? Doctors, you better hope he's got a car in that warehouse, because the rest of his team might need help with those priors later on. Everyone else shambling to try and get the very limited amount of space inside this zone. This is obviously incredibly telegraphed. Every single team in this lobby is going to know exactly where this zone is going to go, and all the spots that are in this zone, I feel like there's no new spot to be discovered, Jake. I feel like every spot here is already well known and everyone's going to try and gun for it, but it seems like still there's a decent amount of teams on that north taking their time. Arctix isn't too fussed about this. They might fight through Lumber Mill and down towards the south. There's still teams sitting on the unplayable rocks at Main Milter. They don't seem too fussed about this, so some teams taking their time, but a team like TE, they're set up for success here.
Yeah, I would agree with you. This is a bizarre start to the night. This circle's crazy. The fighting is also crazy. For reference, Russell, we had games last night where we had 64 to 60 players alive at the 15-minute mark. We're down to 35. This is scrim territory. This is something you would say, oh, well, this is kind of like a scrim, because we're down to like 30 players alive inside 15 minutes. It's a disgusting start, but it's just the way that this kind of circle is making everyone play. There's a lot of these sends, a lot of these crashes. There's not a lot of safe place to actually go to, and that's why teams are just fighting, because they need to fight for territory.
Yeah, fight for territory. It's that phase 2 shift that went south. I feel like everyone realized, okay, no longer are we safe in phase 1 position. Now we kind of have to move, because if this does go south, if it does kind of go inland or more out towards the coast, we have to be in position. So everyone was fighting for the very limited kind of intersection leapfrog position. Yeah, keep rolling, keep rolling. He gets it done. I'm sure. I think he got up. We cut away, but I think he's good. But yeah, there's only so many limited spots to actually enter this zone. So as soon as that phase 2 shift happens, it's like go time for so many of these teams to try and get those intersection positions.
Pixel Stars, saw them last night. They're back again. Capybara had a couple of good moments. Ching, though, had the biggest moment of them all. 4 PS and up to 4 kills in this game now. Good start for them. Keeps a bit of pressure on others just above them. Bot flicked though with a nice shot on the drive-by. Gets Arcade to double for Bot. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. He's on for the quad. Jing in front of him in the UAZ. We've already had some big highlight plays for game number 1 tonight. And Bot looking for the 4K. He's going for the seat swap. Oh, he's done it. He got all 4 of them. They're out. Pixel Stars are gone. Bot Flute can't celebrate for long, but that's 5 very valuable kills from FW Esports after a bit of a slow start. Not only last night, but even for game 1 tonight, he just picked up 4 of them. Huge for his team to keep them kind of relevant going into the rest of tonight. Well, phase 4 does its job, thankfully. The world hasn't quite gone fully mad. Away from the water, in towards mainland, and right onto the Expendables. They've got hard center position for this phase 4 circle.
If you're Expendables right now, your communication has to be incredibly on point, because everyone who doesn't have a spot in the next couple zones is looking at your compound as a potential breach, because you know, if you're an experienced PUBG player, you know that there's probably one in each of those buildings, and you know that you can crash that. It's going to be weak. So you have to think about getting that done later on. But if you're Expendables, you're going to have to come up with a game plan for when that happens, because I feel like it's an eventuality rather than just a possibility or a chance. So good communication necessary for TE to keep it under wraps, and at the end of the day, sharing that compound isn't the worst. You're going to try get it done at least. Arctix Gaming coming out of Japan. I really want to see these guys do something. I want to see one of the Japanese teams really prove their worth. You know, one of the more respected Japanese players on this team. A very storied history from him. Peeks that door, goes straight down. This house doesn't look entirely breachable for... Okay, that's just unreasonable. That's disrespect running out the door like that.
That's really good compound defense, though, the double reds for Newhouse from UDirt. I mean, that was really solid. Initial nade, then holds a tight angle, hits the initial shots, and as soon as you can get that second knock, suddenly the numbers for Arctix Gaming just aren't quite there. And here comes Cerberus. They're feeling as if they are ready to go. Hyunglong's actually still in the roster, by the way. I did miss that before, but Himas is back. That's the most important thing, because he is so valuable for Cerberus. Hyunglong does actually get the initial nade to land, which gets rid of Omochi. UDet, though, and Long K, they benefit a little bit more. They had the 2 other knocks onto Arctix, who are now wiped out. Newhouse will be pretty happy they can walk away with a couple of kills, but I don't know if they're going to actually walk away from this fight, because Cerberus should be able to sniff out the remaining members of their team.
Yeah, Newhouse need to succeed here no matter what, but I feel like their life is kind of restricted now just to existing. That foldable shield just saved Long K's life in a millisecond. That is unbelievable timing. Himas had that double, triple, quadruple head he lined up. That molly will do it though, forces him out of that room, in towards the kitchen. Dead. Doesn't even get a chance to heal up, and there they... Oh, that's Armory, sorry. Just UDirt up. On the stairs, good angle with the smoke. Can delay, and nades are going to find it harder to get into this spot. If he decides to play an off angle in this smoke, it could be right, but I feel like if he's up that stairs, it's incredibly predictable, and these nades are going to just get closer and closer.
Yeah, they know he's obviously upstairs. What they don't know is he's actually on these stairs, and so he could catch someone off guard, but that smoke, as soon as it dissipates, he just threw a nade out, though. Has 2 more smokes if he wants to delay. Of course, into the top 8 now, so delayed long enough to get some placement points along with their 5 kills. Good start for new House Esports. And he gets onto the railing just to kind of play out what I guess you could call it an off angle, technically.
Yeah.
Next circle coming our way for phase number 5. That's going to be the second smoke thrown out by UDirt. Just 1 remaining. It does remain on this compound. Not much will change. Well, sorry, not on this compound, but on the Expendables compound from phase 4, where they got the shift. It will remain on their compound. It's NOSH making their way into Cerberus, so they have to maybe lose their focus of UDirt, turn their attention to defending this compound from NOSH, who have just made their way in. Hyunglong knocked down, and he's the one that's in technically tonight for Haisaki, as Himas is back into the roster. 6 kills for Cerberus. Much better start to tonight, Russell, already, but they've got their work cut out for them with NOSH pushing in.
before Tycon came over here, he was controlling the western side of zone, but because of these knocks, he's had to commit over here just to get this fight over and done with. NOSH is creating much more of a problem for Cerberus than they probably initially thought. That's aggressive, though, from Sololzy, but he gets it done. They have to consider Udirt in the background this whole time, but he's going to help Cerberus out, actually. That's a down onto Shinosuke. And a flush as well. So they've got kind of a teaming situation going on here, but if you're Udirt, you're taking all the kills you can get, whether it's on the team that's going to kill you or not. But it's causing trouble for Cerberus. They can't be as aggressive on this peaks, but again, it doesn't look like they need to. If Udirt's going to do all the work for defending for Cerberus, then, I mean, Cerberus will take it.
Yeah, Himas dead, though. Not ideal for the Starman from Cerberus. Hyunglong did go down to the Molotov. Not a bad effort from NOSH, but not enough to really walk away with a hefty, valuable amount of points. Udirt so close to getting eliminated. He can't get knocked. He'll just go straight out as the solo. Tycon spots him top floor as he gets a better angle for Cerberus. Now without him, as they should be able to get the revival to Hyunglong. Up to 8 kills. We know they are capable of a massive night-to-night, Russell, and this is the best way to start it. 7 teams remaining. Udirt went for the peak. And Tycon says, thank you very much. No more time needing to be wasted. He gets the kill. Cerberus get the compound. It's technically just inside of the circle, but not a compound. They're going to be holding for much longer. It's 9 kills for Cerberus, 6 teams remaining, and a start of the climb up the leaderboard for them already has them next to Fury and the Expendables in 14th.
Yeah, that spot on the west that Tycon was holding as well is still completely free for them to go back to and take if they wanted to, but they might not even opt to because the spot they have on the north is incredibly valuable. That terrain, they can sit next to that tower just in front of Tycon on the right and look towards TE, look towards everyone coming in behind TE. In fact, TE is probably just going to defend again for Cerberus. All the defensive work being done by other teams for Cerberus at the moment. But they have the option to go towards that lone T5 player, play towards that. You can see that wizard tower over there to the right. They can go in a lot of different directions in this zone, but I think they're kind of opting to play it a little bit more safe. Yeah, like you said, they've got 9 kills. They're in a 6th spot. There's no point throwing this away. No point just losing your life to Pathnapong or anyone else. No point getting close to TE. You just kind of have to chill. You got a 6th spot. This zone's popping in 9 seconds as well, so they can easily make up their mind when it does.
You have to ask, though, looking at that map, Russell, is there a world that anyone wins but the Expendables? They're in the dream position, even further compounded with that circle shift for phase number 6. Sure, you got Cerberus to their north, and there is still a full-strength Khoa Gaming, but everyone else is basically solos. So there's not a lot of competition here for the Expendables, unless there's a whole lot of chaos and a bunch of teams all send it onto their compound at the exact same time, which is really difficult to coordinate. You basically can't. They're in the best position.
Then. If Khoa send it in, and then Cerberus is up on the north, they see that. They've only got 1 or 2 TE players to contend with. TE has to put most of their forces onto Khoa Gaming, and then Cerberus comes in and sweeps it up. They just might have to take a 1v3. They win that. They've got a house in that compound, and then it's easily winnable for them. And I guess we're about to see, because, Khoa have to move. And there isn't much playable terrain in this. Maybe they can send it over to the eastern terrain just behind that wizard tower that Opons is in right now. Maybe even send it towards that wizard power and then go up the terrain behind it, which I think is what they're opting to do. So we might not see TE fumble this with multiple teams breaching into them at once. But TE is certainly going to have eyes on this rotate. I don't know if those smokes are going to be enough.
Yeah, smokes were a little strange there from DK. I'm almost thinking that those smokes are to get Opons at the Wizzy.
Yeah.
Like, you look at that direction, it's almost like they want to kind of get the drive-by onto Opons, then maybe play that rock on the right-hand side of the circle. It could be the intention. It's kind of a lot of committal in terms of their utility, though. Like, they're not going to have as many smokes where you would kind of want them later. There's the nade from Opons. Maybe they're just going to go for the drive-by. Well, I don't know if they actually want him. I think it was just... Yeah, I don't actually know what they're doing right now. This is interesting, but I think the position they're in is what they wanted. He just happens to be in the Wizzy Tower, so they need to deal with him. That's what they've tried to do, but it's really difficult when Opons is the star player that he is. He'll avoid this nade just barely. 7 HP. First aid kit will be perfectly timed. He's already gotten 1 kill and 1 player very low. Molotov at the front door. It will spread a little bit, and Opons finally eliminated, but it's not Fire. Khoa Gaming. It's actually Tanvu for the Expendables, but this is the position I think they wanted. This is what they would have mapped out on their map, is to play this ridge. It's inside of the circle, and it isn't quite as much in the sightlines of that compound.
If this was winner chicken dinner, you can see Tanvu not taking shots at Opons and just letting him rip apart Khoa Gaming, but it's not. You'll take the points that you can get, and so Khoa kind of are able to keep 3 up Not unscathed, that's for sure, but with a lot less pressure now. Imagine if Opons was still alive in that Wizard Tower. So TE, yeah, they kind of get away with it. Scot-free for the moment. Cerberus can't take advantage of any timing that would have happened if Dancal decided to breach this compound. So next zone pop, it's going to be harder for Cerberus to get in, and all of the terrain on the edges of the circle, including the position that Dancal Gaming's in, is probably going to be out, which leaves only the compound, and I suppose those crates that are dropping now is the only cover in the zone.
Circle pop. Phase 7.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, well,
never mind.
Suddenly changes things a little bit. Cerberus are absolutely blessing the Circle gods as they get a massive shift to the northwest and away from that compound of the Expendables, who, yeah, they've still got at least one of the quads still in, Russell, but it's no longer going to be Prio. It's no longer going to be this most amazing location that's going to guarantee them a win. And not only that, but they've got dang Khoa Gaming to deal with behind them too. Foldable shield to play off of, still got that UAZ, still got this ridge line. Yeah, this becomes a little bit more work now for the Expendables rather than kind of a gimme win. They're really going to have to earn it now. And don't count out Luke 12, who's been a solo for about the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, he can deal damage. We've seen Luke in multiple solo player situations. How many util does he have? 2 smokes? Probably not ideal. Definitely won't cover the road distance. A nade and a molly if he does manage to do it. I wonder how unknown he is, though. If these guys know whether or not he's actually here, because he was here, yeah, very, very, very early. So either TE has no idea, or maybe TE is the only team that does have an idea. Duckjuice isn't looking that way. They're all looking towards Dancal Gaming as they make their rotate. This is looking more and more free for TE as all these teams are going closer and closer to each other and completely avoiding TE in the compound.
Yep, certainly is. Luke's just going to play hidey hole while the Expendables DK Cerberus will do the majority of the heavy lifting for the conclusion of this first game tonight.
I think
Oggle shield goes back up. Hello, Tanvu again. Big double nade. He got that kill earlier onto Opons from, or into the Wizzy Tower from the compound. Now he's able to land that nade. Huang maybe expecting more pressure. Doesn't go for the initial revive. In fact, just calls his teammate over to go and get the revive through the shield. Smart play, didn't panic. And he should be in a position to actually get this double revive because, oh, never mind. Solozzi's caught him over the hill, peeks on over. He will only get the 1 kill, though, from that trio. It's Tanvu who will benefit. He'll say thank you for finishing them off for us. Up to 11 kills, though, for Cerberus, and down to our final 3 teams. Luke, what can he do in terms of playing spoiler here? Because it's 3 for Cerberus, 3 for the Expendables.
Yeah, he's got this road bridge to work with, which is fantastic. This goes a lot longer than I initially remember. By now, I thought he would be out of the zone and exposed to one of these 2 teams, but it is deep into this zone. And Cerberus, I feel like Cerberus can aim for this direction, but they probably won't. No point going here, especially with this next zone popping. So Luke is going to live for a lot longer than he probably should. And he's in zone as well. TE close to zone. Cerberus also close to zone. It's just going to be an open field fight for the most part. You can't even, there's no compound in. It's only the smallest of ridges for these players to play with. And I feel like this might be a patented Luke 12 clutch. Because if you look at the angle he's got, that's basically dead center into where all the chaos is going to happen. That crate in the middle of the field as well is probably going to be used as cover by one of the TE members if they have a car and they can send it there. Because that's a great off angle onto Cerberus. And obviously Luke's going to see all his action go down. I guess if you're Luke, you're just hoping that either of these teams haven't properly counted the kill feed or have completely forgotten, because they'll be doing the math that it's them and one other team, but do they know about the solo?
Yeah, I mean, it's also a matter of where even is that solo. And yeah. I think it comes down to really the Expendables. Do they go and sweep Luke? I don't think they will. I think they just want to take this fight with Cerberus. They've got kind of a better position, and this is kind of a hill you want to fight for. You can see that Tanvu's playing it right now. You don't want to kind of give that up. You don't want to allow Cerberus to push onto this hill. So you're better off trying to take this fight from this position. And as soon as Cerberus have to push forward, they're going to be out and exposed in the open. Hence why smokes are going out from both teams. That then could allow Luke 12 to get involved behind the Expendables. I don't see a world in which he's going to keep moving much more forward. That ridge is eventually going to fade and he'll then be out in the open. So the Expendables, though, they don't look too concerned with Luke behind them. They clearly aren't aware. And Cerberus have to take this fight with the Expendables. They can't worry about Luke either. Solozzi gets the initial knock. That's exactly what Cerberus needed. They're the ones playing from out in the open. They're the one playing off their smokes. And look at him immediately. Solozzi just starts running. They immediately press shift and head into the direction of the Expendables. 2 more nades for Duckjuice. He is just dodging flashes left, right, and center. Same with these Molotovs as he throws out these final nade towards Tycon. Still keeping an eye behind. He can't see Luke 12 at all. Or has he spotted him behind the tree? I think he may have.
He's taking shots now. He was trying to get that flush.
He's almost
No
dead.
flush for Luke, though. Yeah. This is an off angle as well. They did have cars. They did go for the crate, except it wasn't TE, it was Cerberus. And now we're into phase 9. So Luke is going to have to move slowly, just survive. Luke is getting a second place here if he plays this correctly. And the rest of them, well, they have to fight for first. That is a great headshot onto TE before they can put that shield down. And those are becoming very useful in a zone like this where it's mostly open. Someone's just hopped in a car. Maybe someone's going for a play.
Yeah, smokes out from Luke, position exposed, but he gets involved with the nade as well. Shots towards Duchess, playing behind the tree. Expendables know that they are under, and a mess amount of pressure. There's the knock onto Tambu. Luke wants to try and steal it. He does so, but, well, his knock got stolen back anyway. 1 for 1. Can he get second place for Fury? Yes, he can. Duchess goes down to blue. It's 1 kill for Fury, but it's going to be 1 win for Cerberus, and a massive win at that in response to last night. They're about to get 23 points to start night number 2 for Cerberus. They had 25 points through 6 matches yesterday, effectively doubling their score in 1 game. The dream start with their dream player back in the lineup.
Dream player, dream kind of feeds as well. If that circle didn't shift north when we thought it was TE's game to lose, then Cerberus would have been in a much different position. They would have had to fight a lot harder, and then maybe Luke 12 would have been the one to undo them rather than being the one to undo TE. Regardless what played from TE, when you get a compound feed like that, you're going to take it. They're usually a team that will opt for more kill points than placement points, but screw it. You grab those feeds when you can. You just kind of hope you get the most points out of it. But this time around, it was Cerberus with a hard-fought win. Hard-fought, I'll stick to that, because they had a lot of fights next to that double that they eventually ended with. They could have lost more than 1 member there, but they got it done.
They certainly did. That was a very impressive performance by Cerberus. No high sack tonight. Huang Long in his position. Of course, him as the star player back and involved, and immediately a win, but also a bunch of kills as well, and 23 points. And suddenly, and this is what I was kind of trying to talk about and allude to in the pre-show, Russell. For FW, for Cerberus, 2 teams that had the potential coming into tonight to really turn things around. Those other teams around the 10 to 20 point mark, yeah, we probably put a line through them, but not these 2 teams. And for this reason, they both have the capabilities to do what Cerberus just did. Cerberus went and did it, and now puts them right at the top of that logjam and not too much further away from the top. A tremendous start for Cerberus. They doubled their points from all of yesterday in just 1 game. We'll see what the next game can bring for Erangel.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5. They get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Cerberus are back, baby. Massive win for them, along with 13 kills, effectively doubling all of their points from yesterday, just a couple shy. Russell, that was, though, the performance we kind of expected from Cerberus yesterday. We didn't quite get to see them at their very best. Lo and behold, we see Hemas rejoin the roster, and good things happen.
Yeah, Hymas comes back and it looks like the world is set right. Maybe that's just maybe he has more of an impact in the team vocally than you kind of thought, because you look at him and you go, okay, he's a fragger, but maybe he's got some vocal ability to make decisions and impact the IGL's thoughts that really make them able to pop off. And unfortunately, he wasn't super impactful in that game as he died early, but you know, if he was able to survive to that end game, he would have caused a great deal of damage.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And either way, they got the win, and the whole team looked like they were fit and firing. Let's go to the kill leaders from the last match and see where things stand with it. It was a game that had a lot of action, and a lot of it actually happened early on, thanks to Udirt. He had a very good compound defense that we saw, coupled with a few other kills. 6 kills overall for him on an individual level from New House Esports is a very valiant effort. So Aussie had 5 as well in that game, and he was a big standout as to why Cerberus were able to frag out the way they did. Theerathon, he had that super impactful moment individually against AAP on the road.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these guys, I guess excluding Udirt, but you look at the ones on the right and you go, okay, when you look at Twire stats, those guys consistently show up for their teams. But Udirt, he was the one who basically helped Cerberus. He was in the top floor of that double red, completely defending that compound from anyone that would want to hurt Cerberus. He was kind of their big bupper in that moment. Didn't let anything happen to them, but eventually he died to them anyway. So kind of a bittersweet ending there for him.
Certainly was. Still some very valuable points for new House Esports and keeps them in the conversation, especially in that logjam that has very much formed going forward into our next 5 games. There's a bunch of teams. I know we kind of listed about 8 or so going into the pre-match tonight, and I think it will remain that way probably throughout the majority of the night. One more game of Erangel for tonight, and basically the group stage, and for these teams. So we head there next. After that, then we go to take over Vikendi, Miramar. We get to then begin the map shuffle bonanza. So Cerberus taking out the first game of Erangel. And the other thing that happened last night as well, we had 6 different winners. No one has gone back-to-back yet, I don't believe at all. I'd have to go back and have a look at night number 1. And a very quick glance, the answer to that is no. Indeed, actually, 6 different winners throughout the first 2 nights.
Oh. I thought it was X-Men with a back-to-back win through the nights. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Nope,
Either
just
way,
had 1.
We talked about it last night as well, with Group C leaving the lobby, but no more Erangel comfort. Everyone finds that map fun to play and enjoyable, and if you're a competitive PUBG player, you're probably pretty confident on it, but this is the last chance for you to actually deal some damage on it if this is your comfort pick, if this is the one you feel most comfortable on. So yeah, only one more shot.
Yeah, one more shot for Erangel, and then we move away. And yeah, it was actually Bururam that had found 2 wins in that Group B versus C matchup last night. 1 to start the night, 1 to end the night, but no back-to-backs. We'll see if Cerberus can maybe do that for the first time in this tournament. And if they do, would really put them in a critical position of making top 8. They wouldn't have to do all that much more moving forward. So they have rocketed up the standings in this leaderboard race to get into the top 8. And suddenly, now, I don't know if you'd say firm favorite, because there's a lot that can still happen tonight, but with Hymas back, and the way that they played in that last game, Cerberus looked like the Cerberus we expected coming into this tournament. It's going to be difficult to now think about dislodging them from that top 8 when it's all said and done tonight.
I was going to say, if you're one of the other teams vying for a spot, a Cerberus win like that probably puts you on your toes a little bit. You really have to consider maybe going out and trying to get a lot more kills. I feel like when you get to the later stages of a tournament like this, the teams with, kind of on the cusp of qualifying and don't necessarily have the points needed, I feel like they end up just having to send it at every single team they see for kill points. It kind of just ends up being that way because you can't really wait to get those placement points, and sometimes you're not even guaranteed placement points with the way the circle shifts. So the only other way you guarantee it for yourself is if you go out and get those kill points. And I think Cerberus probably put that idea in a lot of these teams' mind after game 1. They're going to have to try a little bit harder, maybe get a little bit more aggressive, risk it a little bit more, because yeah, 1 more Erangel and 4 more games after that, you're running out of chances.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be a left side of the map. Playing path, really nothing too crazy with this. You can see obviously no points gained for EXO Clan. That game keeps them on 66, tied with Day Trade. Theerathon Five was okay. They picked up 11. They were able to continue kind of where they left off from night number 1. Very consistent team. PMA getting shots onto their location of Jervis, driving away from NOSH, who I guess picked up a weapon straight away and made sure Jervis was not going to be in their vicinity. And he does get out of dodge really quickly. He's fine. He's all good.
A little bit of an invisible wall. All good. Pretty standard on rotates in this game.
Center circle for this final game of Erangel. Keeps it nice and simple after the hectic chaos towards the Milton Cliffs for game number 1. We do go far more central for game number 2 of Erangel. Right over Pachinki, right over Potato Hill. Good news for the Expendables. They might get a second crack at kind of playing center 2 games in a row, but didn't quite work out for them all that well to finish game number 1, outside of course a lot of placement points, a lot of kills, and a really good performance overall. And you can see that logjam on the leaderboard now. The Expendables, Cerberus, Fury, Armory Gaming, all 40 points and climbing and closing those teams from Group C.
Yeah, TE will certainly take these feeds, but when you look at the stats, they have so many more kill points in their tournaments that they play than placement points. I believe they were one of the lowest placement point or the lowest placing teams in terms of placement points in one of the tournaments they played. So getting these center feeds is, I mean, it's ideal. You'll take it. You can't complain, but part of me thinks they want to be on edge, destroying every team in front of them and around them. Maybe that's how they want to play it, but sometimes you just play the cards you've dealt. You're in center zone, you're in Pachinki, which is one of the best spots to rotate from as well. So much choice, but in a zone like this, you probably only send a couple people out just to test the waters in different directions, and you keep a couple in Pachinki in case it goes northwest, south, or east. I mean, you can go up to Potato if you wanted to. Ninja 2K is currently the one at the Barns as well. If you want to see all this, LPL_play for the map stream. But they're doing a very basic Pachinki split. And one of Unicorn Phoenix is sneaking his way up. You can see that on the mini-map. And I don't know if there are many exit points to this compound that he will be able to miss. You just kind of have to hope Duck Juice goes straight back towards Pachinki in a straight line, or gets in his car and leaves. Maybe he senses the danger.
Unicorn Cyber started the night 35 points in 14th position. And look how quickly you can fall in the leaderboard. The same amount of points, but now 18th. And a little bit away from the logjam rather than smack bang at the top of it. So points are going to be very hard to come by in this lobby when you've got so many teams, 11 to 24, all vying for a spot in the top 8. They all need to be practically perfect. Theerathon was very much perfect in the last game for Theerathon 5, and he is really leading the way as the star player this tournament. No surprise for the player who was the star player in the Thailand series. Theerathon 5 looking like, I think, the complete team.
Yeah.
Obviously, we've got to kind of finish off the group stage for us and get through the 5 games. We're going to see them in the grand final. But for me, they are looking like the best team from APAC. And there's other really solid contenders as well. Biram look amazing, 117 points. I think Cerberus at their best, you can never discount them either. So for me, it's like Biram, well, not in that order, probably like T5, then Cerberus, then Biram, with the way things have played out so far. I just think Cerberus at their best, you just can't discount them at all.
No. I like the phrase complete team as well, because it kind of indicates that they have, they're playing their whatever foundation they've set for themselves, that's what they're playing, and they're not really deviating from that. They look really solid, essentially. And yeah, that's the case for X-Men, PLM, Brew, T5, and even EXO. That top 5 have looked really good, just confident in the way that they want to play PUBG at the moment. So you can't take that away from them, but it does make them kind of stand out from the rest of the lobby, because we've seen a team like NGE try to do so much in previous games, but they keep falling short, and that obviously doesn't really give us, it doesn't pass the eye test. It indicates that they're trying, but failing. But yeah, the top 5 teams, they're trying and succeeding.
So Blue's going to start moving shortly. Theerathon 5 crashing this compound, but it is completely vacant on the very northwest side. On top, though, the very much top roof, we've got a member of Pixel Stars and the rest of the team making their way over the bridge now. 4 grenades for Pathampong as he will get out that org and see if he can get a good spray down. Jing landed a little bit of damage onto Pathampong. Just caused him to maybe slightly hesitate, but he doesn't hesitate at all. He does get knocked down, though, by the player on the roof in Capybara. Theerathon 5 have got the numbers, and they've already been able to kind of thwart the reinforcements that were arriving for Pixel Stars. We switch over. It's NOSH, and it's Arctix Gaming, Japan on Japan, over towards the hill, and there goes Arctix out early on. Last place this game, last place overall on the leaderboard.
Just as I was about to ring off some information about Arctix, they go and die. Back to this fight, though, with T5. They could have made this a lot cleaner if they had rushed up these stairs straight to Capybara and got that kill before the reinforcements arrived. But sometimes it's better to let those reinforcements arrive, because you can just take them out as quickly as possible. They're the ones with time pressure, and you saw Pathampong take full advantage of that. Jing even knocked himself out of the car. He was that much in a hurry. And then after that, it's a very simple 1v3, 1v4, depending on how many members you want to send up the stairs. So Pixel Stars, yeah, not the best, especially if you're just finished looting and all of a sudden you have to fight for a compound that one of your teammates is stuck in. It's a really bad feeling going out that way, but Theerathon 5 played it pretty excellently.
It goes back to that conversation about Theerathon 5 being a sort of complete team, right? Look who's got the 3 kills, the Tatsawat. He's more of the supportive player on this roster. The lowest damage across both the Thai series and PGC. He's the newest player. He's not meant to be the fragger on this roster. You got Thanatos, you got Rossiter Jr. to do that. And even Pathampong is certainly capable. So Tatsawat, that's not kind of his role. But when you've got teams kind of crashing you, everyone on the roster needs to be capable. And he stood up, got the 3 kills, helped out his team massively. And that's why I think they're the most complete roster here at the tournament. 2.5 minutes till phase number 2. EXO Clan on the rotate. They were not able to get involved in that last game. Although, you know, looking back, there were a lot of teams that weren't able to really get involved in that last game. That phase 2 circle shift really was the undoing for the majority of teams. EXO sent Insight towards the Milton Cliffs to see if he can get position. He then dies. Akita then gets caught in the tree lines. He then dies. And the game just kind of goes from there. So it was one of those sort of matches. They wouldn't put too much stock into it. It's about just resetting, rebounding, and coming in with a clean slate for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that EXO does a lot. If they do lose one member, you don't necessarily see them turtle up. You don't see them kind of just bunker down in a compound. You still see them spread as if they were 4. And that's one of the reasons Akita died up on that hill. And that's probably one of the reasons they died a lot early, is because if you're EXO, you're a bit glass cannon sometimes. So if you lose one early, it doesn't even matter if you lose one early. You just kind of play with confidence and, you know, play as if you're going to win the scenario you're opting to play towards, regardless of your numbers. And that's kind of what we saw last game. But it also leads to a lot of success sometimes. Glass cannons, I mean, if you're hitting the right numbers in those glass cannons, if you've got the right RNG, then it puts you up to 66 points in one night.
ArkAngel Predator, well, they looked like they were probably on for a massive game in our last match, and then they got undone by Thanatol. They had the 6 points gained, which is, you know, a decent amount. If you can continue to get 6 per game, puts you at least in the conversation. And kind of the conversation in that last match for AAP was they do average about 6 kills per game, at least back in PUBG Challenger Rumble Rust, but that got cut down to just 3. So they also started to not get as many placement points and ends up putting them into a position where I don't think they were reaching their true potential. Yep. This is a top team. And, you know, clearly the start of the last game really sort of highlighted that, how much these guys can frag out. I mean, they had the most kills in PCR2. These guys can frag. Don't always get the most placement points, certainly don't get many chicken dinners, but they can certainly frag. And that's something that I probably need to see from AAP if they're going to have the opportunity to make it into the final 8 by the end of tonight. 10 seconds away from phase number 2 for a center circle P1. Do we get a massive hard shift that really shakes things up for our final game of Erangel tonight? It is not really going to do that much. Bit of water with the Roslock River still in. A lot of Watertown, of course, or Boatyard, whatever you want to call it these days. It'll always be Watertown for me, but clearly a lot of these teams already centered up for this kind of circle. Ruins is open. You can backfill into Pachinki if needed. The warehouse, the farmhouses as well. Potato Hill is at the moment vacant. EXO will probably scout that out. And a lot of these teams down towards the yellows near the cliffs as well, Russell, they need to basically play edge from this point onwards. Pete with a good spray onto Hymas. That is a big knockdown for PMA, and that also means it's a big knockdown for Cerberus for all of the wrong reasons. Reinforcements arriving for both teams. They just send it straight into the building. Long watching the backside so that it can't enter in and get the flush onto Hymas. He's done a great job. Good kill onto Jervis. The drive by Teddy, though. Really solid effort right now from PMA, taking it up against the onslaught juggernaut of Cerberus, and they are winning.
Yeah, both teams committing fully to this compound, and look who's on the side. You've got 2 teams, one of them being FW.
It's not even in the circle.
Yeah, it's not even in the circle, but FW will certainly take advantage of this if they can. A third party for them when they need the points, they need to show us what they can do. They'll take it. Yeah, fully committed though. PMA definitely ended up better though. 4 alive and Cerberus limited to that prio. Hymas certainly not getting res, no chance. So there's only 2 of Cerberus that remain, and they're limited to that prio. So many angles. The angles are so awkward from that building. In fact, if you're PMA, you might even consider ditching this. But I think once you get information onto FW up that hill, it might make you reconsider leaving this compound. This might be one where PMA have no other choice but to commit to fully wiping Cerberus. We'll just have to see.
We will have to see indeed. Cerberus down to 2. Tycon and Sololsi, who picked up 5 kills in the last match. He's going to walk away, though, with none in this one. Teddy gets that kill. And for PMA, this has been a tremendous fight win. And on their part, they've done a very good job across the board to win this fight. They got the initial knock onto Hymas. They sent the reinforcements in. Huanglong did a decent job at the backside of the compound, but Teddy with the drive-by then sat him down as they are trying to find this man in the smoke. It's not easy.
He's run downstairs. They're all panicking. Don't blame them, though. Shoot the corners you've seen people in before. But Tycon's run rings around them. He was prone on the floor right next to them. Now he's downstairs. Did they spot him on that cross to the stairs? I wonder, or if the smokes were too thick. That's a fantastic molly, though. If he wants to go for the res, he could risk it, but I don't think he's going to. They might jump out of the windows like they're doing now, and they know that molly came from downstairs. Can't have come from upstairs. Smell. He wanted that, but Raze is going to get him instead. And so PMA will finally be able to clear out Tycon. They know there's a down player down there as well. Tycon's going to get one, but he won't be allowed to get... No way he gets 3 here. If he gets all... Oh my God.
Close. No cigar. And in the end, no kills as well, Russell, because, like, look at that. It's 3 men on the floor that are about to get all revived up. That was a massive chance, massive effort from Tycon. And what's sad about it is he gets nothing to show for it, other than maybe a bit of a highlight reel play. But I don't know if you'd put a death like that in your highlight reel. PMA, all the good work, and it still is not undone. 6 kills, 4 players up. They're in the blue. Again, this compound was not inside of the circle. We go towards Watertown. Now, that's going to shift back down south, though, for Phase 4. And QConfirm, I think, might be one of the better placed positions. We'll see what they elect to do. They do want to group up from that small 2-2 split, and they head up to the compound north of Pachinki. Pachinki is also still pretty much in. You got the church on the hill as well. Good position to play off. You can scout a lot of the fields just north from that location. FW Esports, the onus is on them. They need to get going. 27 points. Cerberus, they were able to double their points from game number 1. FW Esports, we'll see if they can match that here in game 2. But Cerberus out. So all that good work from the first game is a little bit undone by going out with nothing to show for it in this second game.
If you were watching on that previous circle pop as well, TE were doing a pre-rotate just in case something happened. They ended up staying inside Pachinki, which has ended up well for them. They'll be able to play edge, which I feel like definitely favors the playstyle they want to go for. But FW, I feel like they could have done a lot more on that fight down south, but we don't get to see it. They backed off. They didn't push closer. They didn't go to the Wizzy, and instead they're making a rotate straight in towards TE, straight in towards levels, which could end in their demise. Another game for FW where they potentially could have scraped together some kills, but it might end in disaster. That said, they've got teams around them now. You can see them below this emergency parachute setting up on levels. They've got QConfirm to kind of protect them. They've got TE inside Pachinki to kind of protect them, and they can just kind of bunker down in that spot and wait for the circle to do its thing. This is Dan Cow as well. They could have done something on the south with that Cerberus fight if they wanted to, but they're opting to take the emergency parachute, go all the way north, which to their credit, I suppose, is the soft side of this circle, but Fury is up there, and Fury is incredibly active as well as T5, and it looks like Dan Cow might just get spread in between both these teams and ripped apart.
Yeah, I mean, this is the risk you kind of got to take in this scenario. Parachuting on in. So far, no one, though, has been touched. Rossiter Jr. doesn't even fire shots onto Huang and allows him actually up onto the roof. He may fire shots, though, if Huang does peek an over peek, giving away his head location. T5 already up to 4 kills this game. And I think Rossiter Jr. wants to just kind of keep his position, obviously unknown. Doesn't probably know that the other members of DK aren't really next to his location. Of course, Theerathon 5 have good angles looking in towards Watertown. They've got all of Ruins under lock. They've got a massive split. They've even got the yellow south of Ruins too. So in terms of zone control, Theerathon 5 are absolutely the best placed out of all of the teams in terms of what they control for territory inside of this Phase 3 circle. We'll see what translates, though, for Phase 4. It should go south and away from Watertown.
Oh, here we go. Mortar coming in. FW, their rotation has been spotted. They weren't really happy with sitting on levels, which I suppose is fair enough. They were kind of surrounded. Maybe QC had a lot of control to be able to push up. There's so much action going on in the southwestern side of this circle, though. 3 teams, Unicorn, Phoenix, Armory Gaming, and PMA, all fighting for position at that highway, at that forest. But yeah, you can see this coming eventually. There's just too many angles that both T5 and Fury have. DK have such limited movement, and going through Boatyard there doesn't look entirely viable. Now we just have to see if any of these hit. Maybe they're too far away. But he's been given info through Thanadol. That is actually quite close. A little bit more left into the spots they're actually going to be. And you can see one of those landing. Akita can't get that done. NOSH, this is on the very edge of circle down south. Just a little bit of a scrap, trying to see who can finally make it into his own. But they're tearing each other apart. The rest of EXO, that said, they've made it to levels. They've backfilled where FW was before. And we'll see whether what FW was scared about will actually come to fruition, but for EXO this time.
Yeah, could be the case. Banana 1 picking up another valuable kill for FW, so that's at least 1 point, 4 players up. Good position inside of the zone. Got to make something from this game for FW Esports. Otherwise, they'll be running out of time. Well, there goes New House. Not ideal. They had a decent game number one. Put them back in the conversation of top 8 in that logjam with everyone else, but they walk away with nothing here from game 2 of Erangel. Roster Jr. has been flushed and finished off, so that's down to 3 players for T5. Again, we don't worry about T5. They're on 85 points. They're going to make top 8. Everything from here is a bonus. Hello, Leon's double nade. There goes EXO Clan. And for the second game running, 0 points from EXO. Now, I don't mean to cause alarm bells to ring, Russell, but if you go the whole night picking up nothing, you probably won't make top 8. So from a comfortable night, not to even to jitters just yet, but hey, they need to start to turn things around on the other maps.
Yeah, I was going to say, when we look into today without the knowledge of the first 2 games, you go, yep, they're guaranteed, but 0-point games is very unlike EXO. Even with their glass cannon playstyle, they still get stuff done. It's glass cannon, but they get early kills a lot of the time, especially in Oceanic tournaments. Of course, this is a bit of a different beast, but what happened to them is, I suppose, what FW was avoiding. FW, I feel like, could have hunkered down there and held it, even though QConfirm can still push up from that compound and get some easy nade kills. They could have held it, but they opted against it, and instead, EXO was the one to feel the force of QConfirm. And I think Smelt maybe got a knock onto, and a flush actually, onto one of Theerathon Five rostered down and out. He was the one who was being quite silent, didn't pay off for him. And DK have found themselves a little bit more movement than I thought they would have. Fury's been kind of disconnected from this fight, I suppose. DK have just opted to go straight towards T5, and these two have slipped right past the front lines.
They certainly have. Down to 3. Hatsor, I think, may have just been spotted. Tip of his head peeking through the grass blades, and he has been knocked by John. T5 trying to just salvage this. Thanatol peeks over, and you know what can happen when this man is around. He can certainly make things happen. Nade at the feet of Jun. I don't know how that man survives when a nade is landing right at his feet, but the second one from Patton Pong has been able to knock him, as the first one probably should have. Smell behind the tree, back in towards the blue. He needs to just hug this without really going in. Tagged up, nice double shot. Patton Pong lands it. There goes Khoa Gaming. And again, their chances of top 8 dwindled by the game. 7 kills for T5. And even in a game where everything hasn't quite been perfect, they're still scraped together a massive amount of points. And Patton Pong is putting this Mark 12 to so much work after finding the elimination onto DK. Now turns his attention to FW Esports.
I thought sometimes you just got to click mouse 1 in quick succession and it just works out. Headshot, body shot to get that quick knock. And then, of course, you follow that up with the mortars. Now they're sat still, rezzing that person. At least 2 of them are involved in that. So you're really hoping that this one lands, because FW is kind of stopping T5 from moving on in the circle. They need to kill these guys somehow. The mortar is going to scare them up a little bit, maybe disperse them, put them on unfortunate angles. And you can see as well, Unicorn Cyber has angles on Theerathon 5's push as well. You're just kind of hoping, if you're FW, that this is a game that pans out, finally goes your direction. They're in such a good spot to get this done. And in fact, if they were to kill T5 on edge, look how much action is going on in the center right now that they'll have full eyes on.
Nade from sneak attack landing onto Sapal. Fury, again, not really that heavily involved in this match. Patton Pong continues to push up to FW. He has 1 frag grenade, but it could do just so much damage from this position. He sees Raze to the left, throws that in. That's perfectly placed. Could be good for 1. It is. That's bot fluke knocked down. He didn't overstay his welcome either, because FW could have really responded with the shots. They got it to half. The nade gets him to 25. Now the Thanatol to maybe switch over and take the sort of early front contact. He too takes a nade to the face. FW Esports are using all of their nades defensively to thwart and ward off Theerathon 5. They are giving them the respect that they deserve, despite their position and despite the fact that FW Esports have the numbers. They look like they're on the ropes. Nade from Raze, though, that might just be perfectly placed to land onto Thanatol. I'm expecting top right. No, doesn't pop up in the feed. It overshot. Shanks catches Patton Pong out in the back, and Thanatol probably realizing their good run is coming to an end here for game 2.
I feel like FW's setup in this ball probably isn't optimal to look towards T5. If Thanatol can get this close with nades and throw them, then something's wrong with FW's setup. They should have cars looking towards that, and even if they just spot him for a millisecond, they know that they have to avoid those nades, but they weren't set up like that. Thankfully for FW, Shanks comes in, and I guess Shanks T5 in the back, and now it's just Thanatol remaining. FW is looking better and better for them to have a fantastic game here. Can't forget QConfirm AAP though as well. This is going to shift, and there's a team on every single edge, north, south, east, and west, and it favors AAP. East Unicorn Cyber as well, pretty well. Looks like Fury's in a bit of strife up north.
Yeah, very well could be. Algebot's getting aggressive. AAP, good position on that eastern side of the circle, suddenly becoming a team that can make a big statement with a big win. 7 kills already, 44 points. Again, that's the AAP that we know and love. They go and frag out, but can they get the placement points? Can they get the win? That's kind of the next step in their evolution as a team. Statistically, that's the one thing that's kind of missing in terms of making them one of the top teams, like a Theerathon 5, for example, like a Cerberus, but they're in a good position to capitalize this game. Alec makes it kill number 8, up to 45 points for AAP. And again, that eastern side of the zone, completely their territory. As Shanks will go down to Theerathon, he wins the battle of the 1v1s. I think Sixax maybe wanted to try and peek over, get involved. Algebot dies out to Waikikamuka. We didn't get to see how that happened. I think he may have overextended on the north side of that territory. They wanted to push in towards Boatyard. He then gets caught. Nice little fire back from Fury, and AAP go down to 3.
I believe he was trying to get out. He was very close to Fury, made his escape and got shot out of his vehicle, which is incredibly unfortunate because if he had been able to group back with the rest of AAP, it would have been so much easier to play this game out, especially with the amount of control they have. But AAP are going to have to stick it out with 3 now, and Fury in with a good chance too. I feel like Fury might actually be in a spot to take a very isolated fight with AAP. They have a really distinct ridge. You can see Cal moving along it now. This is probably the highest point in the zone at the moment, if you exclude the buildings inside the compound, which is currently out. And I mean, look how much vision Cal has on the entirety of FW. FW cannot catch a break. Every time they peek up, someone's looking at them, someone's throwing nades at them. They've got barely any control. They're not even sure where they're going to get shot from. Raze goes down, the top fragger for FW, and Flood. He can see that ridge to his right. I bet you he's making calls right now. He wants to push that. He wants to get closer with these nades, because these ones are going to land pretty close, but they might not go far enough. So if he's got a couple teammates, that ridge just down to the right there could be golden for Fury.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite bounced over that ridge, has it, and then rolled down and got the damage. That is going to allow FW Esports to not only get that revive, but stay up as 4 in that position. Only the 1 kill of this game, and you can kind of see FW Esports on the leaderboard in only 20th place, 31 points. They are, starting to kind of lose a grip with the teams above them. They need something from this match. Already is the top 5, but they need the kills to go with it. Zapao, Peaks Rock, right side, Opons. That's a nade maybe at his feet. No, I don't think so. It might have been the original one. He already got taken quite low from it. Same with Demon, both playing the same angle. Leon's with a good knockdown for QC. Zapao to pop his only first aid kit that is remaining. Imagine he probably has to try and go for this revive. Flash goes out. He has no smokes either. So in terms of utility for Unicorn Cyber, they look out of options here. Only the rock to play off of, with multiple teams trying to get angles on this location. And over to QConfirm, who are having a decent game. It's just all about trying to finish strong. But as is the case with this kind of position on Erangel, there just doesn't seem to be many safe places for any of these remaining 5 teams.
Yeah, there's only so many players and teams you can fit inside a zone like this. Only so many bowls and ridges you can play. FW, they're making their push to get out of their bowl. Nice shot from Sixax to take down Petrat. As they run in, they're trying to clean out Unicorn Cyber. Unicorn Cyber looked dead, and maybe they still will be dead, but not thanks to QConfirm, thanks to Fury on this dominant hill on the north here. This is probably the best angle. They have all the vision on all the smokes. Every one of these teams trying to make it in, make it through this chaos. Opons goes down. FW, they're on the backside of this though. QC sent it in front of them, but the MG3 is lethal up close. You crouch with this thing and you're going to get 2, maybe 3 guaranteed, as proven.
Yeah, that was really nice from Cheeksing. I mean, you could say it's easy because the MG3 up close, but it's still 2 moving targets, both coming directly at him. Nice shots, big kills for QC, 7 kills in total, and FW Esports again cannot capitalize on this game. 1 player left remaining. The team that has the most players now alive are the teams that were in a little conflict earlier ago, AAP and Fury, as Cal gets the kill onto Banana 1. There goes FW, 5th place. It's not enough. They need more points from these games tonight. Here comes Cal peeking over, starting to get some confidence is Fury, as he peeks over, gets the knock onto Demon immediately with the flush as well. Alec gets the power. Fury and ArkAngel Predator both combining to flush out the rest of the lobby. Now, the 2 teams, 3 players left alive can go toe-to-toe, and 2 teams that now look certain to make top 8. Look at Fury already up into 7th. It's Cal the knock onto Alec though. Makes it a 3-on-2 momentarily. Do they get aggressive? Only flashes go out. Not a lot of movement. Luke's a bit further back.
Evil Patrick's on the backside of this. He had a long angle, but he's pushed up. With a knock on to Alec, his job changes for the moment. Flood's gone down to the right too. If he stays at this could be... What kind of vision does he have? If he can look at that toe underneath that car, maybe he can get it, and he does. Nan steps out straight into Flood's bullets. And now with 2 knocked onto AAP, this ridge has given Fury so much. 10 kills in this game, and there's only 1 more left to climb.
Yeah, about to be 12 kills though once these 2 players bleed out. 1v3. A chance for Evil Patrick to make himself a hero for AAP. Flood the flashes in his face. Evil Patrick being inundated with utility. He pushed up, got 1 knock, but he couldn't get any more than that. It's a 13 kill win for Fury. They got up to 68 points. They are firmly entrenched inside of the top 8 for the grand finals. Arguably didn't need a super massive night tonight. They were always in a good position from their night yesterday, but this should just about solidify it. Massive game as well for ArkAngel Predator. Keeps them in a really solid spot for top 8. QC somehow managed to get the most damage that game, but that was a very fun Erangel. Very fun Erangel for the 2nd game in a row as well.
Yeah, well, QConfirm was kind of in a similar spot to Fury, where they had vision on so many different teams in that zone, and they were kind of limiting FW as well on that western side, just farming damage on them. But in the end of the day, it was Fury. I mean, as soon as you see them get that ridge, as soon as they clear out T5, as soon as they clear out and get rid of FW on their western side, that ridge is theirs for the taking. And you mentioned just how confident Fury were. I feel like if you're any PUBG player and you're on top of that ridge and you see the entire zone in front of you, it's hard not to have confidence.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think really well played, though, for a lot of those teams in that game. That's kind of one where you can give chocolates to probably all of those teams at the end, Russell, because that is not an easy position to play on that map of Erangel. There's just really no cover. You have to play car forts. You have to play ridges, smokes. How many smokes you have could literally determine if you have a good game or not.
Yeah, I mean, FW, I feel so bad for FW because they were stuck in that bowl the whole time. I felt like maybe they could do more. There was a couple fights I think they could get probably really involved in, but it was one of those games for them where they were just limited. Again, it's a game where they had some chances to get frags, but they never did, and they just, I just want to see so much more from them. I'm hyping up based off stats, but I feel like they can prove it.
Yeah, we'll see. They've only got 4 games to go. We go to a break. When we come back on the other side, it's Tago.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5. Get away
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapon stealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, They'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Fury find their second win of the tournament here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup. They got one last night, they get one tonight, and after 38 points last night, Russell, they have continued to pick up where they sort of left off, if you will, and they are maybe even going one better with the way that they started tonight on Erangel. They get themselves up to, I believe, around 68 points, which has already put them above day trade and firmly down the conversation of making top 8.
You would expect a team of Fury's caliber to be able to do something in a lobby like this when there are some weaker teams, but then obviously all the other teams are teams that they've played against before. They kind of know what to expect coming into an APAC lobby. So yeah, it's not surprising that Fury is in this spot, but I think it's probably just a little bit of warm-up that happened yesterday, get into the groove of things. Again, we mentioned this yesterday, they're kind of a throw-together team. So they've got to get into their own groove before I think they can make things happen.
And a team that's not a throw-together team is ArkAngel Predator. They also had a very, very strong finish to that game to close out Erangel. 68 points for Fury, 51 for AAP. The 51 points with 4 games to go really does put ArkAngel in a solid position going into the last couple of games to get themselves into the top 8. And, you know, for the fact that both of these two teams are from PUBG Challenger Rumble says a lot about the region.
I mean, it's a rivalry as old as time, right? These guys have been ever since APAC and SEA, or sorry, OS and APAC have been combined. These guys have been going at it. When I was on the roster, when, you know, everyone was on the roster with Luke, Vlad, you know, it's just all these OS players have been fighting up against AAP players for forever. And it seems like Algin and Alec and Evil Patrick and Nat, it seems like they've been together for so much longer than I thought they would be. These guys have been very consistent with their roster.
Yeah, they certainly have been around a long, long time. Not always under the AAP banner. I think back in the day it was like Angel Alliance and the old while the old AAP was there, but of course a team that has been playing for so long now, and kind of like Fury as well. Those players individually, of course, have been playing for a very, very long time. We've of course got Tago to talk about now, Russell, as we go to that one next. An opportunity for a lot of those teams that are down towards the bottom, but opportunities that are running out, right? Like, we can keep saying it, but only so many more times tonight. There's 4 games to go, 3 different maps. This is it. You've got to make this count.
Yeah, we don't have to beat these teams down. They know it. They know what they have to do. Luckily, though, Tago and Vikendi can still kind of act as wildcard maps, although they will know how they play and they'll have done their research. They can still be very random, evident by the fact that when we watch Tago, when we watch Vikendi, there's a lot of early action, a lot of unknowns still, even in the early stages of the game, that these guys have to account for. And then, of course, when you get to the end game, even though they've been playing this map for multiple years now, it still can have unknown factors. The terrain isn't entirely laid out yet. It doesn't have as many landmarks as, say, Erangel or Miramar, so it can still cause chaos.
It certainly can. Let's get straight into it. Game 3 for tonight, the final night of the group stage for the Asia Super Cup. It's Tago, and it's a very fun map, quickly becoming one of my favorite maps. I think probably now second. I'll put it over Miramar. I don't think it can dislodge Erangel for me, Ross, but it's definitely up there.
And I love it too. For Pugs especially, it's fantastic because, I mean, you see it in comp, you see it in Pugs too. It's just a map where you get a bunch of action. It's flat enough where you'll be able to see most of the people you're coming up against. And I think probably the biggest factor is it's nice and green. It's nice and bright. It's not a dull yellow Miramar. It's very similar to Erangel. So yeah, it's definitely my second favorite map too.
Green doesn't always mean good though, if you remember the old Sandhawk days. So take that with a grain of salt.
Murky, muddy green. It didn't have a good vibe to it.
Too much green. Don't go too much green. Never go too much green. Let's get into this one though. And we've got 3 teams now that are, of course, lit up in purple inside of the top 8. So sort of reiterating as we're getting close to the halfway point tonight already. God, it goes quick. Viram, Purple Moon, X-Men, of course, from Group C. Even still, now that we've kind of played the first 2 games and going into this 3rd game, Russell, they're set. Like, we're not going to see 8 teams push them out, and so that they would be 9, 10, and 11. Those 3 teams are definitely going to be in the top 8. For T5, Fury, and EXO, considering they've still got, 3 more games to play, they're also in, well, technically 4 with Tago. They're in a position that they're already in the top 8. They're likely to make it. That leaves us down to 2 slots. Daytrade, FTF, they ain't playing, all right? They're out tonight. So that's kind of the next slots to look at. Who can get there? Who's the closest? Well, ArkAngel Predator, 15 points away from Daytrade. The Expendables, 16 points. So they aren't that far with 4 games to play. If you Daytrade, if you FTF, yeah, you're likely not going to make it.
Yeah, and you're still looking at kind of all the teams in the 40-point region, so Unicorn Phoenix all the way up to Armory Gaming as well. Maybe they still have a chance to get in it, but they're going to have stellar performances. Cerberus, it looks like they're going to up that momentum, but they are still in that region of points where if they don't carry that momentum from game 1, then it could end in disaster. This is a zone that, I mean, everyone that's not in it isn't going to like. There's only so many bridges you can cross. T5 in the center of it again this time round. AAP in a good spot to maybe get something done. QConfirm as well, similarly to last game. And it looks like TE has a pretty simple cross if they want to make it when they want to make it. This is a map as well, and a circle too, where you're probably going to see a couple of bridge camps because, as I said at the start of the night, we're getting into the territory where you're going to have to kind of opt more for those kill points rather than those placement points. Kill points is something you can... I mean, I guess you can confidently guarantee them. You'd like to think in your own head when you're going for them that you're going to get them, and you can't always guarantee placement points depending on where the circle goes. So some bridge camps could be in order here, and there's already a couple teams quite close to them.
I'm just looking at the leaderboard. So Unicorn Cyber, 17th place to AAP, 10th place. Only 7 points separating. That's nothing with 4 games to go. All those teams still in really good positions. Unfortunately, those below Unicorn Cyber, Russ, like your new House Esports, PMA, FW, if they don't get anything this game, I'll put a line through them. Like, I really would, because then they've only got 3 games to go. So many teams above them. It would take a miracle. Massive chance for those 3, especially FW, PMA, New House, must get points here on Tago. Must just keep that leaderboard ticking along nicely, heading into Vikendi after this. DK, you could maybe make an argument if they have a massive game here. Unfortunately, they haven't kind of shown characteristics that they've got the capabilities to really close things out in the last 4 games and go and get, 50 points or so, as they are close by to Pixel Stars. And I will say it's also kind of, is that the right word? Yeah, a little. Yeah, bottom bottom 3 teams, 2 of those are actually from Japan in Arctix and NOSH. Pixel Stars, of course, as well from the Master League. As Capybara gets eliminated by Huang. Really good kill for DK, who have kind of been stalking Pixel Stars, but it's RK through the window up above top floor, turns back, gets a kill onto Jun, so a little bit of damage inflicted back onto DK. Don't get away scot-free.
Yeah, no, that was rapid from Hong. It was very good on that flick towards that car. Too much damage against Pixel Stars to reasonably have a good game here, although RK could have some fun with that Panzerfaust. Smell is very close to him. He's playing this like he has no idea Smell's there, because obviously his windows are entirely exposed to Smell's angles if he was to look that way. And Huang's trying to get a little bit closer to his teammates as well. In a situation like this, when you've already got 2, it's probably smart to regroup. Make sure you can trade out the remaining players, because the remaining players, as you will look at RK, are going to be quite sneaky. They're going to try to get their guaranteed 1 and then see if they can get any more. And Huang's been spotted as well, but I think maybe he also spotted RK. Well, they're not RKs here, actually, so because he thought through that. That is so good. Through that window, that's a good throw from that distance. You got to give him credit. And now it's just if he can get that close range kill with the Panzerfaust. Remember, he has to get that close range kill with the Panzerfaust. Okay, never mind. I start to hype him up. I start to hype up the fun, and then he just goes down immediately.
Yeah, good nade from Huang. And solid work from Arctix Gaming to make very quick work of Pixel Stars, who's just down to the last remaining player in Jing. Yeah, it's been a rough tournament, especially for that bottom 3. 2 of those from Japan. 4-man bow. The other one from Japan, 49 points, which, I mean, by the end of tonight, I don't know where that would put them, but it certainly wouldn't be the bottom 3, I would say. Of course, the third team from Japan, Jing, the solo, such a good play last night. Kind of out of nowhere, no disrespect, but Pixel Stars were not quite the team you expect those kind of plays, but he just kind of popped off with that sawn-off, almost pulled one of the bigger plays that I've ever seen, and just couldn't quite finish it off. He did pretty much as he could, though.
Yeah.
Now is the
Fully
solo.
blind.
Yeah, for FW Esports, though, Ross, we need eyes on them this game. They need points for such a top team. They obviously do not want to be going to last chance calls. They'd love to skip straight to the grand finals. To do so, they need points in this game. I think at least getting around 10 points or so just puts them back in the conversation, as RKS was eventually finished off by Huang.
Unfortunately for FW, they're coming up against the rivals from last game in QConfirm. QConfirm did so much to stop them from having a good game last game, as did basically every team with a vision on the ball that they had, but they're going to have to fight them again if they want to go past them, because QConfirm is located on the coast, and so is FW. LPL_play for the map stream if you want to see this action from the top-down view. They're getting ever closer to each other, and I think at this point they probably have information on each other. So now it's up to FW to see whether they want to rotate back to the north. Never mind. FW doesn't have any info. They're careful, they're cautious, and Bot Flute gets away with his life. That was rapid from Opongs, but not enough shots landed. But as you can see, the rest of QConfirm were here this whole time, setting up kind of a camp, I suppose, for anyone to come across that bridge and rotate down this way. But it hasn't worked out. Maybe shooting too early for Opons without it being a guaranteed kill. Maybe in his mind it was. It looked pretty certain to me. But just couldn't get it done, and for that, they lose out on any possible kills they could have got from FW.
Yeah, two-edged sword. Do you want to lure them in, take the close fight? If you do so, you obviously run the risk of giving FW Esports a bit of that space and opportunity to kind of play around the fence line and play the buildings. Instead, if you shoot early, there's probably less risk, but goes with that less reward, and that's exactly kind of how it plays out. FW Esports are absolutely wrapped that they didn't get kind of lured into a trap there, losing a couple of players. They need to kind of play the game and style now where they need 4 players alive. They can't be losing a player or 2, even if that gets them, say, 2-3 kills, maybe even 4. They need 4 players up. They need to play a solid, complete game. Tanvu, well, smart. He's the solo at the moment here for the Expendables in this position. Takes a shot onto Teddy. Once you get into that vehicle seat, though, you are slim pickings if someone's watching you, and he does take his opportunity. Of course, everyone else from PMA may opt to turn around, but there are little cross angles for the Expendables. While talking about a trap earlier, this very much is the web being laid out by the Expendables. PMA thought they were safe, they thought they were clear, but no, the Expendables had people lined up all around this vicinity. They have been able to catch them off guard. 2 easy kills and a good start to the game for TE.
A fantastic start for Tanvu. PMA nearby shaking in their boots. Maybe they want to get some revenge on this. Sticking up on top of these hills. Lunlun is close, and they have info on Tanvu, obviously, so they could opt to go for the push, but Tanvu has smartly backed off towards his team. So another team on the north, his team can cover this angle from PMA. So it's a heads-up play for TE. A couple of them are in vehicles in 777 at the moment, but Tanvu's still pretty safe on the opposite side. PMA are going to stay here no matter what. It's just up to TE whether they want to mount this attack or not. Looks like they're opting to play it a bit more passively, wait for PMA to peak, but I think I'll eat my own words, because PMA, they're going back to those vehicles, they're going back towards the compound. I don't think they want anything to do with the Expendables right now.
No, I don't think they do. Yeah, a minute left as well till phase 2. Not really worth it. Yeah, it's somewhat of a, you know, camp here from the Expendables, but there's plenty of places that PMA can rotate to. They're also inside of the circle anyway, so not really much of a rush. And obviously Jervis and Lindland only duo, so you haven't even got the numbers. You're just better off trying to hide, run away, get into these kind of late game positions, rank tank a bit, and then see if you can just scrape together a couple of points. But no, unfortunately for PMA, scraping together points is no longer the attitude that they really need to have if they're going to make top 8. Only the 33 points. And this is just going to be the harsh reality on the final night of any kind of qualification. You are going to be seeing teams, Russ, that are just going to slowly fade away. Pat and Pong using the pickup system to just get some information. They're already on top of the hill, just south of Go Dock. They're not going to be going anywhere. It's just a matter of go up and then come straight back down.
Yeah, exactly. All the way to the north this time. FW in another solid spot where they can get something done, but I'm not going to say anything good yet because every time I have, I've eaten my words and they haven't really gotten much done. T5 in what is, I think at this point, a pretty iconic compound for Tago. If it goes to this northern island, a lot of the time it's going to end around that compound, and that is probably considered one of the god compounds at the moment. Decent high ground for you to get a lot of vision at, and T5 is going to have all 4 members in that spot. Arctix Gaming is currently flying down from the sky, landing in and amongst EXO, who is taking the fight towards FW, but right now, Erangel looks like they're spread out, looking for anything they can get on that southern side. They've still got to cross a bridge. They've got Unicorn right next to them. There's only one bridge in front of them too, and they're both going for the same one. Erangel is a little bit closer. Is Unicorn going to take this left turn? It looks like they are.
Yeah, there is another bridge far out to their west, but it would be a bit of a rotate. I think they'd just go direct. Oh, Tambu's been knocked out by Rossiter Jr. There's also shots from QC as we're watching Opon's POV. Tambu's just gone. 155 meters away from Rossiter Jr. Not ideal for Tambu and the Expendables after they laid the trap earlier. Now they're the ones who have lost someone in unconventional means as they were on the rotate. They went straight past T5. They lose one. And it's not ideal. And yeah, puts them down to 3 players. They're on the 52 points. They're close to that sort of precipice of the top 8. That's going to hinder them ever so slightly. ArkAngel Predator, 2nd place in the last match that we had on Erangel. And in a position here where they're just trying to scout out some information. Looking south over the river towards Unicorn Cyber. We're trying to get across this bridge near Fishing Camp. And then obviously just firing any kind of shots in hope that some may land and get a head or 2 and get a knock, but not to be.
Tanvu was a player in the Vietnam series that died 4th the most on his team. So he's usually got a pretty good survival rate, but when you get shot out of a car, there's not much you can do. Sometimes you just get unlucky. It's not the driver's fault. It's not your fault. It just happens. These shots are being taken. A nice one landed from Nan. They are allowed to cross that bridge. AAP, well, they actually do get one, but it's on Sololzi. Elsewhere on the map, this isn't a bridge camp. This is Evil Patrick splitting 2-2 with the rest of his team. Cerberus will lose 1, which doesn't bode well for their momentum. They are still not guaranteed whatsoever. And AAP is continuing to make their crusade towards qualification, weakening the teams that are right next to them on the leaderboard.
Such an aggressive 2-2 split as well, Roz. When you have 2 on one side of Palace, 2 on the other side, north-south split, you can't really cover each other. You know,
I love it though.
Usually when you play that kind of more safe 2-2 split, you can kind of cover the other pairing, but in that case, it's just more playing for ground. I think, though, to be fair, the two that were playing north side of Palace weren't going to get over aggressive. Hey, if someone runs into your line of sight, you'll take a freebie when you can. As T5 also get another one. They've been playing top hill position so far through the first two phases and benefiting because of it. 3 kills for Theerathon 5, up to 94 points. And I guess the only goal for T5 now for the remainder of the night is, can they get above Buram's 117 points? They are on track for it. Riz with the knockdown onto Luke 12. Over to Armory Gaming. Shanks, you can see playing anchor. He's firing shots off at the backside with Mark 12. James really not close. Neither is Dynasty. Armory Gaming are all over the place.
All over the place, indeed. Riz, second highest damage on his team. Trying to make this push, I suppose. I kind of want to see Dynasty leave that compound, but actually, you know what? I'd rather see more. I'd rather see Armory Gaming probably leave that northern position. Maybe there's too much. Maybe they don't have full info on where EXO and Fury all are. But I feel like this is a very risky spread when they have a spot in zone that they can just fall back to. And it's not a bad play. It's not like you're giving up too much. You're actually kind of risking a lot less if you do it. But luckily for them, Fury have decided to back off. So I suppose, as it does in PUBG, the situation's changed very quickly. Now, instead of me thinking it's better for Armory Gaming to back off, now it might be better for them to wait until maybe EXO decides to engage onto Fury, and then Armory Gaming can third party. It's entirely up to them, but I think they've still got to be a bit careful.
Yeah. We'll see what happens as things do transpire over the next couple of phases. Right now, phase 3 did kind of go to the north side. It's done the vast majority of the job of the phase 4 circle, getting rid of that water. And so we will get to play land from here as Cerberus continue to falter here on Tago. We recall where they lost Sololzi. Well, there goes the rest of the team. Honglong, Taikon, Himas, honestly, dealt with rather comfortably by new House Esports. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see it, but we do get to see the aftermath of it. And for New House, very important kills. 39 points just kind of keeps them in touch with all of those teams just above them on the 40-point mark. If they can have a big game here on Tago, keeps them in the conversation. Minute 20 until phase 4. And so far, New House have actually looked pretty good tonight, especially when we sort of highlighted you to start things off. We know what Long K and Neil T are capable of. Very solid team, very solid players, and a good squad wipe onto Cerberus. Only the 1 kill, 1 point, 49 points for them, and they'll have 3 more games tonight to try and get into the top 8.
I was going to say, I think Cerberus owed U-Dirt 1 for that Erangel game where he did a lot of the work for him. Just didn't realize it would be a team wipe was what they, you know, maybe it was a beer or something, but instead they opted to just get themselves killed, and U-Dirt and the rest of his team will claim them. QConfirm taking shots at AAP in the distance, bunkered down, as is most of the teams at the moment. Kind of one of those zones where you just have to wait and see what happens. It's probably one of those zones where if you do decide to be a little bit more, I suppose, hectic in your playstyle, you try and get too much done, you can probably get punished, as is the nature on Tago, as it is very open. But there's so many teams with high ground, so many teams sat inside compounds with a lot of long sight lines onto these hills, that if you do try to do too much, you're probably just going to get caught out for it. So that's why you're seeing it kind of be a little bit quiet. Although that said, if this shifts south, that northern hill is going to be incredibly hectic. Fury, they do eventually go down to EXO. So now I suppose Armory Gaming, they're a little bit disconnected from this now. They could still get aggressive, but they're kind of controlling their own chunk in the north there. So I'm not sure if they're going to want to make that push. TE fed again. FW, please don't mess this up, my friends. You're in a fantastic spot. PMA doing the old rank tank. T5, they're playing on edge, and probably what I think is actually a pretty decent spot to get a ton of kills on the teams in the south.
And we'll see what happens with the Expendables, though, only as the trio after losing Tamvoot. Just Ninja, Duck, 777, but good positions around those hills. Fury up towards the north side, again involved in the action. Yeah, Unite goes down, but so does Flood. 1 for 1. It's High Command, Os on Os Crime. EXO Clan maybe looking to spoil the day of Fury. Although both teams will actually be in the top 8 anyway, so no real spoils any which way for either of these two teams. Both are very much content with the way the tournament has shaped up thus far through the group stage. 2 kills for EXO. They back off after that knock and turned into kill, sorry. So 2 left remaining for Fury. EXO with 4. They'll just rotate away. And we've still got 2 minutes until the next circle shift, which for phase number 5, very much could change the landscape up once again. Couple of fields to the south side. TE playing the hills on the more central northwest side. FW Esports playing one of the last kind of major compounds They need to get out of that and look for kills. They need points, and they need it quickly. Long K with a long shot onto Destroy and Demon. Double shot, double knock. That is a big moment again for New House Esports. Luke 12 gets a free shot over towards Carly, trying to make the run out of the tree line, and Carly just does some spins to lose, not spins to win. Fury got to 3 kills. Carly goes out, and Arctix almost on the verge of elimination again.
Yeah, the lone South Korean player on Arctix goes down, living up to Uka. Right now, we're fighting through fields. We're fighting in and all amongst this tarp, and it's car versus car combat at the moment. You have to be really quick on these peaks, and some of these bullets seem like they should land, but they're just not. Eventually, Udirt gets it done. He has been excellent, and so has New House Esports. Right now, though, maybe it's a bit too much for them to actually deal with. Long K and Udirt, the only two that remain. They're going to find some sort of cover inside this zone, but what can they really find? It looks way too flat for them to get anything. That said, there's a massive rock in front of them and a ridge just past that. The long K's pulled up at, but look at Thanadol. Ever present that this guy is, no matter where you are and you think you're safe, Thanadol's probably got an angle on you. And with that silencer on that Mark 12 as well, he can start taking some pot shots and probably knock you up. But for the moment, he's got other priorities. In fact, his team has other priorities in AAP, who are, I guess, coming out of the zone, stuck in smokes. Doesn't matter, they're all dead with the help of QC as well. Now, I guess QC, do they choose to push up towards T5, take a fight, and expose themselves to the rest of the server? But if the rest of the server is busy, they can still get this done.
Yeah, but I mean, you kind of have to play edge at this point and start sweeping across. That south side's already cleared out. Couple teams. We saw ArkAngel Predator get eliminated. Look at that hard shift down to the south, though. So away from Armory Gaming's hill and away from FW Esports' compound and down to the fields, which is where we've got the 2 members of PMA that have found themselves in that bullseye. NOSH eliminated in 10th on the bubble. One more team will go out that will not get placement points. Could end up being Waikiki Mukau. If EXO Clan keep wrapping down that eastern side, going south, they will run into him. He's the solo, the only solo inside of the server at the moment. 4 kills for QC. And a big game brewing for them. Down to this south, they get to kind of control a lot of this circle on the southern side of the Phase 5 circle, because really, they're already splitting. 2-2 split, you can kind of see on the minimap here, Russell. It's a really good, well, actually, you can kind of just see it on the screen in general, because you can see Leon's is playing cover from a distance. They are actually branching out and getting a lot of map control.
They really are. In fact, QConfirm, they're doing what a lot of the better teams in PUBG will do, which is stagger the blue. They're just going to chill until that blue closes in, wait for it to fully close in, and then either regroup or, well, I guess play the same spot they're in, because it is just barely in zone, but they're really waiting on the information from T5. They're staggering that, they're just chilling there, even though it's outside of zone, because they really want to know what T5 does. T5 can have such an impact on QConfirm's game at the moment, so they need full info on them. T5 is obviously going to push across the road. I think it would be suicide for them to take the fight towards QConfirm, but QConfirm are just waiting for that to happen. New House, they did a lot this game, but eventually they were shifted from. They had to just send it into the center and hope they didn't run into any teams.
No placement points, 7 kills, decent game. And, you know, if top 8 wasn't kind of on the line and we were at the start of a particular stage, it would be a very, very handy start, but it's no longer a start and could be a case of too little too late in terms of those 7 points. 43 means that from the last 3 games, they're going to need maybe 30 to 40. Those are kind of numbers that you might see from like your T5s, your Bura Rams, Ninja 2K at the Rock. Peeks over. He has spotted Theerathon Five. Thanadol doesn't take the initial shots. He is outside of the circle. 50 seconds until Phase 6. You know, smart here from the Expendables. He's also got Duck Juice and 777 in the minimap looking over towards Armory Gaming. From behind, though, it's Opons. He puts some damage into Thanadol. He can't really hide behind that rock, though. If the Expendables watch that rock, he could be exposed on both sides. Duck Juice, though, does get out-pressured by Armory Gaming. And that's probably why we didn't see Ninja 2K fire off those shots. He eventually loses his life to Thanatol anyway. And TE, hesitation they're undoing. They kind of just sat around, didn't really do a whole lot. They've had 4 kills this game, but don't really capitalize on a really solid position here on Tago.
Yeah, it looked like that could have been T5's death right there. TE getting involved. QE were in such a good spot. QC, sorry. Such a good spot to finally make that push if Armory Gaming got more done, or TE, sorry, got more done, but they didn't. And now QConfirm have backed off a little bit. T5 are taking the fight directly towards Armory Gaming. This is aggression. This is them trying to clear out direct threats to their chance of winning this game. Whether it's going to pay off or not, I suppose, is entirely potentially up to QConfirm. In fact, I think you saw T5 get a little bit aggressive there towards the top of that hill. Then they got shot at by QConfirm, and then they backed straight down. And you can see on that map now they're stuck in this little bowl. What do? Armory Gaming above them, TE Solo on their right side, QConfirm behind them. I think the zone is actually probably going to help them out a little bit here because it's going to force Armory Gaming to go straight into T5's lines of sight. And I think they've just spotted 777 as well. He shouldn't be a threat. Quick double heady. Pathon takes him down. And so now this is kind of just a parallel 3v3 until QConfirm get involved.
Yeah, good news for a lot of this lobby that the Expendables and AAP don't go on a massive run here, but QC, Armory Gaming could look to overtake those two teams that I just mentioned on the leaderboard as they edge closer to the top 8 positions. Akita with a knockdown onto Petra. Thanatol goes lurking. Dynasty right in front of him. But Armory Gaming, is he going to spot him? Hearing these shots, Thanatol gets aggressive. Dynasty got the knockdown off the Pattenpong, but there's the immediate trade from the ever-creeping Thanatol. Got very close, gets the flush. Nade down towards the smokes at the tree. Riz trying to maybe get one back. He can see it was in his hand. Thrown over. Oh, that's a wonderful nade from Riz. It might get Thanatol. No, it only got Hatso and Pattenpong, who's going for the revive. Nice little re-aggression from Thanatol off the back of that nade. Didn't really matter. Good shot from Riz. Hatso, last one standing. The support player, can he hold on? Yes, he can. But Theerathon Five, they are already past triple digits. They will look to encapsulate Buriram United at some point tonight. T5, yeah, they're the best.
Yeah, they're showing it right now. Wasn't super clean, but they did what they had to do and cleared their side. It will result in their death. FW Banana One had a fantastic angle onto it, but you have to give them credit. If they didn't clear out Armory Gaming and they let themselves get killed by Armory Gaming on the entrance into the zone, well, they wouldn't have gone out of the game very happy. They did what they kind of had to do to ensure success. It just wasn't enough. Copping a couple of those knocks is not ideal, but sometimes it's just what happens. FW, they're just sat behind cars on that northern side at this point. Maybe a couple trees, a little bit of defilades here or there. It's not super ideal for them. You're really hoping it shifts north, because this is one I don't think FW can mess up if it does shift north. And those PMA duo has just been discovered by QConfirm. Cerberus on the nades. And there's so many places that Cheeks King can be and the rest of QConfirm in these fields. And as you see that UAS as well, that's probably a good sign of where to throw those nades. You don't want to waste them. Oh my,
rapid.
Jesus Christ. I mean, what do you even say to that? Was that I feel like he double-clicked there and just accidentally got the headshot. Yeah,
I mean, well, I don't know if it's accidental. I think he purposely got that headshot. Giving that one, Opons, who's a nutty player for QConfirm, up to 5 kills.
Little
and they've still got they've got their own 4-player squad still alive, along with EXO Clan, along with FW, and then the solo for PMA. They've done a great job, PMA. Think back to the start of the game. They got taken down to the 2 players that basically just sat inside of that shack the entire time. Placement points aplenty. I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep them in the conversation for top 8. For FW Esports, and the fact that they've gotten to the top 4 is great, Russell, but they haven't quite gotten the kills to go alongside it. And all these other teams that they're trying to catch are also still having good games, as will be the case for basically the whole night. So they need to go above and beyond. They're capable of it. They just haven't quite been able to do it. Monty's been knocked. He'll get revived. Tags onto Hiker. He needs to be careful on the edge near the blue. 17 seconds until it starts moving. Akita's the one that benefits, gets the kill onto the solo Jervis, and we are down to our final 12 players. 3 squads left. FW, QC, EXO, and QC are now just 5 points away from entering the top 8. They're having a great night tonight.
Unreal stuff. And for FW, it's probably not unreasonable to say they need to clean up the remaining 8 players and claim all the kill points for themselves. But QC and EXO are going at it with each other at the moment. You look at that mini-map and you can understand that there's not many places for QC and EXO to play, especially not for both those teams. I don't think both of them can fit in this next zone, so they're fighting for position, vying for it. QC currently have a little bit of high ground. FW, though, they seem to have had decent angles this entire game. 6 sacks onto Heikman. Banana One does go down, but you can be certain he'll get res, or at least you'd hope he gets res. Insight finally falls as well. On the edge of blue, those are some quick shots from Akita. Really, really nice. He'll eventually go down, though, and so there's a lot of points lost for FW3. Yeah, not bad, but when you're coming second or first in a game, you would want the kind of numbers that QConfirm has with 8.
Well, I think Leon's... he's going to be lost, so it should be 3 up for QC. Will it be 3 up for FW? Yeah, because Banana One and Nikita, I don't know if he's going to get that kill. I think he just did, as Banana One is going to be eliminated by Petra. Leon's bleeds out to the blue. So 75 points for EXO, 75 points for Fury. They're out. QC into the top 8. That's FTF now formally eliminated, and also means NGE are out too. For what it's worth, 2 teams from Group C that could not remain inside of the top 8. Ray stuck behind the tree in the vehicle. Opons, he's down to his last 2 bullets. 1 bullet on the mini. There might be some death crates to obviously loot around. He's still got the barrel. He chucks it 3 times on. He can make good use of this. 9 kills for QC. This is a very difficult position for FW. As difficult as it is, Russell, they need to win this game. I don't care. They need to win. They need the kills. They need to win. They need as much as they can from this position. They go out here and stay at 41 points with 3 games to go. I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, situations changed just a little bit though. The wide players on QConfirm have been shifted away from. So those 2 players are going to have to move deeper into the zone, get off those off angles that are currently pinning FW down, and maybe make it possible for FW to win. It's only Raze who's really caught out here. He's in a really rough spot. Sixax was using the smoke launcher to try help him get across, but he hasn't made the cross yet. He might even just submit himself to die to QConfirm or the zone to try and get something done, but he hasn't gotten anything done from this spot yet, so there's no reason for us to think that he's going to get a lucky knock onto one of these QConfirm members and actually change the tides of this game in FW's favor, and he doesn't. This UAZ is not enough for cover. The trees in front of him, it just wasn't enough. Those smokes weren't far enough, and he had basically none left. This is still possible for FW because those off angles will eventually be out, but you have to also think about the man advantage that QC is going to have.
40 seconds until we get into that final phase. There goes Raze, full advantage for QConfirm. Up to 10 kills. Spray needed to connect that one. Sixax got a lot, if not almost 90% of it, but couldn't get the last 10% onto Opons, who now makes it to the rock. That felt like a critical moment. Yeah. The FW Esports duo. Nades from Cheating. Bot fluke. Yeah, he got the trade, but another nade comes his way. 12 kill win for QConfirm, rising up into 7th place. They are into the top 8 for FW Esports. Better, but is it too little too late? 3 games remain, and it does maybe give them some hope, a platform to build on. But for QC, that platform has already been fully built. They're in the top 8. It's just a matter of staying in there now.
Yeah, turned out that QConfirm kind of had really sick kind of individual spots to play from in that end game there. FW were completely pinned behind what I thought was going to be good, but turned out to be just a little bit of a tree line and then a singular rock. I cannot help but think that Cheese Kings didn't have to be able to reach that ridge. I feel like they probably could have seen him cross and then avoided getting naded, maybe taking him out when he did cross, but they weren't looking that way. They were super focused on other QConfirm members, and that was, in the end, FW's demise.
Certainly so. Big win for QConfirm, and certainly deserved from them in the manner of which they won it. Lots of kills on a map like Tago, which is not always easy to dominate the server when there is so many teams fighting, so many fights happening around them, to have to navigate through all of that to get the win. It's a really solid effort for QC and puts them in a very good spot to make top 8, Russ.
It's a fantastic spot to be in, and I mean, you're hoping that both them and Cerberus continue that momentum, because if they don't, they might actually fall out. QConfirm are in the top 8 now, but there's no guarantee they're going to stay.
That is true. First win of the tournament for QConfirm. That's the end of Tago. When we come back, it is Vikendi for match 4 tonight.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play.live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play.live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5. If they get away
hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Officially halfway through tonight, Russell, for what will be the final game of the group stage period of Asia Super Cup. We've got 3 games remaining, one of which will be on Vikendi, 2 of which, of course, that will be on Miramar. Big win coming our way in the last game there, and on a map that, you know, there can be a lot of fighting. QConfirm just happened to do it a lot better than everyone else.
Yeah, they ended up in a really solid position. They had that south position the whole time, and so they only really had to move a few hundred meters to that end game spot. I thought it was FW's, to be honest with you, with the high ground and the way it looked on the mini-map, but turns out QConfirm had much better positions.
They certainly did. Really, really good effort for them and puts them in a commanding position to make top 8. Essentially, for them now, fate would be in their hands. We'll go to the leaderboard because we've only got the 3 games remaining and halfway through tonight. Best time to really look at it. For your Bureau Rams, your Purple Moods, your X-Men's, I'd still say unlikely to worry. So much would have to go wrong to see any of those teams get eliminated. Obviously, though, if your Bureau Ram want to finish top, very unlikely to happen. T5 are very much on their heels. Considering they haven't even gotten a win, it really does speak to the significance of how good they have been playing. We say goodbye to From the Future and NGE. We'll see them in the last chance qualifiers. They are no longer in the top 8 and from Group C cannot participate. For Day Trade, they are on the precipice. They're on that cutoff now, Russ. 8th place, 66 points. The closest to them that's playing tonight is TE and AAP. You would imagine with 3 games to go, one of those 2, if not maybe both, will overtake Day Trade.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a miracle if Day Trade want to stay in that 8th position. But one of the reasons we say that top 4 is set is because it's about a 20-point gap, really, between X-Men and Fury. Even Fury and EXO can drop out. It would be disastrous if they were, but we're thinking 75 to 80 might be the cutoff. And if these teams below them decide to have nuts games in these last 3, then it's entirely possible. But I think, yeah, you're right. In these next couple of games, we're going to see that Day Trade go from 8 to 9.
Yep. So I would be very surprised if Fury and EXO don't make it. They would have to have essentially multiple 0-point games for that to eventuate. Yeah, disaster kind of games. For those that were on the right-hand side of the screen, basically not inside of that sort of top 10, it would take a miracle for them, I think. You know, your Cerberus has started the night the way they needed to, Russ, but then the next 2 games didn't quite follow suit. And I think you could probably argue that even for like an FW Esports, they haven't been consistent throughout the first 3 games tonight. All of those teams, for multiple reasons, are not likely to make top 8 now. There's only so many games remaining. There's only so many chances you can now have to have your pop-off game. It has to start now. We could probably put a line through some of those teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Coming up next, we've got Vikendi. We'll give you a little sort of rehash as to the way the night has played out with the maps so far. Cerberus, yeah, they did get off to that perfect start. Couldn't quite back it up, though, in the next 2 games after that was overtaken by Fury. AAP had a really good game as well on that second Erangel, but then 2 couldn't back it up on Tago. So far tonight, really, the theme has probably been inconsistency, Russell. No one has really set alight all 3 games.
Yeah, and still no back-to-back winners. One of the things I probably should have done going into today is look whether any of the teams that were on that cusp had a certain affinity for Miramar. Maybe they were a lot better on Miramar than they were Tago, Vikendi, or Erangel, but I don't know. I didn't do that. And so I guess we're going to have to see if some of these teams that desperately need the points, Miramar is actually their comfort pick. Miramar is actually where they feel most confident. But as we were discussing last night as well, Miramar can be 50-50 regardless, just because of the way the terrain works, because of how the circles can work. There's too many barriers for these teams to get through to make it possible to get into those placement points sometimes.
That is true, but before we go to Miramar, we've still got Vikendi anyway. I was just having a look at the leaderboards for this group tonight. A versus C has updated. QC on top, 38 points. Fury, 37. T5, 34. We go all the way down to the bottom. EXO only the 9 points, along with your NOSHs and your Pixel Stars and your Arctix. So they probably need to get a little wriggle on just to make sure they get over the hurdle. But it's also not the best of form to be taking into the grand finals anyway.
No. It's not. You want to have a little bit of momentum. I think the thing they want most is just to know that, again, I mentioned this the first night I was here yesterday, but I think they just want to know that what they've been practicing is actually working. They just want to know that the things that they put effort into actually work in a competitive setting. And if they just kind of scrape through into the grand final, if any team just scrapes through into the grand finals, then they probably don't have too much confidence in whatever fundamentals they're trying to employ. So that could really mess with any team's head going into the grand finals. So you're kind of hoping that these guys are like really confident in whatever they practiced.
Yep, indeed. As we head to Vikendi, it's match number 4 for the final game, or final night of the group stage. It will be indeed the final Vikendi we see in the group stage. We don't really get to see much of it. Yesterday was certainly a lot of fun, and it does kind of play a lot more similar to your Tagos and Erangel, I think, in terms of not so much the play style on the map, but more the how can I say, the flow of the way we see the kills and rotational deaths and things like that. I think plays a lot more like our first 2 maps than, say, in Miramar, where it's a lot more slow to get going and then builds up. Although, of course, it depends on sort of Vikendi where you are. Yesterday, we actually got out to the west side, south of Dinoland, and there really wasn't much over there. That opened up the map quite a lot. Sometimes if you play like kind of South Vikendi, especially around Mesto, like yeah, it can probably slow down a little bit more. You got more terrain, more cities. And so that's kind of the beauty of Vikendi is depending on where you go, it can probably change the flow and the style of the map itself.
One of the things about Vikendi is, I mean, from a top-down point of view as well, but also from a player's perspective, is a lot of the map looks very similar. And so when it comes to rotate paths, like you were mentioning, you might not even opt to go for a road. Usually roads are landmarks on any map in PUBG that you would use as a rotate, but you can go over the snow just because it's so flat. There's not really many terrain barriers for you to overcome. So if you wanted a straight shot towards your destination, you can probably do it taking it through the snow. But of course, that leads to chaos. That leads to teams just kind of running into each other because they're not taking their pre-planned routes. They're just kind of winging it towards their location. The other thing about Vikendi is the way that verticality doesn't really play the same as it does on other maps on Vikendi. Instead, on Vikendi, as we lose an Armory Gaming member off the bat. But the way verticality works on Vikendi is if you think you've got high ground and you're up top and you got all this information, you look, 300 meters to your left, to your right, there's someone else on a hill with the exact same verticality as you. It's not like Mount Everest on Erangel or anything like that. There's no distinct advantages for a lot of the high ground on Vikendi because they're all often just the same height.
Not wrong. Not the best starts for Armory Gaming
don't mess
in
this
this
up.
little battle. Jing
no.
and Riz went toe-to-toe, and only Riz holds on 4 HP. Shanks maybe feeling like he's also getting pushed here at the Lumberyard. We did see a lot of action at the Lumberyard yesterday. We were here for probably a good 10 minutes. So a return to that action. And Shanks with the Panzerfaust in hand gets caught, pops the stim. Capybara with a nade through the window, but there's obviously wooden planks anyway, blocking, had it even bounced in. And so he's going to be able to heal up. It is going to be central north for our phase 1 circle. No sort of return to Dynaland to what we had yesterday. Xiaofeng trying to find some information there onto Shanks. And Shortly has just spotted him. And yeah, really rapid with the shots. That was clean. And that will be the end of Shanks and just about the end of Armory Gaming. RK can't quite get the heal off, didn't need it anyway. Help from Jing arrived on top of the roof. It's a 4K from Pixel Stars, and that is certainly not ideal for Armory Gaming. On the cusp of the top 8, tied with AAP, close to TE. They're out. They'll get nothing from Vikendi.
They're trying to mount this crusade, and now they're dying to a team that's on the bottom of the leaderboard. And obviously no shade to Pixel Stars, but what does that do to Armory Gaming's confidence? It's got to shatter it completely. On a hot drop like that, you don't even have a chance to get into the game, especially after that start as well. Riz should never, ever have won that 1v1 against Jing. Jing completely whiffed the shots onto Riz, and Riz got that turnaround. And then somehow Pixel Stars come out on top after, I just don't understand. It's an absolute disaster for Armory Gaming, and yeah, now it's like, okay, Armory Gaming probably might not actually have a chance.
Well, it depends on what happens this game. It could end up being the sort of match where it all just gets kind of cut out. TE, ArkAngel Predator, they don't have good games. This is sort of required, though, for even like your Cerberuses, your Unicorns, FW, if you want to really give it a stretch. You need these kind of teams that are 11, 12 to just falter enough that you can catch up so that when you do get down to that final game on Miramar, you are in the conversation. You are close enough that you can make top 8. So we'll see how it does play out. Who knows, though? I mean, I could say all of this now, and we go on and watch the Expendables and ArkAngel Predator go and get, 15, 20 points. So yeah, we need to kind of see what happens this game, and kind of looking for those teams in particular. QConfirm up to the north side. ArkAngel Predator kind of around Pixel Stars, near that Lumberyard position, close by to Theerathon 5, and they're actually heading in towards the location of the Expendables. Rossiter Jr. in the way. Shots don't land on the first go around. The second one, though's nice, and it gets Alec. He's out of the vehicle, knocked down. They might look to fight this, though, because it's only a solo at the tree, and they want to obviously try and keep Alec alive, but more damage inflicted by Rossiter Jr., and the cavalry is on its way for Theerathon 5. They are all heading in this direction. This is not the fight that AAP would have wanted to take, and even though Ultrabots has got this knock on Rossiter Jr., here comes the rest of Theerathon 5. Good knock from Evil Patrick. Pathan Pong thought he had him dead to rights, but not to be. Evil Patrick keeps AAP in a good position in this fight, and it gets Theerathon. They're turning it around. There's only one left. Hatsawat out of the vehicle. What am I watching? It's a 1v1 between Hatsawat and Ultrabots.
Oh my god, headshot landed too. Here's TE though. Tanvu on the sidelines. He could mess this up for T5. It was looking so good. No chance in hell Rossiterton should have gotten either of those first initial kills, but he did. And AAP had to get something done. They had to come and try recover this. And T5 was just on a backup mission. There was no other choice for T5 but to just come here and help out their boy who had done most of the work that they needed to do already. But Evil Patrick and the rest of AAP have combined to cause absolute destruction, but they'll go out. They'll finally go out and maybe T5 will get a chance to recover this, but not without losing members.
Oh, I don't think so. Hatsor is just going. Pat and Pong to Anatol have said, get out of here. The Expendables are on their way. The question will now be, who gets these kills? Will the Expendables steal away these two players that are down? It won't happen if RKS gets the kill. Indeed, Evil Patrick from the grave will at least get a couple more kills for ArkAngel Predator as Capybara from Pixel Stars will go up to 5 kills as a team. They will send out Theerathon 5 and just momentarily stop them from taking top spot on the lobby. ArkAngel Predator, 55 points, 2 kills. It's something. Who knows? By the end of tonight, those 2 kills could be a difference maker. But that is 12th and 13th out. And the Expendables, they benefit. They've got 3 kills for us. They're up to 58, and they can actually start to form a little gap away from those 2 teams below them.
Yeah, Expendables benefit the most out of every other team that's fighting for these positions, but Cerberus and Unicorn Cyber and the rest of the teams below them will be licking their lips. A couple of the competitors out of it, but yeah, at this point, you're thinking we're only fighting for maybe 1 or 2 spots in that top 8. So even if TE were to get up there and Cerberus was to have a decent day, they could still end up not in that top 8, even after Armory Gaming and AAP both go out in this game. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I want to see Cerberus continue that momentum, but screw it. TE was on that third party so quickly. So you kind of got to give them credit. You kind of want to see them reap the rewards of it. What is happening? Is that player? I guess he's DC'd. You got to knock him out of the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Hey, at least you can do that rather than watch him run off into the field into his death.
Yeah. Unlike, days of old. You actually pick him up.
Gives him some time to get back in. 2 minutes till phase 2, and the one good news for the Expendables is they've kind of cleared out the area too. They've got buildings they can kind of play, so they've got time. Hopefully can get back in. 58 points for them. Very close to making it into the top 8. And again, it's kind of like a race to get in more so than once you're... It's not like, okay, you're in, you're safe, but it really is that race. You want to be one of the first teams in because then you're starting to form on that gap to the teams below you. There's only so many games remaining, 2, in fact, after this one. And those that are in the top 8, when you kind of look at your QCs, your Furies, your Exos, they're still playing and they've already got a mini gap anyway to the likes of the Expendables and, you know, your AAPs and Armory Gamings. So really... It's the next one in is certainly going to be in the best place, and the Expendables want to be that next team in.
They absolutely do. Do Dankar know where they want to go at the moment? I think they're just changing vehicles. Maybe a little bit of indecisiveness, but they're amongst a lot of the other teams that are down south at the moment, setting themselves up to eventually enter into phase 2 wherever it pops. There's a very heavy amount of teams in that south. If this goes north, well, I mean, on Vikendi, if this goes north, if this is a hard shift, it's not like an Erangel hard shift where, you know, it goes above the kind of Rozhok River and you've got only a few points of entry. It's Vikendi. You have so many points of entry. I mean, look at the map from that high point. It looks all the same. You can drive across basically all of that and have no trouble. So lots of entry points for these guys to utilize if it does hard shift to the north, or hard shift anywhere, really. We have no idea where it's going yet. Cerberus is probably the team with one of the best spots in the game right now. Them and EXO both have high ground that's probably uncontested, a little bit higher than all the hills around them. They have all the info in the world. QConfirm is the lone team on the north as well. They've got so much space.
So phase 2 shaping up nicely, minute and a half.
Oh my god.
And for Cerberus, we'll see if this can be the game where they kind of match their game 1 performance, because I went live rush and we saw their game 1, we saw that High Mass was back in. I thought that it was going to be their night. It hasn't translated in that path at all. In fact, it's kind of stopped after game 1. They haven't been able to get going again. It's not as if that they're super far away from those above them. Big game of Vikendi, and they're right back in the race. I think Hymas just wants to get a bit of information here. We've seen a lot of teams kind of utilize the parachute pickup system like this, where they go up, get information, come straight back down. I don't think that they will use this to rotate. If they do, I don't actually know where they would go. You've already got high ground position here. Yeah, you're not central, but central's down below on the road.
They want to get on top of that thing.
Oh, they want to get... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, that'll make some sense.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's what I think they want to do. Yeah, I think they're going back that way. Seen teams do that before. You get a pretty good high ground advantage, and because this is one of the highest spots in the map, like these... Oh, forget that. Sneak attack is under attack, and you know it's going to get him through that window, completely caught off guard, or just had no chance up against two members when it was only one, and the rest of Fury now, I guess, trying to recover. Well, good shots from, and a good push from Arctix.
Look, 12 firing shots back across the road to try and maybe remonstrate a little bit. They did get a knockdown. And yeah, a knockdown has converted into kills courtesy of Flood. He gets 2 of the 3. Luke gets 1 more. And Fury got themselves some valuable points. Hymas shots.
Hit him.
Up on top of that roof, behind the hay bale, and safe. Ninja K's over there as well for the Expendables. That's a team that they would actually want to start hunting down. Now, they see the crate, but these two probably don't want to go down and get it. Might just call over Huang Long or one of the other players. Someone might just elect to drop down. Yeah, Sololzi will just go down.
May as well grab it. If you're close enough to get it. Will the shots land a lot better than they did last time? Looks like they are. Although Otyan is very, very low as NOSH push up to that compound. 777 knocked across the road. There's a silent shot, so maybe they have no idea where they're coming from. Either way, Ninja gets out of there, and so NOSH will claim it. It is on the edge, and TE are definitely looking to regroup. They've got a decent spot in zone. They shouldn't really give up. Just keep 3 up. You can play this game pretty well as 3 regardless. And Cerberus, I suppose, is hoping for more in that situation. Still on top of their high ground. You had kind of a glimpse at the only other contestant for them in terms of high ground when we were spectating them before. The hill behind them, which I believe DK was on previously, now Cerberus, or the Expendables is going towards it. That's about as equally high as the one Cerberus is on. But you'd think, I mean, you look at this and you think, okay, that's entirely flat, that roof. Why aren't these guys super exposed and getting shot at? It's just the way the verticality works on Vikendi. These guys are mostly safe from everyone. And the hills they can see that will contest them on this high ground, they can just spot. Give it a quick look every now and then. If you see people up there, then hop down. You've got the parachutes in your backpack now as well. You're not going to take any fall damage, so it's as easy as that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like playing Everest on Erangel when you're just that far high up. But even better, you've got a little bit of cover. And they actually get themselves a bit of a feed here on phase 3. So this is going to be the kind of game where Cerberus can do some really strong amount of damage, and I mean actually damage the stat where they can just pepper everyone with DMR. So if you were to look at the damage stats for this particular game on Twire afterwards, it's going to be just Cerberus #1 by a long way if they're hitting their shots. They're still going to hit the shots. The only thing would be, it does go vice versa, not so much in teams being able to shoot them, but I think maybe teams being able to creep up and try and push up this hill, get close. And that's why you've kind of got Sololzi and Huang Long. You can see on the map here, they're playing just that little bit north, because that side of the hill where FW Esports are entering right now, I don't think those two on top of the roof can actually see down there, so they don't want to then get crept upon. So it's a nice little mini 2-2 split, controlling as much of the hill as possible and really playing to their strengths as much as they can.
Yeah, it's really smart. You took the words right out of my mouth. I saw FW creeping up on the map as well. I thought maybe it could end in disaster, but no, they've accounted for it. Fury are being told no on the edge of zone right now. DK are right in front of them, but it's not like Fury has many other places to go. If they go to their east, well, PMA's over there, and they probably already scouted information on that, so they're going to have to pull up, take a fight, hopefully get that opening knock. And right now, DK are giving up a lot of damage at the moment that they really shouldn't be. That's 2 players. They put down to 50, and Luke's going to know that. 2 SLR shots, and that's something that you might want to act upon. Back in the car, I wouldn't be surprised if Luke's calling this right now. Get the team over here. These guys are low. They're not watching right now. They're in their bowls. They might even leave. Fury probably has DK under wraps right now.
Fury don't need much more. These, like, remaining games tonight for them just needs to be 4 or 5 points a game. They're already on the 4 here on Vikendi.
Yeah.
Now, and obviously for a team that's not going to be together beyond this tournament, it's not as if they also need any kind of form guide to be, wary about. QConfirm, massive game on Tago. A little bit more quiet here. Just controlling the more northern side. They get a good compound, and they've split up. Sort of a 1-2-1 split. Nice little way to get some information over towards the northeast side of the circle. Luke eventually goes down to Jervis. Fury basically a solo.
Oh, no.
It's Flood knocked, and he's not close. No, sorry, it's Cal knocked, and Flood's not close. Jervis going to get that one, and that's the flush, and that's just now Flood that is left alive as a solo for Fury. But again, you've gotten your 4 kills anyway. It's something, keeps the leaderboard just ticking over. Khoa Gaming, they and a lot of other teams around them, that sort of bottom 5-6 teams on the leaderboard, very unlikely to now make top 8. It's all about, can you build form for last chance quals, which basically begin tomorrow night anyway, Russell. So it's very quickly straight into the last chance quals.
Yeah. Hard for Fury to push in there. I want to give them some credit, but I don't know how much they really could do. With PMA being as aggressive as they are and DK having the spot that they do, I feel like Fury had to be very quick. That circle is smack bang on Cerberus's control. They have that high ground, and there's no other high ground that is going to contest them. You can see just by the marks on the map that the next closest high ground is the one that they already control, with Sololzy and the person right next to him as well. So Cerberus are in a fantastic spot. I suppose, yeah, you were right. What you said earlier, FW or any other team could sneak up, especially if Cerberus got overwhelmed and their resources were spread too thin. Already, maybe they're spreading it too thin with a 2-2, but you kind of have to hold this position right now. But if they were to get spread, you know, thin elsewhere, even that Blizzard, NOSH can use that Blizzard to get really, really, really close to Cerberus if they wanted to. But I guess we're going to have to see. I guess new House Esports in that compound is going to stop at least one angle of Cerberus's worries, so they've only got a couple to worry about.
Lots of teams in this location of the minimap. A lot of them driving past the Expendables, which is down to 3. They won't want to afford to lose any more than that. It's all about how long can they hold on, get to the end game. Who on a couple of shots, then into the shack, smoke on the backside. Just keep any kind of vision obscured on his location. And it's probably up to Cerberus to now lose this game from here, you would imagine. Tambu and Teddy combined, Jun and Jun have both been knocked and now subsequently eliminated as the Blizzard has sort of raged on over towards NOSH. You can see it in the background. It's not really affecting too many teams. Insight knocked by Lunlun. And just kind of trades happening everywhere on the rotates here for phase 4. Minute half till phase 5. Mel with a nade towards PMA. For Khoa Gaming, and that's a really good one. He got Jervis prior to that one. Hong got a knock as well with his own nade. They kind of need to be aggressive on this. Don't let them get the revives. Sure, they're out of nades. They're only a duo, but you need to pick up the points. Can't really be electing to fall back, and Hyong does not fall back. He gets the kills. 3K for Khoa Gaming and wipes out PMA.
Well done. I think they didn't want to get aggressive just because look at the amount of teams around them. If they were to push into that bowl that PMA's in, they'd be in the same spot that PMA's in now, but dead. So I think smart play from DK to avoid doing that, just kind of wait it out. It's not like they could really move without potentially getting shot at from everyone around them. They played that smart, and yep, off the back of Hoang, they get it done. TE, though, is looking in that direction, trying to capitalize on a little bit of third party. Monty's gone down, unfortunately, to high mass. This is that high ground coming into effect. You said they were going to farm damage. Well, they're going to farm kills as well, especially with these silencers as well. 47 damage, though, in that Mark 12. He's going to have to hop down eventually. Going to have to be very conservative with the amount of bullets he's got, or hope that his teammates have some for him. There's a couple bits of tree cover, though, that these teams can hide behind. They're going to be a bit of a nuisance for Cerberus to try and deal with, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. They've got so much information that even if it's bad, it'll do in the end.
Yeah, 2 kills for Cerberus. Still best position, undoubtedly. Ninja with a nade for the Expendables. They've got to be careful. That's an interesting circle shift. I don't think Cerberus would be too dismayed because they still get to play.
I think they'd be happy.
High ground, and yeah, because everyone else is going to be out in the open down below them. They can basically abuse this circle, and then if it does kind of keep shifting away, you kind of make your way down. That's one thing to consider in terms of really late game. Phase 6 and 7 is if it shifts away, you have to make your way down the hill. That's never a fun trek, but you can really benefit while you can here for phase 5, and we've seen that immediately with Tycon finding a knock as Long K and Haribo both get a kill apiece, and Ninja 2K finishes off the work. And there's the new Blizzard on the map right over the Expendables and Unicorn Cyber. That's going to build up. That's not going to be a lot of fun to play in. And we've got a fight here between Cerberus and FW. They're pushed up on the hill. As you can see, the two-man frontman of Sololzi and Huanglong. Huanglong's been knocked. FW have pushed into the compound. And also QConfirm making their way up the hill too. They're rather looking to play high ground because they know what this circle envisions. So they're pushing in third-partying FW Esports.
Yeah, there's a few teams right now who are looking at Cerberus's position and they're jealous. They want it for themselves. FW is one of them, but they haven't accounted for QConfirm. They have now. They're spreading out. They realize that QConfirm is the threat at this moment in time. 6 sacks on the teammate he's next to. They're on the furthest wide angles. They have to get this done. If they don't get these opening knocks, it's disaster again for FW. This isn't easy for FW. I was going to say, imagine a world in which FW kill Cerberus and claim this hill for their own, but QConfirm are putting a spanner in that right now. But they're not 4-man strong. Petra is coming over now from the opposite side of circle, giving that up, really, potentially. Maybe even QConfirm are backing off. Maybe they don't want anything to do with this. Maybe they're realizing it's not optimal. I think because of Petrat's spot, maybe even the spot that the other 3 members have on that low ground as well. Maybe they're happy with it. Maybe they're just going to chill there for the moment. They're not too fussed. Maybe they realize FW is eventually going to have to be pushed out of that compound, and they're going to get the kills regardless, but they're not actually making the push anymore.
55 seconds until phase number 6. Banana 1 jumping around, trying to get some information and see if he can spot any members of QConfirmed. Probably high time we maybe get rid of the map. We've seen the map for a little while. Yeah, obviously it has slowed down momentarily simply because QC don't really have the information that, you know, they want to obviously push up this hill. If you don't know what's on the other side of it, you could be walking into a bit of a firing squad. Ray's good tag. They've got eyes on sort of the location that Cerberus have, who have been able to sort of regroup, which honestly, that's not that easy to do. When they had Huanglong knocked, they had FW up onto their compound. If it wasn't for QC that pushed in behind with a third party, Cerberus likely would have been 2 players down. They have QC to thank for it, and now they'll say thank you very much, but we'll take it from here. Sololzi with a knock onto Raze. Akita gets a knock onto Sapao. There's the circle shift, again, further down the hill onto the compound of New House Esports, but Cerberus will be benefactors still momentarily until the blue envelops their location. I'm very curious to see what happens though with QC and FW, because that north side could get really interesting. It's still kind of inside of the circle with where Petra is. They may aim to fall off of this if they don't want to push, but I would argue you want to still hold the front contact against FW. Don't allow them to really start getting into better positions. High Mass and Huanglong, Cerberus look to control the south.
Yeah, there's no reason for QConfirm to back off that northern fight. Now that they have information, Cerberus is backed off of that high ground position. They put their attention towards NOSH. And, well, I mean, NOSH is on this low ground here, already 3 knocked. It's a formality at this point for Cerberus. He's still spraying with that M249. You'd think he'd be spotted eventually with the amount of audio information he's giving away, but it wasn't to be. He's inside that smoke, just behind that little ridge.
Russell,
almost.
FW's pushed into Tycon. They've pushed in. They've backfilled in. Instead of taking the fight with QC, they've actually just pushed down south, maybe thinking that because Cerberus have taken the fight with NOSH, that they can then push in, take that location. Cerberus are coming back. Tycon is low. He's up on the roof, but guess who's underneath him? It's FW Esports.
Oh my god, QConfirm are loving this right now. No longer is FW a threat. And Cerberus is now kind of trapped between a couple teams. NOSH, Haribo, this is his saving grace. This is the other thing that happens on Vikendi. People put themselves up on top of these big roofs here, and then people get below them, and you get completely caught off guard. That had to be a kill. Luckily, Bot Fluke is going to get it, but there's a trade straight back from Sololzi. This is a bit of an ambitious Panzerfaust, and it's not going to land. It was good to aim for the tree. So damn close. Haribo maybe now not an issue. They have to get this done, though. Cerberus may be on the ropes now.
Tycon is down and out. He's gone. Down to 3 for Cerberus. FW, can they get the revival to 6 sacks? Otherwise, it'll be down to just Bot Fluke and Raze. First aid kit coming out from Raze. Bot Fluke knocked as well from High Mass. Cerberus, yeah, they might have lost Tycon, but they've certainly done a good job in thwarting FW Esports. Huanglong to now peek over and see if he can spot Raze. He's on the backside of this little area on the machine. And I think they've more than dealt with this. Up to 7 kills now for Cerberus. They've dominated this lobby, this game, leading the way in terms of kills. Khoa Gaming eliminated in 6. 5 teams remaining. QConfirm have got the entire north side. Cerberus still holding this old top of the mountain. Akita down below to the south, creeping in on the mini-map, and he might just be a little bit of a nuisance here. Ray's really good tag. He's a nuisance as well. Akita can get involved on this in third party, and that's exactly what he's doing. Nade bouncing over, doesn't really connect. Half health for Huanglong and Solozzi. Akita, he has to be careful, down to low health as the solo for EXO Clan. Can't re-peek, and he's low, he's out, he's gone. 4 teams remain.
Oh my god, every single team on that Western Hill has been flirting with each other for the last 10 minutes or so, and finally it all erupted when FW decided to push, and even then there's still such tension on this hill between these players. Right now though, it's only down to the remaining 2 of Cerberus and Raze, the top fragger for FW. He has to pull off a miracle here if he wants to get this done. In the meantime, though, QC's pushed into Newhouse's compound, and Newhouse are mounting a defense, but it's not good enough. QConfirm very quick on that, very decisive to do that, knowing that everyone was occupied on top of that hill, and now it's just a shooting gallery. These guys are going to have to come off the top, and look at the zone control that QConfirm have.
Could this be back-to-back for the first time in the group stages of the PUBG Asia Super Cup? QC winning out on Tago, now looking to win out here on Vikendi. High ground for Cerberus as the duo, Huanglong and Sololzi. 9 kills for Serb, and they are in 9th position on the leaderboard. They are very close to the top 8 and not too far away from it at all. A win here, they'll be straight in. For QConfirm, a win here, and suddenly their spot in the top 8 looks almost all but confirmed. It's Petret who takes the initial shots onto Huanglong. One team's got high ground, one team has zone. You want to make sure you don't throw this away. Pushing up Solozzi, he's got the high ground. He wins it, cheating. That was a very aggressive play. Opons can't get a trade with the nade that was thrown over. Very hard to throw the nades up, but he lands it onto Solozzi. Opons with a massive nade, and Huanglong in the 1v3, tagged by Petra. He wants to try and get over, maybe go for the revive. You don't have the time. Pushing his Opons, and he is sharp. QC make it back-to-back wins on Tago and Vikendi. Huge result for them, and they look locked in for top 8.
Oh my god, they were flirting with everyone on that hill. They were the ones in positions to make the plays, and they never did it because they realized that it was never the right opportunity. Another team might have slipped up, they might have pushed FW, they might have capitalized off of FW and Cerberus, but they were patient the whole time. They realized that Petret had a sick position in zone the whole time regardless, and so they were never too greedy, they were never too aggressive. They held it down, and they just got done what they needed to get done.
Yeah, they certainly did, and for the first time, it's been looming. It's back-to-back wins for a team in the group stage. QConfirm, a huge result for them, and now solidifies them as a top 8 team from Thailand. They are looking very, very solid, and this is a team, Ross, that they can get the kills. They are known fraggers. Placement points and wins, though, not something that they are known for. 7th for placement points in the PUBG Thailand series for the back end of last year, so they don't always end up winning a whole lot. They don't always get the most amount of placement points, but they've gone and got back-to-back wins along with the frags as well. 21 kills in the last 2 games.
Seems like a lot of APAC teams are definitely a lot more fond of the kills rather than the placement points. I know that TE is also a team that's fond of just focusing on kills rather than placement points, but you've got to give credit to QConfirm. If they are a team that focuses heavily on the frags, getting 2 back-to-back wins might be a rare occasion for them, but they pulled them off. I mean, you wouldn't know that they favor the frags if you didn't look at the stats. They pulled them off really clinically.
Yep, they certainly did. That was a tremendous performance for both games from QConfirm. I felt like on Tago, maybe a little bit more frag heavy. Obviously, though, one thing that worked out for them was the little engagement between FW and Cerberus on that hill. Instead of FW pushing into QConfirm, they pushed into Cerberus from their QC. Yep. They had it pretty easy. They were able to just push into Newhouse, get the win. Job done for them. They should be going to the grand finals, should the keyword, not locked in. 2 more games to go. That's why it's not locked in. We go to a break. When we come back, we'll be heading to Miramar.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5. they get away with this.
Hang on. This nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. Stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover thread. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle-Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
This tournament, we finally got a team that was able to win back-to-back games, and with only 2 games remaining as well for the group stage, no better time for QConfirm to make a late run. But it does sort of indicate, Russell, that 2 games could be all it takes for certain teams to get the job done. You can do a lot in 2 games. You can easily get your 30 to 40 points if required. But QConfirm, I would imagine going into Miramar, will be feeling very ecstatic with their position. We'll go and have a little bit of a chat about them, considering they are the first team to win back-to-back chicken dinners at this tournament. And largely, I think by a good measure, it's been a team effort.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the stats; they're all pretty even, and this is one of those complete teams. Maybe at the start of the night we didn't list these guys as one of those complete teams, as you say, but they certainly look like it now. If they're going to get wins consistently like that, then that's a good sign that everything's kind of clicking. You know, everything's in order, which is I guess what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't quite got the Game 4 stats just yet. It's only really just finished, but kind of looking at the statistics for the team, 5 kills for Petra, 5 kills for Opons, 4 kills for Leons, 8 for Cheeksing. Like, it's a pretty fair assumption, and a couple of those have got some good assists as well. So, assists. So it's been a really solid performance from QConfirm, taking out Taego, taking out Vikendi, and this is why it pays to know these new maps, to know how to play to Taego and Vikendi. Hey, there's still 2 games. That's still about the same amount as your Erangels and your Miramars, and look what they've gone and done.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it's easy for these guys to just go to Vikendi. I mean, it is easy for them to change maps and just go to Vikendi, but they do, I feel like, have to change up playstyle a little bit. It's not like you can do an Erangel playstyle on Vikendi, right? You kind of almost have to do a Sandhawk playstyle on Vikendi, I feel like, which is not something I want to say, but sometimes that's necessary. It's just a map where you can get a lot of third parties going, and it just kind of works out that way. But they do have to change up playstyles a little bit, so it's good to see that they can do that from Taego straight to Vikendi, map after map, you know, immediately switching up what they need to and getting the job done.
All right, let's head into Miramar for match number 5 tonight. It's our final night of the group stage. It's our final time seeing Miramar now in the group stage as well. Fair warning, so far in this particular tournament, Miramar definitely plays the slowest to begin with. That's just the nature of the map, but then really does ramp up, and we get a lot of fun as per usual. So very excited to see how this does play out. A couple of teams very much vying for as many points as possible to close out this portion of the group stage, get the points, get into the top 8, and go straight to grand finals. Otherwise, it's last chance quals. Now, earlier in the broadcast, I did say tomorrow. It's not actually tomorrow. It's the day after. So this weekend is when the last chance qualifiers will be playing. So really not much time. These teams that miss out on grand finals, Russell, the bottom 16, they'll get 1 day off, and then we're straight back into it for 2 days of action to see who the next 8 teams will be to make it into the grand finals. We've got a very eastern play path. So yeah, I don't think it'll do too much, but still out to the east. We can look at the leaderboard as it's also been updated. You can see Cerberus in 9th, 1 point behind Daytrade. We can very much say goodbye to Daytrade.
Yeah. Yeah, see you later, Daytrade. Only a matter of time before you are kicked down to that 9th position. In previous patches, this plane path maybe would have indicated, it would have given you a little tingle and maybe said, oh, could be a little bit of an island circle, but no longer does the circle have to touch the plane path, so that might not be the case. We could go super far west, but I am still hoping that APAC does APAC things and gives us a crazy circle on those islands. It would be good to see in a lobby like this where so many of the teams are toward that frag heavy. Actually, maybe it wouldn't be, because now I'm thinking if everyone plays for frags, everyone's going to stay on the mainland, and then we're going to get like 2 or 3 teams that actually make it across to those islands, which would actually end up being pretty boring. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but just theory crafting, just thinking, just hoping, really.
I think out of my many years casting PUBG, I don't think I've ever done a prison finish. I don't know. Really? Have you ever played a prison finish in an official?
I believe I have in an official, but were you not casting when Atletico lost out to Incognito back in the day, when they lost out for the face at Global Summit or whatever it was?
I did cast that one out towards the islands on the east side. Yeah, I did do that.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's not prison though, is it?
I'll finish.
I said prison.
Ah, prison. Ah, okay. Well, whatever. Look, like prison's a lot more boring than the island anyway.
Yeah, it probably is anyway. Well, we're not going there. We're going up north. La Cobrea is where we do head. Al Pozo as well. Crater. All of those fun POIs of the map, as far away from prison as you probably can get, except for Terry Bronca out towards the top right. Arctix Gaming, bottom of the leaderboard. Russell, it hasn't been a good tournament for these guys from Japan, and they were actually the highest seeded team from Japan coming into this. They didn't technically finish top 2, I think, in the actual Japan League, the Japan Championship, but obviously the highest seed, and yeah, look, just hasn't been a strong tournament for them. And one of the other teams from Japan in NOSH too, struggling. And Four-Man Bow very slowly making their way down the bottom of the standings too. So unfortunately, Japan hasn't quite been able to integrate all that nicely here into the Asia Super Cup. We didn't used to get Japan back in the old PCS days, so it has been nice to see them, but they haven't quite been able to make their mark.
They always come in, but yeah, it never seems like they're actually able to do all that much. Someone like Arctix, you can see doing it, although 2 of their players have only come into the roster in the last 6 months. So maybe it's just shaking off some rust, getting used to how the roster is going to flow. But they've got some good talent on that team. Like I said, 2 players coming in the last 2 months. But before that, in the Japan Championship, they were second highest average kills, only second to Sun Sister. And that's a very recognizable name that consistently makes international tournaments. So it's not like they can't do it. It just seems like every time Japan comes into these APAC lobbies and international lobbies, to be fair, they just fall really, really short.
Yeah. So a lot of rotating though for this phase 1 circle, which maybe, fingers crossed, does give us some action here early on for Miramar. A lot of teams that will not be, you know, typically looting in that sort of north western side of Miramar. It's a little bit more vacant compared to some of the other areas. So we'll see if that does maybe lead to some of these rotational fights, even if it just means like someone knocks someone out of a vehicle and then that causes a little bit of a scrap. We'll see if that does eventuate. Unicorn Cyber, it's been a bit of a quiet night for them. I feel like I haven't really seen much from Unicorn Cyber coming into tonight. I had higher expectations. They've only gotten the 15 points. They had 35 points from their first night in the Group A versus C lobby, which you know, in turn, looking back on it, was actually a very good lobby, and a lot of those teams have done quite well. But yeah, only the 15 points tonight has kind of left me a little bit disappointed. I expected more.
Yeah, I mean, they're a recognizable name with some recognizable players too. I feel like the only time I actually remembered them in like a late game was them getting ripped apart on that Erangel game. They were one of the teams that had to send it into the waves just outside of Pachinki, and usually that ends in multiple teams surrounding you. So that spot wasn't even enough for them to get a lot of kill points. They just got torn apart as everyone closed in around them. But this is a zone where they can actually do something. They are kind of in between a lot of hills at the moment, maybe being a little bit indecisive, going back and forth with 3 people in that car. But Pathampong, come on, you've got to get Shanks. All right, teammates right next to it. Hatsa what gets it. Shanks had absolutely no idea. Now the newest member for Armory Gaming is just going to have to send it all the way away because Theerathon 5 has full control of these unplayables.
Well, that's not what Armory Gaming need. You got to remember there's only 2 games left, this included, and you're down a player already, running out of chances, running out of time to be able to get into that top 8. And really the cutoff for me is starting to just kind of be Cerberus. Like, you kind of look at your Fury is that the next team in line, they're in 7th, 79 points. The closest to them outside of Cerberus, right, if we kind of skip over them, is the Expendables on 60. That's a 19-point gap with 2 games to go. We don't typically see point gaps like that overtaken, so that's already quite rare. I'm going to unfortunately say it, there's really not many qualification spots left. You need to have a massive game right now. If you have a 15 to 19-point gap in the last game, I'm sorry, but it's extraordinarily unlikely that it's going to work out for you unless, barring massive circumstances. The Expendables, well, they need a good game here. They need to, continue to collect their points with 2 games to go, keep in touch with Cerberus. They probably don't have to go and have like a 20 to 30-point game. Obviously, those shots didn't eventuate into 777's death. Never mind. I think it might. Yeah, Cheeks King does eventually get the knock over towards water treatment. He was running out of time. That vehicle was always about to explode. Had to get out. As soon as you get out, you're probably dead. And that is not good news for TE.
Yeah, he was caught between basically all the members of QConfirm there. So not much he could do. And now the Expendables are rotating straight towards AAP, another team who needs those points, and they're gonna fight. They're gonna go for it. When you collide on rotate like that, eventually you might actually lose someone. Dupjuice goes down, and Tanvu has to get out of there. So TE, yeah, they're on the cusp. They might be one of the teams that can take that last remaining spot. I think a couple games ago we were saying 2, but it's looking like there's only really 1 spot remaining. 2 if these guys are super lucky. And this is not how you want to start it out for TE. Unfortunately for them, they got kind of scared away from going one way, and then they had to be very decisive in which way they were going to go next. And north was really the only option for them. Couldn't go south because that would be way too committed. So they went north, and they ran straight into AAP. It was just kind of unlucky timing for Tanvu as well. I mean, if Alec can hit these shots, it's going to be even worse. No way Tanvu gets away on 1 HP here. Wow. There's even another member of one of these teams shooting. I was going to say turns back. Don't know what Tanvu could have really done there. He was 1 HP in a buggy. Like, what do you do?
Yeah, huge for ArkAngel Predator as well. 2 kills, 1, that's already good. But then also you're getting rid of a competitor in the Expendables. Next hope for AAP is that Cerberus as well have a kind of nothing game. And that puts ArkAngel Predator back into a good position to make the top 8. Past them is obviously the 3-man AG. Then you get to Unicorn Cyber. I'm going to be honest, Russell. I'm putting a line through everyone 18 to 24, including FW Esports. I've seen enough. The FW Esports from Thai Series has not shown up, and they are having a bit of a stinker tournament thus far. Can change from last calls into grand finals if they make it, but right now it hasn't quite worked out. They would basically need almost 40 points, or at least 30 minimum in the last 2 games, and they have not been able to do that through the first bunch of games, at least through the first 10. So minute 50 till phase 2. I'm going to put a line from 18 to 24 out for Unicorn, and for AG, got to get big points at this game. So 2 teams to kind of keep an eye on. AAP as well, but they've started well. 2 kills, 4 players up. The Expendables, well, they're really leaving their fate now into the hands of Cerberus.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 player left on TE. Lots of work to do. FW, not going to say they're in a terrible spot because they really aren't. They just can't afford to lose anyone. Yeah, 30 points in 2 games. It's doable in some lobbies, but in a lobby like this, you just don't see it happening. Too difficult, and you got to look at how they performed in previous games, and you just can't see it happening. Arctix, the team in the last place at this current moment in time, are scaring FW away from that high ground. I think they were getting shot at by maybe T5 off in the distance as well, so there's no real point to taking that fight with Arctix when you're exposed. You want to just bring it back a little bit and take it on your terms, which is what they're trying to do. And Arctix, you've got to give them credit for trying to take this fight. They are very exposed, however. They will eventually probably get shot at by T5 as well if they decide to open themselves up. But for the moment, this Sandstorm could actually make this fight, I was going to say interesting, but most likely it'll just be very boring unless AX decide to use this as an opportunity to push. They know where that compound is. They're not going to get lost. They could push in this Sandstorm and make this interesting.
Yeah, they could. It's a bit risky. I mean, although they're at a point where I think risky plays is probably what they've got to make. And you're going up against Arctix Gaming. So, I mean, they probably aren't fully aware of that. And I think they might just hold. I don't know if they want to get too overzealous. It's also right over them and not really over Arctix. Arctix in a better position based off of the Sandstorm. They can actually look up and see. Bot Fluke makes his way over the hill from Omochi's perspective. If FW Esports go out here and lose to Arctix, you can 1000% put a line in pen that can't be rubbed out. Right now, the line for FW and only FW is maybe in pencil. And that's a nice circle up towards La Cobria. And that's going to send a lot of teams into that city. We've seen this kind of circle plenty of times. It used to be worse. The hill there used to be a lot more steep. Yeah. It has been kind of bulldozed a bit, so it's not too bad to the south of La Cob. So it's a little bit different, but still, it's not a fun circle to play if you don't get these kind of prio positions. You get kind of stuck out in the open. You usually get DMR'd to death, and it's never a good time.
Yeah, especially when you have to come off those southern hills straight to the open areas around La Cob. You want those prior compounds just to the north of La Cob, but there's only so many you can take, and in between all those compounds is open space. There's also a lot of unplayables here, so teams that are going to opt to take the emergency parachute, they're probably going to pluck one on top of any unplayable they possibly can, maybe even 2 if they get the chance to. But you do still want to take some low ground locations as well, because as much as you really want to get up on top of that unplayable to get as many kills as you can, you need people on the ground to make sure you have a continuation plan, because if you have to parachute off those unplayables, you're a sitting duck for a lot of teams, especially if you delay it and sit there towards the late game, which we see a lot of greedy players do very often, especially when we get circles towards Impala. Almost every single time you see players on the unplayables just die eventually. Their only job was to get information and then fall. And I guess they do their job, but you'd much rather keep them alive. But only 1 emergency parachute has been popped in this zone, and no one got on top of the unplayable to the north. So I guess I'm waiting for that to happen still.
Oh, big pick for Bot Fluke to get a knock on to Jund, as they need all of the points that they can muster up. Basically, for FW, they need to talk about, sort of 10-kill win. And then going into the last game would still, need more as well. That's how much of a night that they need to finish on. Certainly capable, at least if you go back to their prime. Mikey Kamukau spotting one. On the outskirts of La Cobria is PMA and Armory Gaming, so it's kind of Pick of the litter if they're not inside of a building. FW, DK, PMA, AG, all around La Cob. House Esports out towards the western side. They got Unicorn Cyber pushing into their location, and Elgin Potts gets taken down by Betra. And oh, what a flick turnaround from RKS, though. This fight has gone disastrous for AAP. Evil Patrick, they've just got absolutely decimated by Pixel Stars. Bottom 3 team takes out ArkAngel Predator rapidly. That was so quick.
Do we cut them out now? Do we draw a line in between them? I don't know if you can recover from that mentally.
Not yet. And here comes QC.
They're close. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, AAP are close, but mentally that's got to destroy you. That's a last game. Just send it at teams for AAP, or just get a good win, keep 4 up. Maybe I feel like that's the second time a team in a position on the cusp has died to Pixel Stars that quickly. If only Pixel Stars had been doing this earlier on in the tournament. Seems like they've got pretty decent compound defense fundamentals, but QConfirm is a different beast. You put AAP in a lobby up against these Thai giants, up against the Vietnam giants. Yeah, years ago AAP maybe would have been on top, but no longer. Middle of the pack when you consider the other top teams in this lobby. Regardless, I guess here's the approach from QConfirm. Capybara caught completely off guard out in the open. Wanted to get some info, cop some bullets instead.
Yeah, I don't think they realized QConfirm had pushed this close up to their compound off the hill. Down the very base of it, they kind of pulled up, and then they just got on foot and made their way up very quietly. Nade was thrown in. They've already got fence control, 4 on 3. They won the first fight really convincingly against AAP, but I think they were a little bit more aware that AAP was pushing into their location. This was a little bit more of a surprise attack. RKS holding a good position, good angle, couldn't hit the shots, and now probably can't re-peek that window, at least not initially. Does do so with the Draken off and then falls off it. Obviously, without Capybara, this is going to be a difficult fight against a team that is on form. QConfirm, could they maybe make it 3 on the trot? I will say this compound not in. You can see 10 seconds. You can see in the minimap that bloat's going to start moving. It will envelop this position really quickly. So this is not a fight that QC want to take. They'll just back off. They caused a little bit of confusion, got a kill, and then just left.
Yeah, QC have yet to make 100 points. Get that triple digits, and that's just that little bit of extra confidence. Crazy what an additional digit can do to your mental state. They could stick around here, to be honest with you, especially if they get information towards the zone. The spot that they're going to take next is free regardless. No one's contesting for it. If they get that information, they can stick around and be a nuisance for Pixel Stars all they want. Carly,
what is happening
one of the
here?
newest additions. Yeah, I was going to say, Unicorn Phoenix, we see them in a rough position in that Erangel game, and look at them now. In smokes, all of them up against a couple rocks, underneath the unplayable, and of course, Theerathon Five is here to claim some third party.
Yeah, using that pickup system perfectly. Although smoke's obscuring a lot of this. Unicorn Cyber have been picked to pieces. 2 players up, but both very low. Vanator will collect the kill onto Sapal. Cerberus has just lost Salolzi. For what it's worth, that's a big death in the grand scheme of this lobby. There is a world, I don't know what world we would be in, what universe, that Cerberus and the Expendables both get nothing in this game. Daytrade would still be an 8th going into the last game.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be impossible. It's very unlikely. But who knows? Funnier things have happened, Russell. It's not as if it would be impossible for Cerberus to get no points in the last 2 games, and same for the Expendables. Hong knocked by Jervis, and Theerathon Five are just going to have their absolute way up on this hill.
Yeah, at least for now. No one, I mean, I don't think ever they're going to get contested up here. It isn't unplayable. It will get shifted off eventually, unless the game has a little bit of a moment. But you doubt that's going to happen. And so eventually they're going to have to parachute off, and maybe they'll get killed then. This is risky. Do you end up just killing yourself and your teammate if you go to shoot the Panzerfaust here? I feel like you're better off just pulling out your AR instead of risking that. Or nades, better that as well. But onto the roof comes Omochi. And they've traded up by FW off in the distance. Oh no, sorry, in the compound. What am I saying? Raises up here on the top floor too.
Stolen though from the distance by T5, so close enough.
With all that vision, yeah.
Yeah, well, we do have the circle shift for phase 4. It's gone fire out to the east. As fun as it's been, T5, you're going to have to say goodbye to this rock. This is not going to be in for phase 4. Unplayable out to the east. Fury understanding that, and they've obviously positioned really nicely. Ninja 2K, kind of center of this circle. NOSH in a good compound. Everyone else, I don't even know where you really... I mean, there's a little bit to the north side. In fact, one of the compounds up north is still in. Playing
Cerberus.
out of that's not going to be the easiest. And yeah, Cerberus will be the ones to benefit from that. They'll occupy that position, which will give them probably almost enough to think about getting close to top 8 this game. Gets them that 1 point, sends Day Trade to the last chance quals.
Yeah, you'd think that is the minimum Cerberus can get from that spot. You can see in the distance there on the left side of your screen, coming into that northern position, which is quite free. And this compound fight firmly won by FW, but you can see how limited they are. The members of Arctix as well, Kali underneath the unplayable. I wonder actually if Kali is exposed to the FW compound. Regardless, hats are what? Again, T5. Doesn't matter what fight is happening in this zone right now, T5 has a say in it. They've only got 1 minute and 45 seconds left to fun, but they'll make the absolute most of it. Dan Cow and New House Esports, they have to position themselves on the southern side of this fight, really, or in between and around all this to avoid T5. Look at that, just more damage being dealt. Smell had to run inside because of T5's presence. They're totally messing with every single fight on the map, even the ones inside the city.
Yeah, they certainly are. New House done well here. Yeah, leaving it a little too late, though. They can start to the night, and then I think the middle portion of the games just didn't quite go their way. But we know these guys are, I think, going to be a capable team that they can make the top 8 in the last chance quals as they wipe out Arctix Gaming. New House Esports will be certainly one team to watch on the weekend in the last chance qualifiers. As a duo, I don't know if they can get enough to push them into a position where the last game will be something that can get them into the top 8. Well, making the parachute down the track, as fun as it's been for Theerathon 5, guess what? Everyone else can now return serve, and they can fire some pretty free shots at T5 parachuting in. So far, none from them have been knocked. Fury winning a battle over EXO. EXO 86 points, Fury up to 80. Both teams in the 8 digits means it's probably unlikely that they have to worry about that last game. Bat and Bong on 1 HP, quite literally, and then eliminated fresh out of the air thanks to Cerberus. And in the end, Theerathon 5 don't make it down all intact. They do lose 1, but they also benefited by getting 6 kills. I think 6 for 1 is a good deal.
That ain't bad. And you've got a spot in zone as well, a spot that you can only get to if you were up on that unplayable or have come from an emergency parachute. And Neil T, I mean, what do you do against that? He looks up there, he sees 3 of T5 looking his way. You may as well just out of the blue. Not much you can do. You could actually get underneath them if you can LOS with these pryos, with these concrete buildings, maybe with the fences as well. He's going to opt to delay a little bit and heal himself up just to maybe persuade T5 to go away. That's a PMA feed. Fury feed as well. NOSH is looking good. Cerberus, this is their 1 point that they need maybe.
Well, this is the thing, right? Their compound doesn't get hard fed. They're getting shot at by NOSH. They kind of want to push up the hill to the compound where FW is. There's a kind of lot going on around Cerberus. They should be kind of main focus right now. Expendables are just down an inch 2K. He's going to hold on and just see if he can get some placement points, but arguably isn't going to get much beyond that, right? I mean, at max, he gets 1, 2, maybe 3 if someone like happens to run into him and he gets a couple of kills plus placement. He's not getting enough to probably dislodge Day Trade just yet, but Cerberus are getting picked enough that they might not get anything from this game, and just makes the last game even more tantalizing. They've gotten 2 knocked, 1's already eliminated, 1 player standing for Cerberus. I don't know what they can make of this. They do get a revive, 2 up. Hyung Long is in a bad spot. I don't know if he's going to be able to get back up into this game. There goes Unicorn side, but they're out, and they're probably out of the grand finals for now. Last chance calls is where they'll be heading to. Fury just getting some free kills, and Kali, the solo, right behind FW Esports at the compound, and they're going to get Banana 1. That's not what FW needed. They thought maybe this could be the game where they go large. Not to be. It's a rat behind at the fence. Nade goes out. He knows where the others are. Cerberus still can't really push on this because of NOSH.
Yeah. Kali can do so much more damage to FW as well. He's even trapped one of them inside the compound, but he had no idea he'd done that. The Molotovs and nades were enough to keep Raze at bay, but that eventually causes Kali's demise. For Cerberus here, I think Huang Long's found a position inside the zone, or at least he did before he went down. Oh yeah, you're right, he is up. So Cerberus can just sit. If NOSH overextends, that's the 1 point they need. Screw it. If 2 teams die before them and they get to 8th place, that's the 1 point they need to knock Day Trade out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Even if NOSH wipe out Cerberus, if Cerberus get 1 or 2 kills, that's enough to alleviate least get into the top 8 and get rid of Day Trade. So NOSH would have to kill them cleanly. I'm watching the map, and Shinosuke and Okian have pushed over to Cerberus, and they've got eyes. If this is clean, Cerberus could go out here with no points. Double tap onto Tycon, very clean. Nade thrown in his direction. I don't know if that's got the distance. Can't see if it's going to bounce enough. It doesn't. He gets the heal off. Not the easiest spot to defend from, though. High Mass knocked down by Ninja 2K. The solo for TE. He should get the easy flush. He will. That's Cerberus down to just 2 players remaining. Still, no points gained from this match. Tycon and Hyunglong needing to just deal with NOSH.
That was Cerberus's attempt to get some placement points, but Ninja 2K put a stop to that. He's stuck in that shack. And now if the rest of Cerberus want to go that way, yeah, they know he's here, but I mean, they've only got 2 members left. They've only got 2 members left, and look at Shinosuke. He's getting ahead of them right now. Completely ahead of them. Going to stop them in their tracks if they decide to make the move. And he's got backup from the rest of NOSH as well, stuck inside that compound. And they're not in zone. This is looking worse and worse for Cerberus. You're looking at them on their map and thinking all they need is one. All they need is one. It looks like they can possibly get it done, but everything so far has been against them.
Yeah, need to reiterate, this is not the final game. One more after this, because we're almost getting it too hyped as if it's like the last game. They will have another chance after this will be the final game, but what it does mean, it's more for Day Trade. Day Trade are watching right now, and they don't want to go out. They want the very slim hope margin that the last game could still work out for them. So for Day Trade to stay in, they need Cerberus out right now while there's still just 10 teams alive. They're down to 1 player, could go for a rank tank, but Tycon has the blue at his back on the north side of the zone, and he can't really go anywhere because FW Esports and NOSH have him surrounded. So we turn our attention to Theerathon 5 solo in Rossiter Jr. T5, they're only 4 points away from Miramar. They'll get the opportunity in the last game to overtake them and be #1 at the end of the group stage. As they go out, though, the next team to go out must be Cerberus or Day Trade are out of this lobby.
Yeah, Day Trade watching and sweating.
Tycon is so low. He is out. 9th for Cerberus, 65 points. TE collect 1 point because of placements. Ninja 2K still alive. How many more can he get? We now watch them. Jing is gone. They're out in 8th. 7 teams remain.
That's the thing with TE, right? Is they're only a solo. They can't really do much this game, so it does come down to that last game, which is, of course, what we want. And you're kind of, I mean, if you're TE, you're hoping Ninja 2K can get something done here. You're so close to getting it done. Maybe a 3rd place would put them up so good on that leaderboard that all they needed to do was get a team wipe in the last game to finally push them over the edge. For FW, though, every time we see them in a spot like this, we feel bad for them because of their potential. But they're always in some sort of fault, always limited. They've always got a team on either side of them. Luckily, Luke 12 is helping out from a distance. PMA are trying to make this push, but Teddy was a little bit too aggressive. And of course, FW will fight back like they have done, but it never just seems to be enough. They're always 2 stuck, 2 on the edge.
Yeah, this is good though for Ninja 2K. He wants everyone to be fighting out on the edge because he's holding center position inside of the circle here. 40 seconds until phase 7. 6 acts, Rays, both bleed out. FW, yeah, probably put that line from pencil to pen. They would need a huge final game. We're talking 20 plus to really confirm a spot in the top 8. It would take a monster effort. Not impossible, but you know, I don't really back them in the way that the games have been going for them haven't been great. Bot Fluke at least gets the 1 more, so you start to at least tick it up a bit. TE up to 62 points. No one is near Ninja 2K. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're watching Day Trade, I think you're out of the top 8 because I think TE through Ninja 2K might be able to get enough points from the rank tank.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff if he was able to do it. But all he has to do is sit in the zone. He's in a spot where everyone's fighting around him. It's not like a central spot where eventually one of these guys is going to step over him like you would see in another game. Nah, don't think anyone's going to do that this time around. Everyone's got their own priorities, so he's just going to have to sit and chill up to 6th place minimum now. Dynasty and the rest of Armory Gaming trying to make their push onto Fury. Armory Gaming, I suppose they're still in it. Still with a shot to get it done, but they need legendary games. They probably need to win this one and have a fantastic one the next one as well. First step is dealing with Fury trapped inside those buildings. Petrek goes down to Cow in the background. And NOSH are trying to make their push clear up PMA. I guess for NOSH, PMA is their only threat. Although if you look at the zone, all they really have to do is push them all the way to the south, push them into Ninja 2K, push them into Fury sightlines, and NOSH can kind of chill in this north.
63, almost going to be enough for TE. Not much longer really required, but NOSH, Ninja 2K, nade in his hand. I think this might be the end of his life. Now over to a barrel. He gets the kill onto Shinosuke. That's 64 points. Nade from Haribo in response. Good enough. They're out. And so the same result as Cerberus. Neither of those two can knock out Day Trade with one game to go. They need points in the final game. They cannot afford to have essentially the game that they both just had in this one. Otherwise, it might not be enough. And what it does is it opens the door now. Your Armory Gamings, your AAPs, you know, a little bit of relief for them. They're still alive going into the last game. Even in FW Esports, New House, Unicorn, if they have big games, it could be on. Luke 12 gets the knockdown onto James. Armory, you need the points. They all will matter so much. Can he get the knock on a Wakagamuka? Just barely, by the slimmest of margins, is he able to confirm it. Round the backside is Flood, but Luke gets knocked. Flood's the last one up for Fury. They're out. Armory Gaming have just stepped it up a notch. Huge kills, 63 points. They may be the ones to knock out Day Trade after all.
I was going to say we need to turn our attention to Armory, and all I wanted them to do was win this fight because that's what they needed to do to put themselves up into that mid-60 point and actually get into contention point for top 8. They did what they needed to do, but I think they need to go on and win this game. If they want to do it convincingly, they need to take out the rest of the lobby, and right now, NOSH is not looking. NOSH have been completely fixated on PMA. PMA are no longer a threat to NOSH. So NOSH is just going to... Oh my god, never mind. I am Pete. I didn't think that PMA would be a threat to Armory Gaming, but maybe they are. This is a time for NOSH to activate.
They're out. Well, I don't even know where they're on. It's 65 points. So Day Trade is still in with one game to go. NOSH get the win. NOSH get the win. We've got two teams on 65 points, one on 64. Whatever happens, the last game is going to be a massive game for so many teams. That match there, right there, Russell, the one we just had was utter perfection to set us up for game number 6 after this.
That's PUBG Esports at its best right there. You look at those numbers on the leaderboard and you're like, how is that even possible? How have we come down to a moment like this? Credit to NOSH coming out of Japan and getting a win. That was one of the more well-played games we've seen from a Japanese team since 4-man Bow in this competition. So full credit to them. You have to give them their due, but yeah, I mean, we can't help but focus on Armory and the rest of the teams that are on 65 points.
No, definitely. That's, I mean, look, again, congratulations to NOSH. You get the win. And that's actually good for Japan because that's now at least 2 teams both being able to pick up a win, and you know, it gives them that confidence maybe in future tournaments. But all eyes is going to be on who gets into that top 8 to go directly to the grand finals. And you got to remember as well, there will be the last chance quals, but if you qualify straight for grand finals, that's that prize pool. That's at least that minimum guarantee. You don't have to worry about last chance quals shenanigans. It's only 2 days. You know, it's kind of a bit iffy in terms of RNG. So you want to avoid that as much as possible. One game remaining for tonight, one game remaining for the group stage. We go to this final break. When we come back, there is about 6 or so teams that are all vying for basically one spot in that top 8. It is about to be a bloodbath.
Introducing the new and improved Let's Play Live. New look, new feel, new tournaments. Play and compete in dozens of esports tournaments from Open Division to Pro. Check out our new platform at Let's Play Live.
Feeling a little bit salty about that one because that was so clean from Akita and Monty, but Theerathon 5. They get away with this.
Hang on, this nade, we didn't quite follow it immediately, and it's amazing from Akita.
Welcome to Update 27.2, where the wild ride of even more Rondo features await. Gather BR coins to purchase your necessities, summon cover from the sky, complete in-game missions, and protect your devices in the EMP zone. First, let's start off with the market. Gather BR coins that are scattered throughout the map, and make sure your wallet's bulky enough to embark on a new shopping spree experience. We've got 3 types of markets, from the pretty nice grade 1 to the holy moly grade 3. Beware though, the best markets are protected by guards who clearly take their job seriously. stumble upon a market and open up a page of categories. Choose from the item shop, the weapons dealer, no questions asked, the garage for your own special edition bulletproof pillar UAZ, or the random item option for those who like to live on the edge. Remember, your hard-earned BR coins are your golden ticket to all the goods you'll ever hope for. And if entrepreneurial, you can sell off some of your inventory stuff for more coins. Next up, it's time to take a look at the sky. Nope, not for inspiration, but for the emergency cover flare. Give it a try and watch as cover starts magically dropping from above. Not realistic enough? Trust me, no one's got time to question its origins when you're in the middle of a fight. On top of that, we also have in-game missions that'll add to your burden of having to remain as a lone survivor out of 100. Just kidding, they'll help you, tons. Complete missions that show up at the beginning of the match and automatically earn in-game items as rewards. And that's not it, there's more. A new disturbance in the sky brings the EMP zone, turning electronics into mere decorations. Say farewell to scopes, vehicles, and even those fancy markets. It's back to basics in the stack-free turmoil. And as always, we have plenty more prepared this update. A new Survivor Pass, a Battle Ready kit, tweaks to the Blizzard Zone and Sandstorm, and detailed information now available for your PUBG Battlegrounds currency. For the full scoop, make sure to dive into the patch notes. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Such a fun journey here for the PUBG Asia Super Cup group stage, but we come down to our final game of not only the night, but the group stage as well. We've got ourselves a very fun situation, Russell, which is, 6 to 8 teams or so that are going to be vying for that one spot, that last spot to get themselves a top 8 spot into the grand finals, which of course means they get to skip the last chance qualifiers. Yay. So that's kind of what is up for grabs here.
Yeah, we'll pull up the leaderboard in a second, but it is literally like 4 or 5 teams, all within 66, 65 points. I mean, we're just waiting for Day Trade to get knocked out. I feel like that should have been done much earlier on in the night, but everyone's just put themselves 1 point underneath them just for our entertainment. So I can't complain.
It's definitely inevitable. Day Trade will very unlikely hold that 8 spot. But hey, funnier things have happened. It's not impossible. There's a world in which Cerberus, AG, TE all get nothing from this game. That's not like mathematically impossible. And then everyone else kind of gets like, an average amount. And maybe like the big dogs, right? Like your QCs, your D5s, your Furies, your Exos. What if they dominate this lobby, this final game? You just never know. But, what's interesting is we closed out yesterday and it was like, hey, what if Day Trade get the 73 points? Well, if they had the 73 points, I wouldn't say they're like guaranteed, but it would have been a lot better. We'll know by the end of tonight. Now, the teams that we need to kind of keep an eye on, and you guys at home should be keeping an eye on, Cerberus, Armory Gaming, obviously, they're both tied 65 points. The Expendables, 64 points. Now, from the future, they're out. They're Group C. They can't get any more points. Don't worry about them. And same with New Generation. But then ArkAngel Predator and FW and New House and also Unicorn Cyber. All of those teams are the teams that we're going to be keeping an eye on, even down to New House, because they're only 12 points behind Cerberus, Ross. And if New House go and get like a 20, 25 point game, not impossible to think they could be in that 8th spot. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, we've kind of touted the 80 point mark might be the cutoff, but you look at that leaderboard and that last spot is a lot lower than the average we thought it was going to be. That one is up for grabs for like 6 different teams, which is not what I thought would happen. Usually you see your top 8 and the bottom 3 teams of that top 8 are kind of around the same point mark, but not this time around.
As you can see for the games tonight, it was Cerberus, Fury to start things off on Erangel, and then QConfirm had all of the fun on Tago and Vikendi for the first time in the group stage, back-to-back wins from a same team. NOSH then got Miramar, but that really wasn't the story of that Miramar. It was kind of the capitulation of all the other teams trying to get into the top 8. They all kind of tripped over each other, and it has left us in this position. Map 6, final game, Miramar. So many teams all vying to get into the grand finals, and it begins right now. Miramar, it's the final game of the group stage of the PUBG Asia Super Cup. It's been a super enjoyable journey to get to this position, and even if Day Trade get knocked out immediately, Russell, there's so many teams, we have no idea who's going to end up in the top 8 by the end of this game.
I've loved it, man. When you and me combine, it seems we get photo finishes all the time. Doesn't matter whether it's group stage or the qualification to PGC. It seems like there's something that happens when you and me get together. But yeah, ending on Miramar, and again, it can be quite 50-50. I would have loved to give NOSH more credit for that win in that last game. If it was earlier on in the tournament, you can start to create a storyline for them, and maybe they can build off that momentum. But there's very little momentum for them to build off now with only 1 game left. But yeah, we're finishing on Miramar, and I suppose, I feel like Miramar is going to give us those very entertaining finishings, right? I mean, you end on Erangel sometimes, it's just, okay, the compound team wins, but that's not always the case for Miramar.
Yeah, it's certainly not. Either way, I'm excited for this game. Can't wait to see how it does close out. If you had to take a guess, a prediction, Russell, who, and we'll keep it simple, just one team out of those that are not in the top 8 makes it in. So no funny business like an EXO misses out or something. Just one team, not in the top 8, who makes it in?
I'll put my money on Cerberus. I feel like Cerberus or TE, but I'll go with Cerberus if you're talking no funny business. I feel like they're a team that if they really lock it in, they can get the necessary points and then die happy. TE might, they're judging by their playstyle, they could also get it done. I don't know if Armory's going to be able to. I feel like just based off vibes, I don't know if that's something an analysis should say, just based off vibes, maybe they're going to crumble. I really don't know, just because the points are so close, but I feel like with the stature of Cerberus, you kind of have to rely on them.
Yep. I'm going to go Armory Gaming. A little bit of a surprise choice, but I liked what I saw from them last game, and I've also kind of liked what I've seen from them this tournament. I think as a core four, and maybe led a little bit by Dynasty, who I think has done a tremendous job for them. He top fragged on the team back in the Thai Series Phase 2 as well, so I've really enjoyed watching them, and I think they're going to do it. I like that. I mean, to be fair, we're both splitting hairs. You've gone Cerberus, I've gone AJ. They're both on 65 points, and we know PUBG, anything can happen for this final game. You could just get super unlucky and you get nothing, or you could get hard fed and you win the game. It can sometimes be a little bit RNG when it comes down to that final game. It's all about how can you minimize that as much as possible, and obviously a lot of our focus. Oh my god, that's not the best of starts. That's a 1 knock state too. Like, if you want to get really pedantic, Russ, like that's a knock state, so the next one will bleed out much quicker.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be a little bit pedantic though in moments like this. You really gotta, I mean, you have to put value on the attention to detail. You have to put value on the little things and things like that. I mean, that's going to delay looting time. Someone has to come and res him. They might not get the loot they want. They might not get the vest they want. And then if they don't get the vest they want, then they might lose a 1v1. It's the butterfly effect. But right now, Theerathon, he's been ever present. And finally, in the last game of the group stage, we'll see him go up against Arctix, who again are in last place, versing what will probably be first place after this game if they continue to play in their form. And I think Theerathon's just heard that car behind him. So Arctix trying to pull off some sort of flank, but it's not going to work. They're just going to group up. They know that Theerathon 5 would have heard that vehicle. This oh, Jesus. Okay. I was about to say this Dragunov is dangerous at this range, and he proves it to me.
I think this player is dangerous at this range.
At any range. 2
teams on opposite ends of the leaderboard. One, obviously, and has had a very rough group stage in Arctix Gaming, and for Theerathon 5, they have utterly dominated. The question will be, can they overtake Miramar United? They only need the 4 points. The way that they've been going, I think they very well could get those points against Arctix Gaming. So for Miramar, it may end up being second place, but nothing wrong with that, especially when both essentially net them the same thing, which is grand finals, which is, was the case in this scenario, right? First and 8th both get the same reward at this point in the group stage. That reward, though, is still a very nice thing to have, and also means that, if you're at the sort of more top end of that top 8, well, then you also get the reward of having good form. Hello. Well, mate, I wasn't expecting that. Neither was Rossiter Jr. and Patton Pong. And Miramar United might, in the end, be able to keep that top spot. They've just lost 2 members. They over-aggressed. They got a little bit complacent. They thought, hey, these guys are on the bottom of the leaderboard. We can just push them without info. Guess what? They had no info, and then they got knocked. Nice little jump shot. It's a 1 versus 2 in favor of Arctix. They may well wipe out Theerathon 5 just for the sake of why not? The bottom team taking out one of the top teams.
That shot from Theerathon with that iron sight scar is nasty. I've never seen anything like that in my life. That was a fadeaway prone spray headshot. Oh my god.
And it didn't matter.
It didn't matter. He's last one up. 3 remaining for Arctix. They could just get this done quite easily, but maybe not. Not against this caliber of player. He's put himself in a good spot too. Look at that open ground that Arctix have to push as well if they want to get towards him. Maybe this is something they just shy away from, but they're in last place. You may as well take a fight, have some fun in the last game. I see no reason why they wouldn't push this unless they just wanted to kind of go into circle and play it, but Tatswat, sorry, not Theerathon. Either way, capable player. Now we just have to see if these guys are actually going to commit to the push.
Well, I think it just really speaks volumes, though, for Arctix Gaming that, you're not giving up. It's final game. You're obviously not going anywhere. You're dead last. You may, if you have a really good game, get out of that very dead last position. But, yeah, clearly these guys are still professionals. You can kind of sit back as a viewer and look at that and be like, oh, these guys aren't that great, but they're still pros. It's just a really difficult lobby. It has some really nice gunplay, some really good PUBG. And I think it just goes to show you at no point can take the foot off the gas. You cannot underestimate these teams. And there you go. Omochi gets the final kill onto Hatsawat. And that's kind of what I think in that scenario Theerathon 5 actually did, was they just pushed in, didn't have the info, 2 players holding close, couple of shotguns, close range weaponry, bam. And it's that sucker punch. 2 players go down and suddenly the whole thing's in disarray. Obviously nothing to lose for Theerathon 5. They don't care. They finish second, whatever. It's all for funsies. First, second, makes no difference. But it does kind of highlight, hey, we next time we're in that kind of scenario, let's not get too ballsy, respect our opponents, let's not, throw this one. And I gotta say, fair play to Arctix, played that extremely well. Only lost 1 player for the 4 kills too, so really happy for them. Yeah,
I mean, mistakes can be made. If your T5 is as solid as they've looked, they can throw it away. I mean, I feel like most of the time in this tournament especially, we've seen one player get knocked on one team and then the whole thing has fallen apart. I remember that happening to AAP and New Generation as well. As soon as one player goes down, yeah, it's 1 out of 4, but it completely messes up the scenario. It completely throws your entire play, as you said, into disarray. And it's just the nature of PUBG. You have to be so solid and make as little mistakes as you possibly can if you want to succeed in micro and macro situations. But yes, keeping an eye on Cerberus because they are one of the teams that only need a couple points. And there's one from TE as well.
3 teams on 65. I would honestly, I'm just going to say, I would love for all 3 to just go out on 65 points. Going to say, I don't care. I have no bias because none of these teams are from OS, but I just think it would be the most fun. It would be the funniest thing ever if they all went out on 65. It's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. Day Trade will miss out here on top 8.
Yeah,
there's just I would love to see some kind of mathematician look at the statistical probability for all 3 of these teams to go out now and get nothing else. It would have to be astronomical numbers of unlikeliness.
Yeah, too many variables.
It's just not going to happen as Day Trade will miss out. And that's why the main question is who overtakes them, who gets into that top 8. And that's going to be where the fun begins because obviously, 1 kill here or there between these 3 teams right now doesn't really have much. But hey, that's 1 point. Could end up being the difference maker when it's all said and done at the end of this game. And it's cool to see 3 teams all tied on the same amount of points looking to get into the top 8. No silly business for these 3. They have to play this pretty safe. And an interesting circle too. Chumacera. I love the Chumacera kind of finishes and Cerberus TE all around that location. I'm trying to find Armory Gaming. So they're just pushed into Monte Nuevo. I'm not going to lie, Monte Nuevo can be sometimes difficult to push out of, but there's not many teams around them, fortunately.
Oh, I like Armory Gaming spot. I think this is a spot that gives them a decent amount of info towards that south. And Monte is one of those cities or one of those locations really in a zone like this that you're not, I mean, you're going to see it get fed every now and then. This is one of those zones that could end towards that northern kind of phase compound field ending that we see a lot of the time where teams are taking that top hill just south of El Pozo. We don't know yet, but Armory's going to put themselves on the high ground to get as much info as they can. I mean, part of the battle in a moment like this is just putting yourself in a solid position. If you can get somewhere central, maybe even somewhere off center, then a lot of the time the kills are going to come to you. And I feel like that's probably what Cerberus and TE are looking for right now. Just a solid spot, and we can work off that.
Teddy, sorry, mate. You're done for tonight. We'll see you on the weekend in the last chance qualifiers with the rest of PMA. Nice shots for Khoa Gaming on the little high ground position they've been able to muster up here. Minute until phase number 2. DK on the south side of Chumacera. Good position to hold. I like their spot, especially if it does continue south onwards for phase 2. But yeah, AG actually just kind of pushed out AG and Armory Gaming out of Monte Nuevo towards Pixel Stars. Again, at this point, just 1 kill from them and bye-bye Day Trade. So that's kind of the scenario we find ourselves in. And, well, no disrespect to Pixel Stars, they probably should be able to at least get 1. If a T5 got 1 against Arctix, and they're in a good position to maybe catch someone off guard here. Dynasty spots Fury on the rotate, can call out good information for them down the Western Highway of Death. And obviously close by is Pixel Stars. I'm sure he must know he's close. Yeah, just spotted him. The question is, does he know Capybara is that close to him?
No idea. Zhao Fang honestly should do more of a distraction job, but I think he's just heard Capybara. The fact that he aimed that way, zoomed in, indicates to me he's heard some sort of footstep, or maybe it was just a twitch of some sort. Zhao Fang's going to drive off, and maybe that leads Dynasty to focus more on the people below him if he knows they're there. Zhao Fang's going to go off towards this compound, very close to Fury. Fury's got a decent spread. Sneak attacks on the outside of this compound, on that ridge, probably just waiting for someone to enter it. But Zhao Fang smells trouble. Of course, he's going to leave, go to the next one. Probably good because that one's a little bit closer to his team. Maybe his team's got a little bit more eyes to cover the one he's currently going towards. And so sneak attack won't get his kill. And he probably won't hit this, or enough shots there to claim it from a distance. But yeah, I'm wondering what's going to happen to the rest of Armory Gaming up on top of those rocks. Here we go. Capybara's so close.
This is the thing, I picked Armory Gaming, but these are the kind of moments where would it really be their fault? To be fair, you could argue Dynasty, why you're not clearing this, but if he clears this, he's probably going to lose. Oh my God, what a snapshot back. There's the 1 point. It's done. Day Trader out. Now we completely and utterly focus on AG, TE, Cerberus, AAP. It was fun knowing you, Day Trade. We'll see you on the weekend in the last chance qualifiers where obviously the form that they were able to pick up on their second day yesterday, I'm sure will probably put them in the top 8 by the end of the weekend. I'd be very surprised if they missed out on grand finals. But yeah, it was a fun little pipe dream. Armory Gaming. That was a sick shot from Dynasty, though. I mean, those initial shots. Capybara has surprise factor, lands the shots, and still loses the fight.
Yeah. I mean, that's a nightmare as a player. Go to bed, you're thinking about that one for certain. TE in the kill feed now as well. On to EXO. They need these points if they're going to compete with any of the other 2 teams that are currently next to them. You might be right in Armory Gaming. They do look quite solid, not caught off guard entirely, and even when they are caught off guard, they're able to, keep their nerves together and actually get the job done. And you can look at them now on the mini-map very decisively, moving back into the zone now that it's shifted. They already have one in Jame that's in the kind of an outside position on the zone with high ground, that playground just above Monte Nuovo. So info gathered for them. I might even like your prediction here. Seems like Armory Gaming isn't really bothered by the nerves at the moment. Brickyard's going to be their next destination, and then potentially, if this shifts to the east, FW their next target.
Yeah, they'll be in a position where they can also do a lot of fighting, whereas like the Expendables, Chumacera, if they don't get pushed on, there's probably not too much that they can really get unless they're able to third party from a distance, duck juice, try and get some information. Firing a few shots off into the distance to those west of Picado. Here on the move. No worries about these 2 in Fury and EXO, right? 89, 87 points. Mathematically, they should be both okay. Even just, one of them should be, as in like, no one from those 2 will miss out. It's incredibly unlikely. Monty with a kill onto Shinosuke after he was knocked down earlier. Petret just pushing around the area here for QConfirm. Of course, they also very much safe after their wins on Tego and Vikendi, and it kind of, again, highlighted what you could do with 2 really good games. Haribo knocked down. Nobu can't play the roof. He's inside top floor. Etienne also gone. Shinosuke was out in the open when he ended up dying at the hands of Fury. Ain't thrown out. Petret, beautiful angle. I just feel like at that point, Nobu completely lost sight of the fact that left side room was open and being able to push up by the stairs. Along with a tag onto Petret. Cerberus ended up picking up a point as well while that was all happening. So they have also entered above day trade up into 9th in a position that, continues to keep the pressure onto Armory Gaming, and a northern side hard shift, massive hard shift, completely away from Chumacera, completely away from Brickyard. Not ideal now for Armory Gaming. FW Esports as they parachute in. The onto QConfirm feel as if this is just slams to the slaughter right in front of them. Pick your poison. We're getting all of them. Banana 1 is now the only one for FW Esports. He'll take a peek. Doesn't matter. Your team is done. Into the last chance calls with you guys. He's the solo as Monty steals one for EXO Clan for good measure. They tie up with Fury as Armory Gaming found another kill. They go 1 point above Cerberus. I want to give credit to FW for timing the emergency parachute for the circle pop, which is what you'll see a lot of teams do very often. But instead of going to the soft side, which would be the north in this case, they gunned it straight to the center in a completely occupied compound. So a very bittersweet moment there for me, because that's the first time I've seen a team do this in this competition, time that emergency parachute perfectly. And you could see that there's a compound free on the north they could have taken. They could be 4 up right now, but they maybe got a little bit too greedy with the one that they chose. The Expendables are going to be the benefactors of that. They're going to be able to take this warehouse for free. And God, do they need it. They need to position themselves really well on the north here. This is a compound they can definitely take fights from. It's not only a compound that gives you access to the one that QConfirm is in now, but it also gives you access to that road just to the south later on in the game when the circle is a little bit smaller and there's not many angles for you to worry about. Banana 1 finally does go down, and this is kind of the spot I thought TE would end up in, but I think they realize it's a little bit too dangerous now. That's something we can take later on. Alec knocked down for AAP, eastern side of the circle, pushing in towards EXO Clan. Not the easiest of teams to beat in a fight, but they've got to back themselves in, and it's a perfect start, courtesy of Alec. Knock, nade, kill. Nice point for AAP. Remember, they're not that far behind the others. 8 points, well, 9 behind AG. That's the main one. So, and 9 points behind a team that's still live. Big shot from there, double with the Dragunov. We've seen that be utilized quite well by these players so far this tournament. And Akita now has to go and play Revive. Insight's at the back of the compound too, so he can't really help too much if wanting to stop AAP from pushing up. Omachi with a knock, and then Shanks eliminated. Not good news for Armory Gaming. Not at all. They're on a rotate, Russell. They're rotating through everybody.
They're going to end up with something, though, I feel like. There's no way they don't end up with anything. There's a shack there that they can take. There's a dirt road just beyond that that they can hunker down with. If they've got the numbers of cars, then they can definitely make this work. And you can see them already. If you're on LPL_play, which is the map stream, you'll be able to see them. They're safe for the moment. I don't think anyone's going to be able to push them, not even Cerberus. I feel like if Cerberus were to extend, they'd extend just that little bit too much, and they might expose themselves to other teams in the lobby. So I feel like for the moment, Armory Gaming is safe. They're just kind of hoping for a shift, but in a spot like that, I don't think Armory Gaming are going to get many kills, and that leaves it entirely open for TE and for, I forget the other team, for Cerberus. Yeah, to actually deal some damage here and get the kills that Armory can't get.
We'll see how it plays out past the halfway point for this final game of the group stage. Final game, top 8 to grand finals. Armory Gaming, Cerberus, the Expendables, AAP, Unicorn, New House, all still alive to maybe make it in. Of course, those two at the bottom of that, the 15th and the 16th, Unicorn and New House need something crazy from here. Cerberus have got Godsport, Center, Compound. They can play the long game. They don't even have to worry about kills. Because Armory Gaming, I don't know if they're going to be able to survive as long as Cerberus, who have that prior Compound. QC out towards the east, playing Hill, good for them. And to the south is going to be your EXOs, your DKs, and your AAPs. Spray from 777, wanting to get out of dodge, and Picardo, a position that I think he's a little bit surprised that Fury's even sending in. This is so far out of zone, it's not even funny. Blue's now going to start moving as well. So Fury, you pushed in, you can't stay here. You got to keep going. You can't even park. Get straight back in your vehicles and get rotating.
Yeah, this is difficult for TE, though, because they have a team in QConfirm that can come up behind them if they allocate too many resources to dealing with Fury. They really have to get some solid information on what Fury do here, or it could end in disaster for the Expendables. QConfirm, I feel like there's not many threats to the south. They're going to stop them from pushing over these ridges and taking out TE if, say, Fury were to just send it straight into TE's compound, but it doesn't look like that's what Fury's going to do. Or maybe is it? They're kind of heading towards it, making me a little bit nervous. Luke 12 in his car, it's already smoking as they head towards the compound. I suppose they didn't really have any other plays, and what a good spot to pull up, although Duck Juice is above them. What a fantastic off angle, and he's got time on the blue to work with as well. Fury might just end up getting ripped apart here.
Yeah, I think they are. Duckjuice has got that God spot angle, as you mentioned, and that's going to be the offset that I don't think Fury were accounting for. It was a good pull-up. I think it was probably the only play they could theoretically make, but how do you account for Duckjuice up on that hill? Then the nades from the Expendables have been perfect as well. Jump shots aplenty between Ninja 2K and Flood. Flood eventually goes down. Duckjuice again with that God angle. That's going to be the end of Fury. They'll have enough points, 89, to sustain themselves in the top 8, but we'll have to see. I mean, we probably shouldn't even confirm that because they're only in 7th place, although tied on points with EXO Clan. Not gonna lie, Russell, for two teams that probably should have all but confirmed their spot in the top 8, it could get dicey depending on what happens with the climax of this game.
Yeah.
But I won't put the mods on them because it would require two teams getting 20+ points, and that's always impossible, basically.
Yeah, I was going to say, mathematically, it might be possible mathematically, but very, very unlikely, because they'd have to come first and second, and they'd have to probably clean up the server, respect, like, all to themselves. Just not possible.
It would have to be like the Expendables, Armory Gaming, and Cerberus all basically going nuts, and it's just not enough kills, not enough players in the server. Big fight here as well, again, for the Expendables, picking up some very valuable points. Has them in that 8th place. They've been able to overtake Armory Gaming for the time being, but they've, of course, got to deal with QConfirm, who have been on another level so far tonight, but they have met that level in this fight to begin with through 777, getting that kill onto Cheeksing. Opons, he's gone. He's about to bleed out. Unless they can get the revive, not going to happen. Nades from Tamfu on point, and they've got more. Courtesy of Fury from the death crates, they can send death over to QConfirm.
Yeah, necessary points for the Expendables, making that gap really. It's 3 points now, sorry, between them and Armory, but they're actually in a spot. They're in zone. Yeah, it's going to close eventually, but they've still got terrain to work with to get as many points as they can onto QConfirm. This is no joke for TE. I mean, look at their spot next. If they have cars, they can send it to Armory Gaming and just kind of hope that that crash works out. Maybe stop a little bit before Armory and then push themselves into that compound. They're going to know that this terrain works. It wasn't a shack. It was a truck and whatever the hell James is hiding behind. Either way, it's playable. I don't know. A crate with an open door or something. QConfirm, are they sending it straight to Armory? They're putting themselves in between Armory and TE. I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, when you lose Shanks early on, you lose the ability to play aggressive from these kind of positions. So you just kind of play the ball. I guess it's a crate. You play the crate and you just kind of hide, play late game, get placement points, try to stay alive as long as possible. If you've got 3 players up in the next 3, 4, 5 minutes, you're probably equal with the majority of other teams. Over towards QC, they take the fight. They're down to 2. Eagle Patrick lost his life earlier. That's lost.
Ooh,
that is quite big for AAP. Massive from Riz. That's going to be Petra and Leon's gone. More points for AG. Not enough, though, to get them into the top 8. Still 1 point behind TE. They're only on 69 points. As nice as that is, it's not going to be enough to get them in the top 8 right now.
That's their backside cleared, though. Oh, never mind. TE's coming in. I saw TE go to the north. I thought, okay, they were going to ignore Armory completely, but now they have information on a team they're competing with. But down goes Tanvu, down goes 777, and Ninja 2K is the last one. He goes down here at this flaming car. It's over for TE, and they are gone. Armory Gaming pushes them out straight into 9th, and now it's just AG and Cerberus.
Well, you know, there's still a couple of others, but you're right. Most likely down to Armory Gaming and Cerberus for that final spot. And Cerberus have got themselves the warehouse. They've got best position, but guess who's closest to them? It's Armory Gaming. If they wipe out Cerberus, AG are most likely into the grand finals, but they've only got the 3 players, and it's a very much death run to get to this position over towards the long building. So this is not going to be easy. Cerberus, I would say from here, have got best spot unless it goes hard north, and suddenly then Unicorn Cyber could have a little bit of something to say about this game.
They need a lot for Unicorn Cyber. They need to get a lot done. Not many
well,
kills
there's a
to
couple
claim.
of teams around them. There's a couple of kills around them. You know, if you can get New House, they don't get the feed though. It doesn't happen, and that's not a fun circle for any team in the server right now.
Nah, especially not for Armory Gaming. If I'm Armory, I'm looking as high as I possibly can and looking for dips across the road. Obviously, we have the map. We know what's free and what's not, but there is playable land there. I just don't know if it's playable now or only playable in the next circle. Either way, Cerberus in a prime position. I would still say as well, Unicorn Cyber are in a fantastic spot as well, but not with their competitors also being in a great spot. So yeah, and AAP as well. They're only down to a solo. You could have put stock into them before this game. It'd be a risky bet, but not anymore. Down to a solo. Not much that Alec can get done. And this is Dynasty looking. Trying to get info as well. Looking across the road. This is years of experience. Just, you have to know what dips you can take. You can play across that road. I know it. I've done it before. I just don't know exactly where they can do it and whether or not they have the cars to do it. You look at those cars right now, it looks like they're both smoking.
Well, there goes Alec. The solo effort for AAP comes undone. He's gone. 7 teams remain. Placement points being distributed, and a chance. Riz solos on the roof of the warehouse. Drops out. Gives up that position. Smokes now start to go out. Do they sense maybe a chance to push on that? He blocks one of the doorways. Armory Gaming won't have too much more utility. They've been in a lot of fights going into this next push. Look at the amount of smokes even just on some of these players of Cerberus. Giant tag. They got to try and make this push, but Dynasty's all the way up north and away. That can be good in terms of playing anchor and getting some angles on this fight, but you need all the numbers you can. You're only down 3. Cerberus have got the 4. Otherwise, it ends up being a 2-on-4 as you push up to this warehouse, and that's never ideal for a team of Armory Gaming's position. They got to play as 3 here, I think.
I feel like the reason they're not playing as 3 is because they know pushing into this warehouse is unrealistic to begin with. They're looking at the ridges outside the warehouse, imagining what it's like to play there. By that crate, just over to Riz's right. They're looking at that spot to see what they can do. Unicorn Cyber, it was not meant to be. New House Esports, who have been phenomenal tonight, take them out. But we keep focused on this fight. High Mass on the roof. That's a fantastic angle. That's not a very steep angle for James to lie in, so he'll be taken down immediately. The hopes and dreams that maybe they will make it deeper into the circle are being crushed minute by minute.
Dynasty taken low. James finished off. 1 player made it to the warehouse, and that's going to be Riz for Armory Gaming. It's very likely they're going to have to forfeit top 8 spot to Cerberus, the team that is beating them. And what an angle. Headshot onto Dynasty. No chance that he's going to get revived. They've got 1 player left at the warehouse, and he is not long for this world. You could drop down at this point if you really want to give up roof building. They do lose 1. That's how long. Doesn't matter. High Mass, like Batman, jumps down, gets the kill. Armory Gaming is still in 8th by 1 point, but there's no one that's even remotely close to wiping out Cerberus. They should very well from here get into the top 8, and there's no other competitor. Can you believe it? In a game such as this, 3 out of the 5 teams, Russell, are in the bottom 4. This is perfect for Cerberus.
Unbelievable. on cloud 9 right now for Cerberus. It's so hard to mess up a spot like this, and with that circle shift as well, you can continue to play the roof of that long building. I don't think there's any way they give this up. Not a chance. DK, AX, everyone else would have to destroy themselves without Cerberus seeing them, and I just don't think that's possible. They have the high ground. They have the high ground in this zone. Everyone has to come off, and there's High Mass, making it look easy on the road ridge this time, not actually the roof. That's an easy nade kill as well if they've got it. A molly on High Mass, but we looked at the utility before. We know for sure that Cerberus has the necessary nades to kill that player if they wanted to, but they don't need to. They've got the zone, they've got all the control in the world. They'll take pot shots at this car, probably land a headshot through the window. It doesn't even matter, the car's on fire. And there it is. That's 2 points. Cerberus Esports are your 8th team qualifying straight through to the grand final.
Yeah, 8th and final. Newhouse down to just 1 player, so no shenanigans with them trying to get in as well. They're also too far away in terms of points, and somehow we've got the bottom 2 still in this game, Pixel Stars and Arctix. Talk about too little too late. Look it up in a dictionary, and it's this game, because they've left their best games until the last games. And we'll say, though, at least something to maybe take into the weekend for the last chance qualifiers. We've got our lobby done, set. The 8 teams going to the grand final will be Buram, Theerathon 5, QConfirm, Purple Mood, Savage Man Esports, known as the X-Men, EXO Clan, Fury, Cerberus, the 8th and final team of that top 8. Everyone else will be playing in the last chance qualifiers this weekend. Not tomorrow, but the next day after is when it begins. And Cerberus, maybe, and I think not just maybe, will end this final game with a win.
Most likely. 1 remaining player of New House Esports. They've been great tonight. You've got to give them credit for that. But up against 3 remaining members of Cerberus, I don't know how much more he can do. Stuck behind that tree. A little bit of a nice 1v1 against High Mass here, and he'll win it, but there's the immediate trade. A fantastic way to close out the group stage from Cerberus.
And that's our top 8, and it's a Cerberus win to close it out. You were right, Russell. You put your eggs in their basket, and they do indeed pay you dividends. And a good win and a good game from them. They kept it close until about the last couple of phases. That battle with Armory Gaming, that was where it was solidified. And to get the win in the final game really does speak volumes for this team. They had a rough day, number 1, for themselves. We spoke about them at length. 25 points from their first day, and then I don't even know what it's ended up on, but probably 60 something on day number 2. You add in High Mass back into that lineup, and look at what happens.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, I don't think they haven't had their full roster this whole time. Brought in High Mass today. Obviously, then we miss out on Haisaki, and High Mass wasn't here for the second day or the first couple of days or whatever it was. So for them to make top 8, you can tell that they weren't super ready for it, fundamentally at least. Maybe they really do need their full roster to fully be at max capacity. But either way, they've done it. They do it in the last game in a very stylish fashion. Yeah,
they certainly do. And I think that we can also pay a bit of commiserations to a couple of those other teams around them, most notably Armory Gaming, obviously, along with the Expendables, those 2 in particular, because it was at one point all 3 of those teams were neck and neck, 65 points. It was a lot of fun to go into this last game. They had every chance in the world. Just wasn't their game, just didn't end up happening. And this is kind of, why, you don't want to look at it and be like, oh, that last game. You got to think about all the other games beforehand where you could have probably had a bit more of an impact. And, Armory Gaming, they had 38 points back in the B versus C group. Cerberus had 25 points. And even though they got 38 points, Armory Gaming, you know what? Looking back at it, they had 7 placement points. So 31 kill points, 7 placement. That was back on day 1. So you think about if you could have just survived a bit more, got a couple of those extra placement points, got some more top 5 finishes and won some 2s, didn't quite happen. And that's probably what you've got to look at more than, say, just this final game.
Yeah, if you're a reasonable player, you look at all the games where you actually messed up rather than saying, we got unlucky in that last game. And to be fair to Armory as well, they survived a lot longer in that dip than I thought they were going to. When they were contested by TE, who was obviously the team they were competing with, they put up a good fight. They wiped them very, very, very cleanly. I thought for sure that was a spot where they were going to die to multiple different teams. Thought even Cerberus was going to be able to potentially push out of that compound that they were in and take out Armory Gaming, especially if Cerberus was to get info that was them. But that never happened. So yeah, full credit to Armory Gaming for being able to survive for that long in that dip.
Now, as we have a look at Cerberus Esports, High Mass back into the lineup. Of course, Haisaki not playing tonight. He's the one that obviously made his way out. We just saw Armory Gaming there for a split second too. Foreshadowing, of course, the two teams that did collide. But yeah, unfortunate for Haisaki. He was the one that did make way tonight. So it was Taikon, High Mass, Lozzy, and Huang Long which actually Huanglong actually did quite well, I thought, tonight. You know, there was maybe that thought process yesterday where it's like, oh, Hymas is out, Huanglong's in, they have a bad day, but hey, he actually was really good tonight for an academy player, still pretty new to the roster. Let's go to the leaderboard. Of course, no real surprises with this one, no real maths needed. You can put away your pens and your notebooks. It's the top 8 that we knew very well at the conclusion of that game. A little dicey for EXO Clan and Fury. The 89 points was enough, but not by a whole lot, all things considered. Buram take top spot because Theerathon 5 kind of trolled last game. It was a really good fight win over Arctix Gaming. And I think we've got obviously a couple of teams of note outside of that top 8. Armory Gaming, Expendables very close. Day Trade, obviously that day one. You can't go 4 games with 1 point and expect to make top 8 as close as they were. That was their downfall. ArkAngel Predator, very solid team. They miss out. New Generation, 37 of their 56 points in the first 2 games. And then after that, well, you can do the math. And FW, really disappointing for a team of their stature.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you look at this leaderboard, you don't really have a choice but to look at the teams that didn't make it and what your expectations were for those teams. And there's definitely a couple teams of note that didn't make it. But at the same time, you look at that top 8, it's really stacked. Like, there was no way we were going to fit all the relevant teams into the top 8 without having some sort of upset. So when I look at this leaderboard, honestly, it kind of makes sense to me, apart from potentially NGE and FW if they were ever going to live up to their previous results. But right now we have to focus on the LCQ as well. I think throughout this day and throughout yesterday, we kind of put a lot of pressure on these guys to make top 8. But obviously that's what they want to do if they want to skip straight to the grand final. But at the end of the day, there is last chance qualifier for these 16 teams. And I think a lot of them, especially your NGEs, your day trades, are going to be super, super confident going into that lobby.
Yeah, that's the benefit, of course, for these teams. They're not eliminated. They don't go anywhere. They play 2 days from now on the weekend to make it easier, where they get to have a second chance. That's why it's called the last chance qualifier. The top 8 from that will then also meet the top 8 from here in the group stage in the grand final, which the grand final itself has plenty of opportunities. It'll be 4 days, 6 games each day, so 24 games just for the grand final alone. That can't be said, though, for the last chance qualifier. You just get your standard 12 games the way that you had it for the group stage. So a little bit more of that RNG. Obviously, though, one thing I wanted to quickly touch on, Theerathon 5, the only team in the top 8, Russell, that didn't get a chicken dinner. Despite that, they still finished second and probably should have gotten top spot. So it really does go to show that we talk about them as a complete team. Well, they don't finish on top. For me, if there was like a power rankings, I'd probably have them number 1 going into the grand final, even though Buram did technically beat them on points by like 4 points.
Well, we've brought up the narrative about APAC teams kind of heavily favoring kill points over placement points, and I suppose that is the epitome of that right there. If T5 is going to have this great of a placement but get no win, then I mean, what else are they doing but getting the kills, right? I think as well, if they're that complete already, imagine what they can do when they get to the point where they know how to get wins. I think that's the thing for some teams as well. You look at them and you go, they're amazing. They're fantastic. Their fundamentals seem to be absolutely solid, but they're not getting wins. So it's just about perfecting that late game play, and then T5 could be a real threat.
All right, that's going to close us out for the group stage, Ross. It's been a lot of fun. Of course, we're going to be returning for the last chance qualifiers. Hopefully everyone watching will return as well this weekend. Follow all of the socials. The bottom 16 teams from this group stage will be battling to get top 8 for themselves. Once again, it's their last chance to make it into the grand final. So you don't want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. 12 games of action over the weekend. Hopefully, see you there.